Yes, the candy, it's sausage.
Sausage candle.
Most people don't do it the way I do. Very personal. So like you give them the money in 20s, 10s, 20s, like whatever. I just love sausage.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. A little bit of an early start, but then listen. I opened up the stream just to check everything was ready to go, and I saw Queeman has rated you, and I was like, okay, I should probably go live. Feel bad otherwise. Thank you for the raid, Queeman. If any of Queeman's viewers are still here, thanks for waiting. I appreciate it. That's very cool. Most of you are asleep, so it doesn't really matter either way. But how we doing, guys? How we doing? I promised I'd come back and do another stream tonight because yesterday's was fucking exhausting. So here I am with a wealth of content to go through because there's lots of little things. There's lots of little bits and bobs, pieces and things that I can scratch at. I also need to eat something because I have food next to me, so I get to snack. Okay, we finally watch a stream as I get ready for work in a while. Nice. Listen, happy to help. Happy to help. Okay. I forgot I went through a glass animals phase. Great reminder. Yeah, like I'm trying out a couple of new songs just to see if they get content ID'd. And I'm just like, if they don't, then they'll make it into the rotation, and I quite like Take a Slice, so I thought I'd give it a go. Fuck, is it just me or is it really quiet? Who the fuck else is even live? Is it like no one? It feels like fucking nobody. Okay. It's just me. Am I like the only streamer left? Fan out in the Discord. Let's go. Let's go. Fan out on the Discord. Nice. Nice. Based. True to life. True to life. I could do the I Am Alex thing and cry and be like, they're drawing art at the time I was assaulted when I was like 8 years old and I was beaten up and now people are drawing art about it. It's really sad. Why are you doing this? Could you fucking imagine? No, I can't. Listen, I can't imagine being that pathetic. I can't imagine that for a fucking second. Okay. Out of my list, only you and Rezi, one of my Sumerian? I can't pronounce that, Jack. My fucking very tired over here. I need to eat something before like my headache gets any worse. Alive? Okay. It is quiet then. It is quiet. Right, you can't listen to Harry Nilsson. Not now. Not now. He betrayed all those tarts. Harry Sisson, isn't it? Fuck. Yeah, I don't know where to start. Where are we starting? Do we start with Lolcow? Maybe we start with Lolcow. Because the Lolcow stuff's getting fucking bizarre. Bizarre. Who sent me stuff earlier? Someone sent this to me earlier and I was like, holy shit, this is fucking wild. Oh, fuck, okay. Cow live. I love the way I saw Tommy tweet out, don't ask me about it. Oh my fucking god. Oh, fuck. Fucking hell. This is not a push, she has obviously tripped. Jesus. So, Lolcow Live is currently doing an arc where they're doing Fat Camp. And for some reason, it's like he's getting drunk at Fat Camp, I saw. For some reason, Keemstar and Wings got into an altercation, and then afterwards, Wings' wife tried to stop him. And he like ended up pushing her onto a table. I need to see the video of this. Okay, so that's the second one. Put that there. Fuck, it's the drama alert. It's reporting on it. Fucking hell. Where's the first one? Where's the one of Keemstar getting attacked? Wings assaults his wife live on stream. Like... Okay, this is like the second one. Okay, maybe we'll put that separately as well. We'll just get these lined up. Listen, I would have been more prepared. No, I wouldn't. That's a lie. I'd still be doing this. What the fuck is it? Okay, fuck this. Someone sent it to me. I'm just gonna download it. Because I want to show you the first one. The person who sent it to me was like, I'm being told this is real, and I'm like, Jesus.
You're even calling it a...
Because you never know with Lolcow. You never know. Let's do that. Blue Phantom, god fucking damn it, Becca. I was literally just about to finally get some sleep. The stream better be worth it or cure my insomnia. I will do my best. Okay. So this is thank you for the 10, very based. Okay, so this is Lolcow Live, and this is the first clip we're gonna watch.
You're even calling it a lie.
What part of it is not a fucking
You're
lie?
calling it a fucking
what
lie.
part of it's not a fucking lie?
Tell
me which part of it.
It's not a
Look
lie.
right
it
there.
was a setup.
That's not a setup.
And
it's a fucking lie.
And why are you getting loud in my face?
Because I fucking can.
Dude, are you fucking... Are you fucking serious? You better stop. You better stop. You better stop. You better...
Did he poke him in the eye? What the fuck? I like the way he holds him back and he's just like, poke! Poke! That is so needlessly funny. Fuck, let's watch that again.
Tell me which part of it.
It's not a
Look
lie.
right
It was
there.
a setup.
That's not a setup.
And
It's
why,
a fucking lie.
and why are you getting loud in my face?
Because I fucking can.
Dude, are you fucking... Are you fucking serious? You better stop. Hey, you better stop. You better stop. You better...
Fuck me. Okay, so... Oh, fuck. Hello. Okay. Fuck, I'm actually getting more invested in Lolcow Live. This shit's interesting. Okay, I think we've got the full clip here. I think this is the full clip. Just gonna like fuck up my my ratios. Put myself down a little bit. Do 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 do. Yeah, this is going to be shit quality, isn't it? That's a shame. How long is this? 1 minute 18, and the other one is 15 seconds. Okay, we'll watch the 1 minute 18 one, and then if we need to see more, we'll show more. Okay, cool. Let's go.
Fucker. Super chatted $20. Keen, you should have punched him in the face. You showed restraint, which is respectable, and hopefully you too can work it out.
Welcome to Earthwood 2. Wings just having Ethan Ralph moment. Shame, no redeem. Jesus.
Yeah. Steamrolled and pushed back there.
Yeah, I can't believe...
Oof. Bro, that's your wife. What the fuck? Dude. That's pretty fucking bad. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. That's pretty fucking bad. That's pretty fucking bad. Oof.
Hey, that's your fucking wife now. Go calm down. That's your wife, man. Go calm down. Please don't. That's your wife they're hurting now. Calm down. Go calm down.
Get the fuck away from her. Get the fuck away from her. What
What got him so mad? I have literally no fucking idea.
Go calm down. Go calm down.
Why are you lying about me?
What's the lie? Sometimes you laugh.
Siley's just like there. Siley's just like, fuck me. And Stans with 5. There's been a crash out every day. It's been a series of soap operas. Ozzy had an 8-hour therapy session on test 2 nights ago. What?
Watch out when you feel like you made a mistake or other people.
He thinks Keem lied about him or something. What the fuck?
Don't worry about me. Worry about your wife. Worry about your wife right now.
That's your fucking wife! Yeah, dude, what the fuck?
I'm not gonna let this motherfucker lie about me.
$20.
That's your wife.
Tell the makeup artist to do a better job on the face.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay. Okay, fuck me. We're gonna have to... I have too many random fucking things on this OBS window. It's like fucking with me. Okay. Okay. That's really not good. That's really not good. That's not fun. That's not... Listen, this isn't the wholesome, fun Lolcow life promised me. But what the fuck? Wings seems like he improved for a few years. I don't know what this is. This does seem like... I've said this about Wings. Wings has got, like, better. Why the crash out? What the fuck is going on? From what I gathered, the fight started over Wings apparently leaking someone was going to be there. Then they started arguing about what's fake and who's running what. God. Good evening, BXKS. How you doing? Beckett, will you be sending chocolates to those affected by this sorry event with a card that says my condolences? No. Fuck. So Becky came back. Wings said on stream that Mike and Keem helped pay for expenses, so it seemed like her return was planned to the audience. Interesting. I saw the picture of Becky getting, like, with the shaved head. I didn't see Becky get her head shaved. I kind of want to see that clip. That seems like primo content. Welcome to Earth with the 2. Also, my dad thinks the Boogie drama was overrated. I don't know, he faked cancer for money. I think that's pretty fucking bad. I think that's pretty egregious. I think actually, unironically, my biggest problem with Lolcow Live is that it rehabilitated Boogie. It's like, there are people who are like, yeah, Boogie's fine. And I'm like, no, he faked cancer for sympathy and money. Fuck Boogie. Actually fuck Boogie. I will never get over, like, that's just fucking egregious. Do you know what? I'm in a moral flag about it. I think that's fucking disgusting. I think there are a few things that I see on the internet where I'm just like, this is actually ridiculous. The Boogie cancer shit is one of them. Lolcow went full WWE and added table spots. This is the problem. I can't tell what's real and what's not with Lolcow because, like, I know that they script things. And it's like, well, the table's right there, innit? It's like, that's interesting. It's interesting. Thank you for the 2, Jim Jones. Baking cancer bad hot take. I know. I don't know if everyone will agree with me. Fuck. I really need to eat this pasty. Okay. I'm like looking, I'm hungry. Okay, listen. So I think listen, we might come back to some of the Lolcow stuff. If people send me other clips of Lolcow, hashtag Lolcow Live. Is there anything more? It's all going to be this stuff, but there must have been stuff from the last 2 days. Okay, that's a pretty good meme. Meltman with 2. Aren't you glad you don't do this for a living? Yes, I am, and this is why I will never make this my job, because you end up in situations like this, which are not good. Not good. Not good. I want to see some of the other stuff, so I'm gonna have to scroll down for a while. I think that's a foot. I don't know why I'm being shown a foot. Tina assaults Becky. What the fuck is this?
Stop throwing the fucking water!
Is this what the whole of Fat Camp's been like? I need to watch some of this shit. Wings got injured. Oh god.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Duck Hunt.
Okay, that's funny. Oh, fuck. Linden's video was definitely something. Yeah, I know. We talked about it last night. Well, we didn't really talk about it. We talked about the fascist comment, and we made jokes out of it. I did get one comment. It's like, you shouldn't be posting yourself in a MAGA hat. And I'm like, that's fair. I can see how people might take that the wrong way. Welcome to Earth with the 2. My dad said Boogie is bad, but he is a loser. Who cares? Yeah. He's a loser who's making a lot of money off it. Okay, listen. I don't want I don't know how much I'm going to do. Now, there is a lot with Erudite. And this is Erudite's kick stream from the other night on the Harry Sisson stuff. I'm interested in her opinions on the Harry Sisson stuff. And that's not only because I hear that there's an interesting little crash out in this. So we might have a look at some Erudite stuff. And I'm also moving to it because I need to let something play while I eat a pasty. Because if I don't eat something, my blood sugar is going to like collapse and I'm going to pass out. Okay? So let's begin by watching some not so Erudite. Okay? I can't do Linden's video. It's on the same level as... Oh my god. Guys. Listen, I've said, like, I've got no issues with Linden. I'm not mad about it. It's whatever. Okay? It is really fine. It's just like, I don't know. It's whatever. It's whatever. It's going to be one of those streams, isn't it? Kai Rise with the 2. Back to the amazing melting woman heat up baguette. Fuck.
song's okay. I'm looking for like... Ayo. 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 Hi guys. I'm looking for a man who's 6'5", blue eyes, hedge fund. I don't know the last one. I'm not sure. I'm looking for a good playlist on Epidemic. This is okay. I'm trimming my bangs super quick, and then I'm gonna clean up the trimmings of my bangs because I have this nasty little cow look here that just never wants bangs to sit well.
I'm sorry, she's cutting her hair on stream? What? Is this like a woman thing? Fuck, should I start doing that? Sapient with the 5, show the pasty. It's like, it's a steak and potato slice. I can't show it. It's really good though. There's there's this, they're like ginsters. They're really nice. They're tasty. They're tasty. And I can't be bothered to cook something right now.
It just.
Hey, Seraphine. How are you doing? Hope you're good. Nice to see you chilling in chat.
It doesn't ever want hair to be there. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna go get the broom. I can sweep up my bang shavings.
Okay, I'm back and I've eaten. Oh, okay. Gabato with the 2. You should cut your hair on stream. I mean, I do cut my own hair, so I guess I could. I'll do it as like a, I don't know, a charity thing. If I ever do a charity thing, I'll cut my hair on stream or some shit. Zero Core, hello Copenhagen, how you doing? Welcome to Earth with the 2. Dad said Destiny, Hassan, and other orbiters are losers too. They are. Listen, we're all losers. I'm a loser. I make content on the internet. I'm a loser. Yeah, I was gonna say, what a banging introduction to your stream. Hey guys, have some music. I'm gonna cut my hair and then I'm gonna walk away so I can get a Hoover. Fuck me. Okay. I thought some of my intros were a mess. This is this is a choice. You would cut your own hair? I can't find a hairdresser I like. Every time I go to a hairdresser, I walk away and I'm like, nah, it's okay, but it's not like, I don't like it. And at least if I cut my own hair, if I don't like it, I'm like, well, I did this to myself, so I like got no one else to blame. And then I feel fine about it, okay? So, fuck you. Melman, member at Coping for 2 months. This is the content I pay money for. So true. Alright, Cryptid with the 2. I see she is using the Hassan playbook to do nothing. Well, was it? I mean, like, the Hassan stuff's so weird because Erudite. I saw this take. I saw this take on Just Ilks. I think it was Just Ilk. It may have been Quayman, but it was like anybody who's nice to Erudite thinks is a good person and likes them, and that's just true. If Hassan was nice to Erudite, she just liked them, like. Where is your... Like, there are people who are nice to me who I still think are cunts. Like, I still hate this person. I'm still like, fuck you. It's really not very hard. Gilded with the 2. A shekel for our fascist state of crabs. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. I appreciate the shekels. Good to see you, man. like, I get it. Like, sweeping up is good. If she just left it there, to be fair to it, to be completely fair, if she just left her hair on the floor all stream, I'd be like, why the fuck you just cut your hair and just leaving it on the floor? Just, what the fuck? I am nice to Beckett and he still hates me. What the fuck? I like Vlad. I'm nice to Vlad. What the fuck? She needs to start an OF. I mean, like, this is just bizarre. This is just weird. This is a weird way to open a stream. Why not do it beforehand or just live with it through the stream? Okay, actually, do you know what? I've had this happen. There is a stream where I think I left Diesel because I was like, my hair's annoying me. I need to go cut it. And I just went to the bathroom, got my clippers and just gave myself a quick haircut or a shave. I was shaving. Like, I get this, but that was also like midway through the stream. Do you know what I mean? Weird pause. I had something to say. What the fuck? If a hair sweeping is as good as a sweeping for Destiny, then that floor should be pristine. I remember. Peppermint Farm remembers. Gilded with the 2 buttocks.
Sweeping stream.
It literally looks no different. Also, saying sweeping stream, it's like, yeah, that's why I'm watching. Caballo with a 5. Ah, yes, cutting your hair, doing nothing, and then just sweeping her room. This is the stream of all time right here. It's banging content, honestly.
Hi, Sabrina. You seem like a really nice person. You seem like somebody who's really lovely to talk to.
Oh, it's because somebody said sweeping stream, let's go, and Erudite's mad about it. Oh, you seem like a really nice person. You seem like such a nice person. Thank you for coming into chat and saying this. Oh my god. Kai Rise with the 5. With the 2. Sorry. Listen, let's not oversay what people are paying, okay? Why is the Super Stripper music playing? I don't fucking know, man. I don't know why. Listen, I mean, there's no way my stream now isn't getting copyright claimed. There's no way this is copyright free.
Really thoughtful, really nuanced in her perspectives. I'm really excited to have you here. Genuinely.
I don't know, man. Like, that's not good if you're crashing out a one comment like that. Do you know what I mean? Oh my god, you're like so thoughtful, and I imagine you've got so much perspectives. And at the same time, it's Erudite's like, why do people think I'm a bitch? I'm like, this might be why people think you're a bit of a bitch. I don't know. Gilded with the 2. It's still better than Hassan's chair streams. True. The problem is as well, it's like, you know you're going to get these comments. You've got a choice. You can either be snippy with chat or you can laugh about it. And I'll use the Linlin video as an example. I could be really snippy about the Linlin video. I could be like, Linlin said things about me which were me. Look, the truth is, look, I'm going to get comments about it. Largely, I think it's funny, so whatever. It is down to how you deal with these things. And that is a choice. That is a choice you have. You can do this many different ways. Caballo with the 5. You know what? I can't be too mad about it. Sweeping seems like she's good at it. Yep. Yeah. She's a talented sweeper. Same salts. Member for 3 months seething. Should have said she was both kinds of sweeper. Now, if you want to one guy her. True. Listen, I'm hearing that Erudite is not very happy with the amount of people doing coverage on her, and I'm like, I don't really know what to tell you. Like, what? This is the reality. This is the reality of turning yourself into, like, a creator anywhere. Again, people are going to have comments about me, right? Chud has said some really fucking mean things about me in the last, like, couple of months. But it's content. It's not personal. It's fine. I don't give a shit. It's whatever. Because I understand the game. Sometimes, like, we say things off the cuff because we're annoyed at each other. Like creators generally is what I mean by that. It's whatever. It doesn't matter. Like, realistically, do you really think Erudite fans are watching my streams? No, of course they're fucking not. I'm not, like, trying to pull her audience away. I'm not trying to undercut her. I'm just laughing at her because this shit's ridiculous. Sapient with 2. That hair is thinner than my bald stepdad's. I don't understand. Listen, I think it's stress. Anyway, I don't understand why she cut it. It looks exactly the same. I don't fucking know. Rain with the 1 month. Yippee, yippee, yippee. Thank you for the 1 month at seething, rotten, very based.
Oh, you guys mean literally sweeping. Okay, that's a L for me and a W for Sabrina.
Wait, she didn't see the joke? You bitch, you were stood there with a broom. What do you mean? Oh, fuck. This is, yeah, fake laugh. Yeah, that's, oh, she's a little awkward. She's a little awkward today. Back it after the nap. Nice. I had a good nap today. I recorded an episode of Internet Explorers with Diesel and Chris the Narc, and then I was like, now I am sleepy, and now I shall sleep. I've slept so much today, it's been great.
I'm a poison, that's true. That is so funny. Sabrina wins. Okay.
I guess she's so used to holding one, she can't take any jokes about it. Yeah, I think that part of it. I think, here's my actual read. I think Erudite is very slowly crashing out, and doesn't know how to deal with any of this. I think she's really struggling. Am I a bastard for covering this? Yeah. This is very mean. Because listen, I know. I can read the signs. But also, I don't know, you kind of made your bed. You kind of made your bed with this shit. Welcome to Earth with the 5. In fact, she did make this bed. I'm not sorry, I can cover whatever the fuck I want. Welcome to Earth with the 5. She has the same vid quality of Jay Kizzer, ready for her to say, I stopped saying the N-word 7 months ago because I was afraid to go to North Korea. To the North Korea of the hood. Jesus fucking Christ. Jack Walker with a 5. Fake Cope laugh detected. Off to a great start. Banging. Listen, this stream sounds banging to me. Gilded with the 2. Good sweeper, not too bright. Great victim. Metal Man with the 2. Beckett can fix her. No, I can't. And it's not my job.
Somebody said I was looking more emo today. I literally did Downtown Girl makeup with like the girly pop, sparkle corner, and then the like contour cream wings. Kayla, what impression do I give to you? That you can't spell my name. That's my impression. Qua. Oh no, what have I done? Hair looks good. Thanks. I just cut my bangs and I'm having a fight. Because I'm not the best at cutting bangs, but I also can't afford a haircut.
You also can't afford a haircut? Bro, how bad are things over there? That's pretty fucking crazy. Like, don't get me wrong. I cut my own hair. Do you actually know one of the big reasons I cut my own hair? This is true. I'll be vulnerable for a second. I do it as stress relief. Like, I find it, like, when I'm really stressed or when I'm just, like, a bit burnt out, I'll, like, cut my, one of the reasons, like, my hair will grow and then, like, I cut it and I feel, like, rejuvenated, right? Like, I'm just, like, I can go through this nice process of cutting my hair, I put on some music, I chill out, spend a bit of time, stood there, of making myself look pretty to myself, and I find that stress relieving. I think that's the biggest reason I don't go to a hairdresser anymore. But, like, I can't imagine coming on stream and being like, I can't afford a fucking haircut. That's fucking crazy. The parasocial bond grows stronger. She almost looks like Westside Tyler's sibling. Thank you, Gilded, for the 2. I can see it. That's so female coded, Cope and Seed. I like to take care of myself, okay? Fuck. At least I'm not doing... Some of my friends tattoo themselves. Actually, no, to be fair, that hasn't happened in like 10 years, but that's still funny. I would still like that's hilarious. Welcome to Earth with 2. When she on Lolcow Queen, Xylee needs to confront. Fuck. Gabato with the 5. Dang, I see Violet from The Incredibles just has just really let herself go. See, here's my problem. Like, you can... I guess... Erudite is somebody who, again, as I say in every Erudite stream, has like a load of potential, but like the unfortunate reality is you can't be everything to everyone, and you kind of need to decide who you are as like a public figure, right? If I started, I don't know, if I transitioned my content to talking about really serious social issues or went back to politics or whatever, or if I transitioned to gaming or something, like it would be jarring for a large amount of the audience who knows me. And Erudite's caught in this weird place, and I don't think people understand this. When you're a political content creator, also being kind of like, and this is true for guys and girls, right? Also being like, oh yeah, but I'm also hot, and I'm also like, there's like this beautification element to me, or like there's this thirst trap element. People are going to take you less seriously. And this is just pure optics. I don't, like most people... in fact, fuck it, I'll just use myself. I was saying this to somebody else. When I first started in my career path, I used to wear shirts and ties all the time. Partly because I wear shirts and ties generally. That's my general look when I'm out and about. I like ties quite a lot. But when I'm at work, I am in a hoodie, and I'm in jeans, and I'm usually in combat boots. Because the expectation of a technical person is that we've kind of looked like we've been dragged through a hedge in my industry. And I found that when I dressed really smartly, and I talked to clients who were like, I don't know, say like they were in, what's a good example? Maybe like a farmer or something. They wouldn't take me seriously. Because they were like, what the fuck do you know? Have you ever done an honest day's toil in your life, boy? And you at some point need to dress at a level where people have like the expectation of you. And from a political side, people have this image of like you should be like, either you should like kind of do the kind of Vosh Destiny thing where you're kind of scruffy and you're a little unkempt and you look like a fucking nerd. Or if you're a woman, I think you should probably do the Anna Kasparian thing where it's like you look like a serious person, like as serious as possible. I don't even think Anna's very good at this. And that's an unfortunate reality, and it strikes me that the more Erudite has like gone on over the years, the reason I'm sort of critical of this is because Erudite is somebody who started wanting to be taken very seriously, and over time she's made herself less serious. And then it's like, well, the commentary on that is, you have made yourself less serious, bitch. Like, what do you want me to say? Do you want me to lie to you? I ain't your dad. Welcome to Earth with 2. This hoe is a lady incel. Get the setup for it. I mean, she's married. She's not a lady incel. She's just, you know, the man she's in love with has no interest in her, and she's married to another man. It's a very complicated situation.
Every single... Where the hell did I disappear to? First of all, depends on what window you're talking about. The last 2 to 3 months, it's called depression and anxiety. If you're talking about like the last...
The sound balancing here is terrible, but it's like, where was I? Depression and anxiety. I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, you can stream through anything, to be clear, but this is why this shouldn't become your job. Especially, like, an Erudite is somebody who has the qualifications to be doing something better than this, okay? Beckett, so you dress like John Constantine normally. I do need a new overcoat. I have quite, like, nice wax hunting jacket that I wear quite a lot, but sure. I wear jeans quite a lot, but usually with sort of, like, I have a nice pair of like suede boots. It's my general get up. And a scarf. I wear scarves an awful lot. Welcome to Earth. Thank you for the 2. Willie, she shouldn't be so fine. It's a crime. Jesus Christ, Willie. Well, you'd think that about anyone. Question, is the person she wants that's not interested in her destiny? Maybe. Right, okay.
2 years?
God of Law with the raid! How you doing, bro? It's been fucking ages. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Making law simple now. He got the name back. Welcome in. It's been fucking ages. I need to chat to you as well. If you're actually still here watching the chat, I need to talk to you about something because I've got like a thing. I need to chase you on. But yeah, I hope you're good. Where is the crab scarf? I still wear the crab scarf most days when I'm out and about. I wear this crab scarf an awful lot. I need to watch MLS more. Yeah, listen, MLS is great. I need to do another like Lego stream with him. He's a fucking great guy. Welcome to Earth with 2. Does this make Chris the Narc your Swamp Thing? Sure.
Working on bridges and working for Democratic election strategy. What that translates to is being paid as a consultant and having the Democrat Party be like, no, how about not doing that thing? Which...
So what she's saying is like here that she's been being paid as a Democratic consultant, which is fucking wild, by the way. Also, how much do people know about consultants and how fucking useless they can be? Where was she? Somewhere between Depressionville and Anxietyburg? Like, the truth is that very few people take consultants super seriously. It depends what they're consulting on. But very often when I've dealt with consultants, it's a case of babysitting. Yes! MLS, how you doing? What's up, all? We're good. We're just chilling. I need to talk to you soon, is what I was saying earlier, if you're just jumping over. Because we haven't chatted in a while, and I need some help with something. But I hope you're good, buddy. Thank you for the raid. Much appreciated.
If you've ever been a consultant, you know is exactly how the game works. They pay you to not listen to you. I did the bangs myself. No, I just trimmed these. I just tried to follow my new hairdresser that I got when I came to Florida is maybe the most...
Well, I mean, she's being asked to consult. Do you think Erudite caused Sunday to get demonetized? I don't know. I don't know. I have no evidence for this. I do know Erudite is unhappy with people covering her. So, you know. I don't think so. Is it possible that Sunday... The fact that Sunday got demonetized, Resi got struck with a community guidelines note, and so did Ico, is very interesting. But then I haven't heard about Queeman getting hit, and I haven't heard about me getting hit, so... I haven't heard about me getting hit. like, no one's told me that the channel's been struck. I'm off Discord now. Just email me or hit me up on X. Okay, based. We'll do MLS. So yeah, I don't know. The thing is, she's doing consulting work for like how to engage younger audiences and how to spread the message of the DNC. It's like, well, how the fuck would Erudite know? Erudite is just an arbiter of destiny. Like, what the fuck like, realistically speaking, what the fuck does Erudite know? What's her qualification to talk to kind of like PR and marketing experts? I'm not saying the DNC doesn't need like every bit of help it can get, but like, fuck me. How desperate are you?
Most talented hairdresser I have ever had. I have like regular, when I'm like chatting it up with like some of my friends that are very, very famous and women, like Alexis Knapp or others, or...
Holy fuck, I hate this. Is so cringe every time she does it. Oh my god, guys, when I'm talking to my famous friends, like my super famous friends, and they're super rich and they're super famous and they're so good. By the way, I can't afford a haircut. Like, I don't know how in the same like fucking 6-minute period you can be telling your chat you can't afford a fucking haircut. And at the same, in the same breath, be like, all my famous friends. What? Come on. What is that friendship? Like fucking poverty porn? Like, are you their like friend that like, we really give back to the community. Like, we're friends with Kyla. Gildo with the 2. I've been demonetized since 2022 over a meme. Jesus, the fuck did you do? I hate name droppers. Me too. Do you know who else hates name droppers? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Or ammo, they'll ask me who does my hair because the haircut is just so good. It's really, she just does an incredible job. I can wake up and just look good. That's how well she cut my hair. I didn't take
Tyler is taking credit for Sunday's demise. Oh, well, yeah, I'm sure he is. But the truth is, the only people who know why Sunday was demonetized are YouTube. That's it. Is it possible that multiple people were reporting Sunday? Yeah. Is it likely? After the Destiny shit? Yeah. Could be a lot of things. And until I know, I don't want to speculate. Because accusing somebody of getting somebody else's channel demonetized, I think is actually a pretty serious accusation. You know, if that came to light, I think that would be, yeah, fairly fucking serious.
a sabbatical. I just decided to put all of my eggs in one basket because I was like, I mean, social media, meh. It's probably not like my long-term goal, so I'll just put my money in like creating and building for other people. And then all of that didn't work. Where the hell did you disappear to? Me when I have no object permanence. Damn, Sabrina is fucking cooking today in Twitch chat. I think she gets our VIP Funny Chatter Award.
Oh my god, that's so desperate. Fucking hell, that's gay. Because, like, she had a go at her, for those joining us, she had a go at this chatter Sabrina earlier on, where she was sweeping up her hair. Sabrina was like, ooh, sweeping stream. And then she was like, oh, it's because I was sweeping. Yeah, like, Sabrina wins, I guess. And now she's, like, having to backpedal. Because she was a complete bitch when she saw Sabrina's comment.
Object permanence is a good one. Good meme! That is not how you spell kick. Is your hairdresser blind? She is not. She does braille read my hair, though. To get the energy from it, to get the vibes. Okay. Okie dokie, Amagoki. Hi, everyone. How's it going? We're going to talk about some fun stuff today. And by fun... How's it going? Shut up, Kyla on Kick. And we're going to talk about Harry Sisson and all the shenanigans that he's gotten into. Ooh, my farrier just got back to me. End of the day tomorrow. Oh, looks like you guys are getting a later stream tomorrow. Look, my...
Wait, is she just streaming every day? Is this what we're doing now? Like, Kyla is desperately trying to recover, like, financially and, like, credibility-wise by just throwing everything into streaming while she is anxious and depressed? Oh, fuck, the crash out of this is going to be fucking monumental, isn't it? I mean, it's interesting she says that she sort of threw all her eggs in one basket and was like, I'm going to build things for other people. Social media wasn't my thing, see? I don't know why I've made her into a gangster from the 1950s, but it's what she is now. I'll see if I remember the next time I want to do a Kyla voice. But, it's like, I don't know, bitch. Maybe you go get a job. Like, unironically, just go get a fucking job. Dude, if you're like, you can't afford a fucking haircut, go... I don't see many people donating in these streams, right? And she can't, like, on her general VODs on her video, she's getting, like, a couple of thousand views. Like, let's say 2 to 3,000, 2 to 5,000 views, average. That is not enough. That is not enough to live on. That's nowhere fucking near it, right? And she must still be paying her editor. Or at least still have her editor. Fuck. Kabato with 5. She's trying to be clever and funny, but she just sucks at it. Yeah, she's, It's not her... Look, her strong suit is talking about, like, psychology and shit. It's not being a comedian on the internet. It's not being funny. Otherwise you'd be more successful. I don't know what to tell you.
My horse comes first, and he needs his shoes off. because he's at like the 7 week mark, so they need to come off. Not Harry with an I, Harry with an RRY. Is she cooking today? Or is she still just stupid? The answer is yes. That's the answer.
You can see in her face how much she wants to hit back. That's really funny. That is the best way to handle it, by the way. I will be like, yeah, that is the right way to answer questions from chat like that. But she's so, you can see it. She's like, I want to tell this guy to go fuck himself. That guy, listen. That is a KYS face. Gilded with the 2. We all know how she pays her editor. Jesus fucking Christ. I have no comments. Blue Phantom with the 11. Hand over the gold stars, you fascist. Tell chat you're proud of them. Parasocial, let's go, I guess. Thank you, Blue Phantom. And as Blue Phantom has pointed out, you guys have hit the goal once again. Oh, listen. You're going to do well tonight. I believe in you. I believe in you. And as always, I'm very, very proud that you are my chat, okay? Many people hate their chats. I can see why. I cannot relate because you guys are fucking the best. Thank you so much. Enjoy your gold stars. Enjoy your gold stars. I want to bring this down a little bit. Here we go. Let's go to live chat. Let's move Carla over here. There we go. Nice and easy. Let's go.
Come on, Kick. Let me edit. AMA, welcome back. Harry Sisson. Fake feminist? Fake male. The key part here. Hello, Solar Expanse. Okay, guys, I am going to set... Oh, Wolfgang! Hey, girl, hey! Thanks for stopping by. Is the music more bearable now, or is it, like, still aggressively loud? Harry Soyson. Troy Prem said, hold my beer. I'll cause even more chaos. What would you guys do if I just went like this and just like lobbed a chunk of my hair off? Would you guys care? Probably not. If Erudite is stupid, I'm special needs. Look, here's the thing, okay? Somebody might be high IQ, but that doesn't mean they're smart. It just means they're very intelligent. But there's a lot of intelligent people who are not very smart. Okay? Damn Twitch.
Is this her questioning her life choices live on stream? I mean, I don't ironically agree with her. Having an IQ does not make you smart. It makes you intelligent, but like, yeah, there are a lot of dumb people with very high IQs who make terrible life choices. Why? Okay, Jack sent me this. I don't know what to do with this, but like, her tears are like $22? Fuck, maybe I should do that for a tier. I don't even know what my highest tier is. Is it like $8.50? Is my highest tier? She's got like 403 members. So let's just be like, okay, let's say she's got 403 members. I'm gonna get a calculator. We get a calculator out because I'm tired and I'm also retarded. I just want to do some. I want to do some quick math. So she's got 403 members. Just times that by 4 at a baseline. At a baseline, her Patreon is bringing in, even if every member is at the lowest tier, like 16, like 1,600 a month. Fuck, that's pretty good for like a Patreon. And that won't just be at that tier. Gilded 2. I have $100 tier. 2 people pay it, you pleb. Jesus, really? Fuck, we need to set up a channel Patreon. Fuck. Really? 100? What would I put on it? Do you guys want a Patreon? Should I set one up? Fuck. That's pretty funny. I might listen. Guys, we're gonna have a channel. We're gonna have a channel Patreon. Okay, fuck this shit.
Jacking up the frames hardcore for me. No, there's definitely some dropped frames. I'm trying to think about why that would be the case. Let's just close some extra. Close Steam. All the auto load. Maybe I'll close Obsidian for now.
Can I get a whole yeah? Yeah, you can start.
Pull a
Sprinter. How
Britney.
you doing? Thank you for
Fucking
thank
shave
you
my
for the
head.
5. I meant to pause
Oh,
that.
I should make an announcement. And I might hop in my room. So my Discord people actually watch this shit. They won't. All right, guys. I have so many thoughts, so many feelings. Do you guys have any thoughts and feelings? I just got back from the gym. It was my first day doing upper body in like 6 months.
I promise a printable letter in an email for the tier. I haven't done this yet. Metal Man with a 2. $100 tier sleep calls with Beckett. Fuck, if you want to get like directly give me like $100, I will fall asleep in a call with you. Okay? I will literally prostitute myself for a sleep call. That's fine. Blue Phantom with the $6. Okay, I'm gonna F off and try to sleep now. Enjoy being my background noise. Try not to lose those 2 brain cells that are fighting for 3rd place. Thank you. I will do my best. I'm fucking 2 maybe generous.
Because I
$100. Beckett sent you an actual gold star. Somebody asked me about. Actually, a few people have asked me about merch recently, so I might set some merch up at some point. I don't think I want to do merch before at least 10k. Okay, we'll see.
got the boob job. And
Connie, how you doing, bro? Welcome to Seething 07, much appreciated. Let's fucking go.
Then, rather than resting like you're supposed to, I said, but horses. And then 3 months ago, when I was basically fully recovered, I had I was riding. I reached down because my horse, I dropped a rein, got distracted.
I don't understand why Beckett is so into A-logging Erudite. She's so boring. It's spite. I know why I'm here. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. That said, though, I have seen that there are bits of this. We're not going to watch a 3 hour and 45-minute Erudite stream. Trust me. We're just picking through it, okay? But this bit caught my eye. There's another bit later. Gilded with the 2. Just a Beckett equals jab. So true.
So I was reaching down to pick up my rein, and my horse decided that there was something very scary behind him, and he kind of like jumped and twisted, and the horn, I don't know why I'm lifting my shirt. There's nothing, there's not there anymore. The horn like jabbed me like right here and like pulled. And I had this like massive bruise on the tit.
Is NSC crashing out? A little bit. This is a very weird stream.
That was healing the worst too, and it was like finally recovered. And it was like the whole thing, it was just so painful, okay? Yeah, boob job. I got a boob job in like June of last year. Yeah, boob bruise. But I think it like damaged the muscle underneath again. The horn is like the thing on the front of the saddle that sticks out and you grab onto, okay?
I don't understand, like, I don't understand how Erudite can complain about people like sexualizing her in a derogatory way when Erudite has spent all this time sexualizing herself. I mean, it's just dumb. You knew what was going to happen. It'd be like me saying, "Oh, well, I don't know why people keep drawing me in like weird fucking artwork. It's not like I encouraged this." It's like, "Yes, you did. Yes, I have." Getting boob jobs and having horses doesn't sound like someone who's planned well for her current precarious financial situation. Yeah, the prioritization's very fucking weird. I'd unironically buy a crab plush for myself. Yeah, listen, if I do plushies, it will be very far down the road because I'm not doing one of these fucking ridiculous funding things. If I do a run of plushies, I am going to buy all the plushies and then I'll sell them. Okay, I might do that. I am tempted, but I will need far more money for like the initial investment. She so casually lifted her shirt, pro, and then joked about how she has a bra on, so doesn't get why she'd do it. It's fucking bizarre behavior. Because it's intellectual. Have you not heard of the intellectual thirst trap, Beckett? Fucking hell. Star Sprinter with the 5. I think I've tipped enough to get a boob job, but then again, I absolutely hate being under the knife. Have more money. Thank you, I appreciate you. Don't want a boob job? Don't want surgery? Give me your money.
I could be describing a dick, really. The horn of the saddle. The horn of the saddle. Like the dick of the saddle, okay? The thing that you can grab onto. And it jabbed into my tit. Pulled. Hurt really bad. I just like bent over and flopped and was like crying. I didn't actually cry, but I was just like... And then I always ride on this bike trail. There's like this massive bike trail that's nearby the horses that goes to this massive forest system. So I was on the bike trail.
The ARG investigator, hey Becky, you probably won't see this, but I think you're cool. I did see it. I am also a loser on the internet, but I appreciate your comments. Don't give me an ego. It'll end badly for me as I crash out and become a lolcow. Rotting brain with a 5. If you do a blush crab or any plush, please put a squeaker in it. Would be great for the ADHD. I'll make a note. That's actually unironically a pretty good idea. Oh, fuck. I'm such a child. It's ridiculous. Oh my god, that would actually sell really well. Is this her normal content? Yeah.
Just like bent over on my saddle, being like, and these like sweet old people were biking. They're like, "Are you okay, miss?" And I was like, "I don't know how to tell you." Especially, I live in a very Republican state, right? So I don't know how to turn and be like, I have a fake boob job and I'm a whore and I just got it stabbed and it really hurts."
Okay, that's unironically funny. I didn't know what to do. Listen, I live in a Republican state and I didn't know how to tell the nice old couple I'm a whore. Bro, I don't think the nature therapy's working for you. What the fuck?
For cosmetic reason or the causes industry? No, I got the boob job for cosmetic reasons. The injury just made the recovery worse. So today was my first upper body day. Anyways, that's all I'm telling. This is a long story to tell you. Today is my first upper body day at the gym. My dream after the flowers video with Miley Cyrus came out that I would get shoulders like Miley, and now almost a year later we can start building towards that.
I'm sorry. Wait, what? Are you... What does this mean? Can some of the women help me? What does she mean by... Does she mean some kind of surgery to make her shoulders better? What? Lila Bug with 2. Can we 2 times speed like Malcolm does? No, I used to do a load of 2 times speed, and then I got bored. I was like, I can't. My brain doesn't work at that speed anymore. So, you're in a precarious financial situation. Your career that you've built is basically crumbling around your ears. And you're like, yeah, but shoulder surgery. I mean, like, sure, have goals, but... What? No, she means gains at the gym. Okay. Okay. I'm like, what? I don't know what this means. I think she means getting jacked. Okay. Okay.
Enhanced boobs pop if they're violently poked by something? I think so. They could pop like how testicles can pop, right? So I think so. I'm pretty sure. But it's like, it's underneath my muscle. So it takes a lot of pressure to pop a silicone thing. I trust Floridians are no strangers to breast augmentation. Yeah, but I'm in like a pretty old, like conservative rural area. So There's not a lot of boob jobs around me. Yeah.
I'll speed up a
Sash
little bit.
FM. Speaking of, a nurse took my EKG job and I
I'll
asked.
speed up a little bit, okay? It'll be nice. Important, I am drunk and we need to have a drinking stream at some point while you drink too. Yeah, I'm down to do that. I'm down to do a drinking stream.
In his professional life, even if I get breast augmentation, he said, do whatever makes me happy. He was kind of cute.
Becca doesn't understand working
Erudite,
out.
your boobs
True.
look great. I agree. And they should. I spent money on them. It'd be really unfortunate if somebody's like, those are a terrible job. Hey, Jeb. Anyways, we can stop talking about my tits now, as much as I'm sure you all allowed to talk about it. Okay. Unrelated to tits, although in some ways related to tits. Actually, I think more related to tits than not related to tits. Weird transition here. It's Jeb Tan's fault, okay? Weird transition here, but Harry Sisson. Has anyone heard the drama, the news, the tea on Harry Sisson? I did not know testicles can pop. They can. I've seen a video of this OnlyFans model that got paid to kick a guy with steel toe boots in the testicles. And it's my friend who shot the video did it in like 4K slow-mo, but the guy's testicles popped.
What the fuck is... What the... How are you going to transition to like serious... like... Because like Erudite's doing this thing at the moment where she's talking about how the left needs to be more selective. Like they need to keep the tank... You know that fucking talking point from every year ever since Trump got elected where it's like, we need to get rid of like the tankies and things. We need to get rid of like, we need to purity test a bit more on the left. And I'm like, okay, so your solution is to replace the left with people like you who were sat there talking about testicles popping. How is this better? Like, again, it's just another form of problem. I don't know what to tell you. Fucking ridiculous. Okay, I have to go. Her talking about testicles killed me.
In the kick. And so you can watch it in slow mo. She like swings, kicks him in the balls, and like his face as like there's first like pain of just like getting kicked in the balls, and then his eyes like almost roll back in his head and he like almost passes out because you could see the moment when like basically the testicle probably popped. Rhea, excuse you.
Get away from here.
Rhea. Could you bring me the ketchup? Sure. Thank you. Rhea. You whore! You fry whore! Anyway, sorry to drop that story on your life.
Cavado with the 2. Dang, that's nuts. I bet the video blew up. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, that's 2 good puns.
But yeah, that's a thing that can happen. Your testicles can rupture, and I've seen a 4K slow-mo video of a guy having it done to him. Do you want to hear the craziest thing about that story beyond a guy paying to have his dog? Because this guy had paid this.
I can't see why she wasn't taken seriously as a consultant. It's a mystery for which there is no solution. Who's the Biff? Oh, that's her husband, Nick. You may not recognize him if he's not sat in a cuck chair.
OnlyFans model, like multiple times. He'd been kicked in the balls by her dozens of times.
Do you read my text?
No.
Oh, you read my text.
Oh, like the big long 7? Yeah, I read that.
Okay.
That was like my first thought when I saw the Harry Sisson story.
Okay.
It was basically being like, imagine if the roles were reversed. Like nobody would give a fuck. At worst, they'd be like, no, actually, they'd be like, how dare these girls think that they have any right to information on her body? These boys, yeah, you get it.
Yeah, that reversed.
Mm-hmm.
What? What? If this was reversed, and if the Harry Sisson story was reversed, and it was a woman talking about, like, if it had been a woman, like, doing this with a load of guys, half the internet would be calling her a whore. More than half. Everyone would be like, this bitch is a fucking whore. What do you mean? Like, and she'd, like, led on a load of guys for attention and to get more views and things. It would have been, like, if anything, I think, like, it would be a different conversation. But if a female, like, political content creator did what Harry Sisson did, it would have, like, it would actually probably have got, if anything, more attention. I'd be, like, again, it wouldn't be treated with the same seriousness. Like, it wouldn't be like, well, this person's, like, fucking being an abuser or whatever. And again, I think this about the Harry Sisson stuff. I think that the argument that he's like a monster for this, or he's like an abuser, is fucking crazy. But the idea that no one would care or whatever is just not true.
Good. I spent the whole time on doing my makeup really pretty because I was trying this new trend that I sent to Enya that's very cute.
Mm-hmm.
Is my makeup cute?
No. It doesn't look massively different though. Oh, it's like a wing, but it's like a blurry wing.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah,
It doesn't show up super well over camera. Like, it's hard to tell. It's hard to differentiate.
Yeah.
I think subtleties are usually lost on camera.
Yeah, I think for camera I'll stick to like strict, strong, structured wings.
Yeah.
But it looks cute in person.
Yeah, it's good.
I was gonna do green color contacts today too.
It achieves the same effect as wings, but like subtle.
Yeah.
You can.
What the fuck is going on? Why is she brought her husband? Okay, so Erudite has this whole thing now because everyone thinks that she's in love with Destiny. I mean, anybody with, eyes or who's seen them interact with each other and seen her then interact with Nick. And it's like, she said in one of the other streams that that's like the anxiety was causing marital issues. So now anytime Nick's around, they are like super fucking, she's like a woo with him. She's like pushing her fingers together. Does it look pretty? I'm like, fuck, this is worse than the cuck chair thing. This is just... Can we do a calorie count of the Dairy Queen protein? No, we can't, Queen Bee. No, we fucking can't. That's bitchy even by my level.
It's a cream contour wing. You use contour cream, but you wing it.
Okay.
And blend it.
Yeah. No, but why are you pulling my nipple?
Can you make me a protein shake by any chance? I was doing my makeup the whole time and I didn't make one because I'm very silly and bad. There's no world that you can get mad at me for flipping out your nip and then you do that.
Stop pulling my nipples out. Someone asked for a flex.
Ray, you're so excited. Can you flex too?
What do you ask for? Protein shake?
Yeah, 2 scoops. Okay, anyways, crazy story about this testicle guy. So, guy gets kicked in the balls.
But she's being quirky and random, Beckett. Yes, that's who I want to take my political consultation from. The quirky random girl. Fuck me.
With steel toe boots, his testicle ruptures, he goes to urgent care.
And here's the difference, by the way. Before anyone's like, but Beckett, don't you work in a very serious sector and do serious things? Yeah. But again, I'm not, like, I don't have an overlap between... This is how I relax. Every element of this, from the, like, consultation stuff to her streams, is her job in political consultation. That's the qualification for it. It's like, if you saw this, if like a politician sees this, they're gonna be like, yes, this person clearly knows how to reach out to people and like connect with my voters in my district. No, of course fucking not. Could you get younger voters in? Sure, but you could probably have the same impact by doing a fucking press conference at a strip club. Hey guys, look how, and actually, fuck, wasn't there a judge who did this? Like a judge who wanted to get elected, like started to hang out with like members of the community with, shall we say, a more criminal leaning. And he was like, listen, if you elect me, if you elect me as your judge, I'm going to convict less of you. So it's like they could do that. But I mean, if you're going to lean into this angle, just go all the way. Start doing, you want to get the youth vote? Start doing your talks like while you're riding a skateboard. Give a speech at a strip club. Like, good CPMs at strip clubs. True. Listen, it's a slightly captive audience. You got 2 girls dancing next to you naked, and you're like, let me tell you about the current tax rate. Like, listen. People need the background sound. I'm not saying that politicians should do this. I am saying, though, you should pay me for political consultation so I can tell you to do this. Metal Man with the 2 relaxes by watching Nutso Erudite streams and cackles. Listen, I never said the way that I relax is normal, okay? I'm a very broken person. I think I'm very open about this.
I think suck out the blood. I don't know what they do in that case, but he goes to the hospital, gets released the same day after getting looked at and treated or whatever. He paid the girl for this. He goes back the next day. It's at a con. It's at like a fet con. Goes to the same girl and pays her to kick him in the balls again after he just ruptured one. Isn't that crazy? And she was like, look, I will for your money, but I'm not kicking you as hard. Like, there's no world that I'm kicking you that hard. I ruptured your ball. Like, we're not doing that. The gonad explosion.
Kabato with the 5. Oh, we're back to the ball story? Good, I'm just getting a kick out of it. Listen, she knows where the content's at, okay? Can't blame her. She's doing super well.
Brina is just pithy today. Hello. Hey, girl, hey. So, anyways, that's my fun story of testicular rupture. I have to show you guys this meme because it's so true. Raya, seriously, girl, shut the fuck up.
Over here? Fine.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Anything else?
Nope.
Master?
Nope.
What do you want for dinner?
Why is this just true? Also, gotta say, I feel like teenagers are getting greater jawline game. It's like they've all just invested in French genes. Not pants, like genetics.
Maybe they're mewing.
Maybe they are mewing. It's actually true that they all fucking look like this.
You know what's annoying? So I've had a bunch of people say that it's like that's like the broccoli head hair. People keep saying
No, we're talking about the face though.
No, they're talking about the hair too, dummy.
It's mostly about the face though.
No, it's definitely mostly about the hair.
Nah.
Yeah, you have no idea. Broccoli head is the term used to describe teenage boys.
They're already saying that you have the same hair.
You're so fucking stupid. You're all so fucking stupid. I have a mullet.
He's so mad.
I have a mullet.
He's so mad.
It's not the same at all.
Okay.
You know
what? We don't have.
Can we stop trying to bring back mullets, please? Like, the fuck? Okay, yeah, listen, I've learned this over the years. I'll like cop to it. Don't turn your partners into content. If your partner is also a content creator, don't do content with them. It's bad. It's really, really bad. It's never good. It never ends well. I'll hold my hands up to it. It never ends well, okay? Kill yourself. Deny you're even married, okay?
Have broccoli heads. We don't have broccoli heads.
Timu Hassan? Holy fucking shit, Jilly. Oh my god. Oh, fuck, I can't unsee it. Oh. Okay.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
There's one thing. There is one thing that's the same, right? It's that I have curly hair. It's that I have curly hair. That's the only similarity.
We don't have broccoli heads on stream. Get out of here. Thank you for all my food.
You're about to break TOS.
Broccoli head?
No, because if you keep talking to this, I'm going to abuse you.
Goodbye.
You actually think this looks the same?
I will say this. Their relationship looks a fuckload better than the last time I saw them on stream together. Like, it does look like they have, broadly speaking, resolved their issues. Isn't it interesting? And listen, again, I don't like Erudite, but I am happy. Like, I don't want her to, like, fucking, like, lose her husband and shit. But isn't it funny that now that she's not interacting with Destiny as much, now that that relationship has, like, fallen apart, isn't it funny that her relationship with her husband seems to have, broadly speaking, recovered? Isn't that fucking hilarious? It's almost like been there, she's about to crash. Well, that's an interesting take. How fake is it? That's the question. I don't know. I don't think either of them are particularly good at faking things, actually. Genuinely. I don't think either of them are particularly good at faking things. Mullets are all the rage down under, and I'm here for it. Fuck off, Freddy. I did listen. Mullets are terrible. They'll always be terrible. You're all fucking coping, okay? I think they're doing this because she's streaming. Maybe. I mean, you know, they must be aware of, like, what the outcome is. Listen, I'm going to be hopeful. Fuck all you guys. I'm going to be hopeful that their marriage is okay, okay? Writing brain with a 5. Waiting in line at a concert, I heard a 12-year-old boy say, in full seriousness, I'm mewing. I almost ended it. I felt my age. I don't know what mewing means. I've got no fucking idea. And that is not an invitation to explain it to me. I value my ignorance. In fact, if you try and explain it to me, I will time you out. I will actually time you out for trying to explain to me what mewing is. Do not do it. For those of you typing that comment, stop. Stop typing now. Okay. Hey. It's also good to see Freddy Drongo. I haven't seen Freddy in ages. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Cabado with the 5. They solved their relationship in the nick of time. That's the husband's name, right? Yes, it is. Good pun. Based.
They're so mad. Go away. Nobody cares.
You think it looks the same?
Yeah, they all think that you kind of look like that.
Let's see. I mean, he's not wrong. See, I'm right. Stupid. You have to
just play the race card.
You have the kid's hair with extra.
Metal Man with the 2. $100 Tim. Beckett grows a mullet. Could you fucking imagine?
Okay, you know what? Fine. Extra steps. I'll take it. Let him defend himself. Okay, valid. You don't.
Mewing is when you get the Pokemon Mew to start crying. I know that's not what it is, but I am also fine with that answer.
Have a mullet. Oh, it's gone. What did it say? You don't have a mullet? What?
You got to work harder for the front or something like that.
I'm fine with the Goonies. I don't care. Actually, it doesn't look the same at all. I have bangs. Okay, I'm moving on.
Men are so annoying.
You're a bitch.
I'm much younger than you and don't know either, so fuck, even the fucking Zoomers don't know. Thank you for the 2, though. Insane mullet business in the front, party in the back. Listen, Diesel didn't see me today. My hair is very short at the moment. Stop fucking lying, bro.
But actually, men are so
That's
annoying.
why he's been off camera lately? Okay, guys.
Like, how is it that men just be like rolling up here and they're like, I want pillows. Like, pillows aren't for you. Pillows aren't for you. Ick.
Do you want Strawberry Sunday?
Yee.
You're welcome.
You're also talking about how you like want good drinks. Good drinks are not for the boys. That's not what they're for. You don't get them. Okay? Not for you. They're not for you. They're for the girly pops. Have you guys seen this meme? I'm quoting something if you don't realize this. 80% of manhood is having unreasonably strong opinions about trivial shit. I think that's called existing in 2025, okay? I saw that pillow tweet. It's not a tweet, cause it's a fucking reel. It's an Instagram, Twitter, TikTok. There we go.
Fucking, okay, whatever.
Hi, Vikram. That's a really indirect way to tell me I'm hot. Do. It's actually now just an ASMR stream. You get to listen to me eat ice cream. Oh, it's so good.
This is intensely fucking weird. I'm sorry. This is intensely weird behavior from anybody. Guys who eat on stream. Like, I had to find something to play so I could eat a fucking pasty. Mewing is when you act like a kitten. Duh. That sounds close enough to be true, but I don't think that's what it is. I'll let it go. Thank you, Commander with the 2. Star Sprinter, one must learn it is okay to not go down the rabbit holes and enjoy the bliss of never knowing what mewing is. So true. Thank you for the 5. It is. It's accurate. It's just accurate to my life.
Okay, let's actually get to the content of today, which is Harry motherfucking Sisson.
Also, listen, I like Alcopops. I'm very open about this. There's a drink in the UK that is blue. It is an Alcopop. It's called WKD. It tastes like candy. I really like it, and I am man enough to admit that I like the candy girly Alcopop drink. It's delicious. I also like whiskey and gin and many other things, but I really like WKD. It's great, okay? There you go. I'll just own the position. Fuck all these people like, I need to drink manly things that taste like dishwashing powder. I'm like, fuck off. Okay? Drinking good tasting beer as well, fuck, like, I have to have gluten-free beer, which sucks, but like Peroni gluten-free beer is, oh my god, it's really good. There's also like a brand that's basically just gluten-free beer, I think it's called Dakar or something like that. Oh, that stuff's really nice. Anyway.
He is part, if you don't know who Harry Sisson is, let me show you.
Okay, I legitimately want to hear Erudite's take on this, okay, but we are going to jump ahead shortly. Star Sprinter with the 5 goal. Fucking hell, guys. I barely set the goal only like 5 minutes ago. And here you are. beating it into submission. And I am very proud of all of you. Please enjoy this gold star. You're doing very well tonight. I really appreciate every single fucking one of you. Let's fucking go.
Hold on, we'll find him. But he's, you know, like that young lib debate boy TikTokers that look like they've all crawled out of like a boy band. Like it's the boy band of debate TikTokers. I don't know how it happened, but that's what it is. It's Dean Withers, Parker, Chris Mowry, and Harry Sisson. The 4 23-year-old fuckboy looking.
Oh fuck, where is this? Where is this? I had this earlier. Hold on. Dean Withers. Okay, there is a clip of Dean Withers. They're all getting shit, by the way, now, and it's pretty, some of it's pretty fucking funny. So, I think it's this. This one.
So kind of you. Let's get 200 big W's for Robert. And was a bad because you're not afraid to show emotion, Robert. That is so kind of you. Let's get 200 big W's for Robert. And was a bad spin. Did you vote for Trump?
Absolutely, but what I wanted to come up and say is I think Harry actually just got his first W. I think what he's doing. I think he's awesome, and I think you're a little bitch, and I think.
Metal Man with the 2. This stream has been 14 hours. Look at his face. He doesn't know what to do. He's getting like tons of these call-ins from people who would like. He's actually, like he's doing really well. He's doing really well. Oh fuck.
Jaden's a bitch.
Hey, watch this. Quick question: how many continents are there?
7, you dumb piece of shit.
Why don't you got a name
twink
of
little?
He's trying to do the intelligence test. Hey, why don't you name the continents, Mr. Republican man? Why don't you tell me how many continents there are? Like, dude, bro, can you like fucking chill out? What the fuck? I hate when people do this as well. It's like, you think you're smart? How many books? Can you name me like 10 books you've read in the last year? It's like, bro. How desperate are you for that win? How desperate for that W are you, you fucking... Like, this... I fucking hate these people. Jenny got mad at me the other day. She was like, it sounds like you hate left-wing, like, fucking influencers more than you hate the right-wing ones. And I'm like, listen, I'm very black-pilled on all of this shit at this point. I'm very, very black-pilled. I'm almost... If I wasn't mad about any of this shit, I'd be completely apathetic to it. But, like trying to get a W, but like, how many continents are there? Fuck off.
You're a twink faggot.
Okay, and well, you know, gotta wow. Follow the script.
Damn, they always expose their internet history.
Yeah. Never mind the fact. Here's my position on Dean and the whole Harry thing. By the way, I don't personally. This is my belief and my opinion. I don't believe there's no way he could have known this shit. There's no way that, like, there's no way he didn't know at least an inkling of this. And it's like, you're responding? Because Harry, like, as I will remind those of you who didn't see the stream that I did on this, Harry and Chris talked about this publicly before the thread even came out, before this ever got traction. So the idea that Dean just didn't know anything, crazy. Crazy. It's because of the public pressure of the thread, and now he has to sort of go, ooh, no guys, I'm one of the good ones still. Fuck off, come on.
Johnny.
Yo, Harry W. Harry W. Fuck them hoes. Who gives
I
a
swear
shit
to
about
God,
those
I've seen
thoughts?
you in person before.
Who gives a shit about those thoughts?
Okay.
I've seen that exact person before.
Hey, Johnny, I just want to let you know, man.
Shut up, D, you little bitch. Stop being a little whore.
Oh, you're on mute.
Jesus Christ.
We understand that every first date you've went on has led to a restraining order. But just
that's why the girl you took on a date called you a mid.
I don't know if you can start saying that when you are desperately fucking muting the person. You can't do that as a streamer. You can't be like, I'm gonna mute you so I can get my little jab in. Bro, you're not even good at this. What the fuck? This is what, unironically. Unironic, yeah, 1 HP voice. Unironically, this is why Kamala lost the election. It's all your fault, Dean. Live with it.
Just to be honest, man.
Oh, hey, that's...
Just to be honest, like, it is bad to take that resentment, anger, because you're not a high value man and try to project that onto the women around you.
You can't be doing this red pill shit while two of the closest people you were working with were fucking like just begging for nudes every day from like random women. What are you talking about?
And not only is it bad for very...
He's acting like Brianna Wu talking to Queeman. Fucking true, that's bang on. Oh, fuck. Fuck, we need to watch some Counterfire. Connor did a new Counterfire and I need to watch it. I saw Queeman cover like a little bit of it. And I was like, oh, I need to watch this. And it went on my list and we never did it. Okay, after we're done with Erudite, we're going to look at Connor.
Obvious ethical concerns that I don't think you care about. But it's definitely ensuring that you will never be touched by a woman. Not even your mom, dude. Moving on, here we go.
He has to say that while they're muted. You like, because he's doing this. Oh, look at the little face. Oh, no, that's. Oh, look at it. Look at it. Oh, you can't do that when you're fucking muting the person because you're terrified of them responding to you. Dude. Do you think anybody is fucking thirst trapping? Apparently, actually, they are. Like, I don't understand any of this fucking... Twink culture needs to die, man. It's fucking dire, okay?
Not even your mom, dude. Moving on, here we go. All right, everyone just give us one moment here. We got Hayden loading up into the box. Because you're not...
Okay, apparently.
What's going on? How do you?
What's up, brah?
Hey, what's going on? How do you?
Good, brah.
Okay. I didn't ask you how you are. I asked you how old you are.
Oh, shit. What? 22, brah.
What?
What's up, brah? No. Yo, brah. 22, brah.
Yeah, even your brother's
Yo,
like,
bro.
what the fuck are you doing? See,
Yo,
even
bro.
See, even in the background, even your brother's like, what the fuck is this guy doing?
Yo, bro. Yo.
We're gonna go. All right, we're probably gonna do around another 30 minutes of debates and head over to YouTube.
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah, maybe even a little bit less on the debates. I don't know yet. I don't know,
Okay.
quite frankly.
I have world's quickest question for you.
You have been
Hey.
Thanos snapped. I'm
All
so
right.
sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I hope you understand. I'm so sorry. What's going on? How old are you? Wow, we got banned anyways. Very surprising, quite frankly. We got banned anyways.
They got banned? Oh my fucking god. Listen, these guys are not having a good fucking week. Oh.
Give us a minute. What's going on? How
Oh,
old are you?
bro. I fucking hate these guys. I really do. I really do. Listen, I don't like seeing anyone get banned, but also it's from like TikTok, isn't it? So yeah, I don't care. No, I'm kidding. That's a joke. Don't clip that out of context. No. Okay, anyway. Fuck, guys. My brain hurts out of just watching them. The stream has been 14 hours. Yeah, I know. I feel it. Good evening, Nicandros. How you doing, bro? Oh, I mean, good morning. It's like 5 a.m. here. Gaballo with the 5. He hardly looks good here when he's denying them the ability to talk. Bro, that's a stretch.
TikTokers. Andrew Tate is suing a bunch of X account for defamation. Good luck.
Wait, what was that?
Andrew Tate is suing a bunch of X account for defamation. Good luck.
Oh yeah, I heard about this. Tate's like threatening to sue people for like saying that he's a rapist or some shit, which, you know, is kind of funny. I'm gonna be honest, because you have to prove damages, right? Like, I suppose you could just be like going, well, listen, I've got the money to sue you, so fuck you, I'm gonna do it anyway. Which, you know, hey, fucking color me surprised, bro. Like, I don't understand how the Red Pill Bros can still support this guy. Tate is so happy. Yeah, well, sort of has to be at this point. Why is she oily and wet? Genetics? I don't know. I don't know whether it's a look she's going for, but Erudite has managed to capture the I've just stepped out of the shower look perfectly. It's kind of impressive.
It started with Hunter Avalon. Mm-hmm. They're kind of like, mm-hmm. Here we go. Here's him, just so you can see what he looks like.
Donald Trump has ruined America's reputation so much that politicians in Canada, one of America's biggest allies, are now telling their citizens to just not...
They look like the kind of guys that, like, significantly older, like 50-plus women are inappropriate in how they talk to them, right? Kind of that, like, fuck boy, a little bit twinky, where you're like, is he gay or is he just fashionable? It's really hard.
I don't think you can be a charismatic figure if your name is Withers. True. Unironically, fucking true.
Hard to know. Girls love that shit, okay? Didn't know debaters? Yeah, apparently there's a whole debate scene on TikTok.
I sent you the picture of their group photo at the White House. It's got like all of them.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
yeah, on Discord?
Yeah, it's like the ultimate. It's like the
bro team?
Yeah.
Who's that? Oh.
Dean.
No. Oh, yeah.
Also, read my DM.
Okay. Open link. Where's the site?
Okay, we're gonna go ahead a bit.
The boys.
Intelligent. Mm-hmm. Okay. So anyways.
Did I go past it?
See what I'm dealing with.
I went past it. Hold on.
Abby. They're all like this.
Yeah, like that.
It's 45 degrees my angle.
I don't know. Your every angle is beautiful.
Aww.
But like you like if you go to his Twitter, he's got this one photo of him flexing, and he looks huge in it. But it's because he's got his arm. Hold on, fuck. Like everyone looks huge from this angle, right? It's like you've got your arm down and flexed, so there's definition, and then his body is pulled away, so that the arm creates the illusion that there's torso all the way here, sort of thing. Hold on, I'm gonna. Fuck, I can't figure it out. But it's something like that. Where
what the fuck is going on? Dude, math teacher def molested one of them. Gabato with the 2. Co-Rise with the 2. Think there is a version of Twitch poll on TikTok? There is, basically, yeah. It's where a lot of it's moved. There's a version of the ACC on TikTok, for fuck's sake. Kabato with the 5. All right, I'm gonna head out now. You won't have to deal with my shit puns anymore, Beckett. See you, chat. See you, Beckett, in chat. Have a good night. I'll catch you in a bit, buddy.
the arm makes it look like there's more body, but there's no more body, basically. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, but it's like if I lift my arm up, you can see there's not more body there. You know what I mean?
You're saying ooga booga words to me. Get the fuck out of here. I'm shy. I don't want people to see my nipples. Get out of here, Jeff Nibbard. Small man, big arms. All right. Nick is in pretty good shape. Nick is in the top, probably 1 to 2% of in shape. Okay, he's very in shape. Don't. I see you. I know what you want.
This is so weird. This is so weird. Why does she have a barrel? Why does he have barrel chest and no arms? Listen. You guys in chat can make whatever comments you like about Nick, but I am a nerd who has not worked out in years. Okay, listen. I'm at the point in my life where I go for walks. Okay, I go for a nice walk. That's my exercise. And unless I go and buy a rowing boat again, that'll probably remain consistent.
There is a 95% chance that I will be giving you most of the fries. Okay, so just wait. Just be patient, young lady. So you guys can see what I'm dealing with. Okay, absolute terrorist right here. Absolute terrorism happening by this young lady. Oh god. Oh, it's fine. All right. I fucked it up. It's fucking crooked. This is an abomination of a stream.
This is possibly one of the most fucking... This isn't like a crash out stream, but it's real fucking close. Do you know what I mean? It's like one of those streams where you're like, what we're doing here is a close to a crash out stream. Now...
Hey, the only thing
We're just like on the edges.
Are you tired of defending Destiny?
I don't defend Destiny. I don't think I've ever, in the entire time of this drama, ever said anything other than his behavior was wrong. I've literally never defended Destiny.
No, hold on. Hold on a second. Because, and this is why I heard that there's a couple of shots at chat. Because I don't think that's true. I think that's what Erudite's saying, but I don't think that's true. Now, Erudite's words are like, if Destiny's done these things, these are very wrong, and I'd have to cut ties. But every time Erudite has given herself a line, that line in some way has been breached, and Erudite has continued and been like, oh yeah, okay, well, we're still friends. We're still going to do work together. It's like, and it really highlights my issue here, because Erudite, it's very simple. I just want you to be consistent in your moral positions. Is what Destiny did wrong? You agree that yes, it is. Okay. Well, as you knew about it, and we're talking about the stuff that Erudite knew about, right? Because she was negotiating with Pixie. So, at that point, is that not the point where you're like, well, I'd cut business ties with him? Is that not the point where you'd start looking for an exit strategy? Because you had months to start looking for an exit strategy and didn't do any of it. So for me, it rings a little bit hollow. So publicly, you might be like, oh, this is really bad and everything else. And he needs, like, you know, to be sorry and to fix things. It's like, by your standards, right? Like, Erudite didn't really want Pixie to, like, ask for money and stuff. They wanted, well, how do we rehabilitate Destiny? And here's the problem. Erudite doesn't really have any fucking principles. What Erudite has is, this person is nice to me, therefore I like this person. That's it. That's literally it. That's the baseline. Hey, Aiko, how you doing? Welcome in. Welcome in. She was defending him before the Sunday video dropped, for fuck's sake. Well, she was basically saying, she basically said, oh, well, so we don't know the details. Do people want me to stop being friends? The fact that she was, like, joking about the, like, Nick Fuentes getting his cock sucked thing on Twitter. Well, you were clearly making light of the fact that these images got dropped, yeah. But Beckett, think of the horses. She needs that money. I don't understand how you've got horses but can't afford a fucking haircut. Like, what is... I mean, I know there's a question of, like, prioritization, right? But... what is going... How are you affording the fucking horses? God. Maybe I'm being man-pilled because my haircut costs, like, not as much as Erudite's, right? I mean, well, I fucking hope anyway. Fuck. She probably deluded herself into thinking Tiny would find some way out of the debacle and they would happily move forward. She did! You can see this she released her messages with him, and despite saying, well, we actually had some very heated conversations about this, the messages that she released are her saying, like, pros and cons, this might just fade out. You know, you might lose a friend, but that's pretty much it, isn't it? I'm just like, oh my god. Because it is a mullet. Fuck off, Diesel. Why is... okay, I was going to be like, why is Diesel bullying me? And then I'm like, when the Internet Explorers episode comes out, it'll make sense. I'm meaner than I normally am. Did you get to the part where I triggered her and she shows my stream? That happened to be the one who was struck for hate speech after. I haven't got to that bit yet. Now listen, I did get asked earlier, like, do I think Erudite struck Sunday and Rezi and Aiko? I don't know. I think accusations of striking channels are really fucking serious and they need good evidence behind them. It is weird though. It is weird. It could just be Erudite's audience reporting people. It could be DGG. I don't fucking know. But it is weird, right? It is weird.
But don't worry, Just looks really smart. Like, for sure. He's so smart. He's really, really intelligent. Okay. So anyways.
Hold on.
Harry Sisson. One of the boys.
Hold on.
Okay.
What was this?
Harry Sisson. Like, for sure. Anything other than his behavior was wrong. I literally never defended Destiny. But don't worry, just looks really smart.
What the fuck? Why are you just taking shots at Just Ilk? Oh, fuck. Well, actually, Just Ilk's really smart, guys, because I don't like him now. Why? Because he had some principles, and, like, again, I've had my criticisms for Just Ilk. I think I've actually said those criticisms to him privately. But, again, he took a stand on something he believed in. Listen, he's not a perfect actor. But he's certainly doing better than fucking Erudite is. Are you kidding me? What the fuck?
Like, for sure. He's so smart. He's really, really intelligent.
women cutting their own hair can be shortened for, isn't my manic pixie dream girl breakdown charming? Fucking true. Holy shit.
Intelligent. Okay. So anyways, Harry Sisson, one of the boys. Okay? This is him. He is a TikTok debater, rose to prominence, and he's kind of like, it seems like the Democrats, like the Congress people, like love him the most. They have had him in the White House often. I think he might have met Joe Biden. I could be wrong about that. Look. I've never said I'm smart. That's the whole point of the name, not so erudite, okay? That's the whole meme.
This is somebody who thinks they can give advice to, like, fucking Democrat, like, fucking politicians to get elected. I listen, democracy in the West is fucked. Maybe it deserves to be. Do you know what? Maybe it deserves to be. Maybe we're all wrong. Maybe fuck this shit. Maybe fuck this shit. That's what I think. Maybe fuck this shit. Roll on the death camps. It's for the best. I'm so fucking done. I'm so fucking done. Fuck.
Vikram, please don't hold water for Destiny. What he did was wrong. It was just wrong. There's no, like, buts. Okay. So, drama drops from him from Sarah Fields. I'm sure many of you... Oh, we're getting TTS.
What is this comment? Kyla now owns the company, but Destiny kept the studio and equipment. That's fucking brutal. Layla Bug with 2. I mean, I cut my own hair because it's free. Listen, I cut my own hair. I've had like 3 different fucking speeches about this tonight. They are speeches, little mini monologues. Thank God she never opened a clinic. Imagine trying to get off crack and your therapist looks like they crawled out of a dealer's den. Oh, dude. Oh, fuck. I strongly disavow. I think he is streaming to a bigger audience than she is, lol. Depressingly. Who was I talking to earlier where I was just like, Destiny's still streaming to like 10k people? It's like, well, you know, Trump's in the White House. Fucking kill me.
Thanks, baby. Baby's got it. Freya, please be careful. Don't lay under the desk. That's dangerous.
Took a break from animating to draw for the mullet bit. I'm fucked.
McQuillan. I don't also hear the TTS, but I saw the money come through. Whatever. All right. Sarah Fields decides to report on this. Probably worth pointing out, she is a Republican state delegate and precinct chair. Also apparently an investigative journalist. I'm going to be super honest from the very beginning. Sarah Fields is the most underwhelming she is an investigative journalist in the way that Laura Loomer is an investigative journalist, okay? Very little timeline, very little investigating alternative opinions. But I'm going to be clear, I'm not really interested in holding a lot of water for Harry. We'll get into my opinion of like what's good, what's bad, blah, 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 blah. So this tweet drops, okay?
Oh, fuck, this one's actually really good. Oh, I can't hate that. That's pretty good. Damn. Do I need to start growing my hair again? I do this every once in a while. I'm like, oh, it looks so good with long hair, but I don't. It's always a mistake, and then I get annoyed halfway through the process. This is actually ridiculous. Fuck. Ah, god damn it.
Not this one, actually.
You're gonna give me a complex.
This is not the main one. Hold on. We'll find it. Blah, 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 blah. How can I not find the original tweet? It's been a few days.
Okay, fuck me.
Just so you guys know,
Shut up.
I'm not going to watch all emotional connections and a deeper relationship with romantic nature. However, he also made it...
I tell a lie. I don't care what Not So Erudite's opinions on this are. We're going to go ahead a little bit because there is one other bit that I want to have a look at. And then we can move on. Just buy a wig, Becky. I can't buy a wig. I can't seriously come on camera with a wig. I'm not fucking Jess Pizzle.
Say, I think to see hickeys in that video requires a high level of zooming in and fixating. So, as of right now, Harry has not apologized for his behavior. However, he has no other claims against him. So, what are people's issues here? One of the biggest issues that I think is actually worth engaging with is fake male feminists. Stroke his cheeks. I suspect that Sabrina was like, where's the porn at? So, I have for a long time had a strong dislike of fake male feminists. And to be clear, I have never been convinced that Harry Sisson isn't one of these people, in large part because I think to be towing the PC liberal democratic line, you basically have to do a lot of posturing around women's stuff specifically, or you cannot be part of the left group. Like, you will get kicked out, especially as a man. As a woman, you have a little bit more flex, right? Most women would agree that I'm left-leaning. They just don't like that I have, like, atypical feminist perspectives, but I wouldn't get kicked out because I'm a girl. For a man, especially to be in the very traditional democratic liberal PC space, you have to be very pro-women, right?
Like Destiny. How could you say that, Franklin? Jesus. Dark. Listen. Side notice, I noticed Nick has a tattoo of a lion wearing a crown of thorns. Wait, really? Did I miss that? Fuck me. Listen, I have some terrible tattoos. I can't comment on other people's tattoos. Fuck me. What is going on with this shit? Like, who... is this Erudite? Is Erudite seriously trying to blend these two? Listen to the... Do you know what? I will give Erudite that she's better than Denims, but it's like not by much. Do you know what I mean? Like, fuck. Come on.
You have to respect women. That's like the biggest thing. And I'm not saying respecting women is good or bad. What I am saying is that the Democrats certainly don't care, and it's definitely not part of the culture or the prerequisites to respect men. There's an obvious level of unique treatment that the left gives women. You know, you might say that that's justified, and to some degree, I would say I agree with you. The question is it justified in this situation? So there are the girls that are coming forward. A lot of them are wanting him to be canceled. They want his career to be over. They think that basically all of his values are fake. One, I do not know how you exist in the liberal space as a white young...
No, they actually don't. Have you listened to the comments from these girls? Most of it is to do with the fact that they are pissed off because he started dating somebody else, and they think it should be highlighted so people are aware. But most of them are like, we knew what we were getting into, and he lied to us. But, like, I don't think anybody's actually called for it. Like, any of the girls have, like, other than Hannah, have called for, like, cancellation level shit. What?
Young male, and not have some level of performative feminism, because it's required. Now, I will say for Harry that it would be better if he was less performative about woman-related stuff in the past, because I think he just is a womanizer. Obviously, he's got like 11 women going on at the same time.
This is such a fucking dumb topic for her to cover. I can see why she gets Destiny questions. Like, what? Like, she's doing this thing about purity testing and everything else, but it's like, the drama you are in and she is in a drama, whether she fucking wants to be or not. It like, you just don't cover stuff like this. You separate yourself from it. It's like fucking wild to continue on this path. Like, obviously, like, again, there's another VOD she did, like, talking about, like, H3H3 and, like, are we responsible for our audiences? And she's talking about harassment and everything. And I didn't cover it because I was like, whatever. But this one, I was like, you're talking about Harry Sisson. And I'm genuinely interested in how you squared this circle.
However...
Wait, didn't she say her life goal was to run rehabilitation center for lost boys? Pretty much. Yeah, like, Erudite's sympathy for men is like, it's a bit fucking backwards, because it's very much boys need to learn and we need to like help boys to be better. But at the same time, she hand waves an awful lot of stuff that even those of us who are like, yeah, men need more spaces and everything else, or even those of us who kind of make some pretty fucking misogynistic comments, which I do, to be clear. Even I think this is a bit like infantilizing. Is infantilizing the word? I think it's infantilizing. It's just bizarre.
If you're sex positive and you're open to casual sex, I think that's just fine.
You won't watch the videos because they're wonder talky. 1. You ignore victims yet again. 2. What do you think your content is?
Yeah, but people are here to listen to me wander talk. Ryle Tittenhouse. You really thought you had one there.
Is that it? Hold on. I want to listen to that fucking chat again. Hold on.
If you're sex positive and you're open to casual sex, I think that's just fine.
You won't watch the videos because they're wonder talky. 1. You ignore victims yet again. 2. What do you think your content is?
Yeah, but people are here to listen to me wander talk. Ryle Tittenhouse. You really thought you had one there. Also, I just want to be super clear. Probably.
Yeah, I mean, he's just right. You can't do either. Yeah. You're literally in a drama about prioritizing Destiny over the victims of said drama. That's the drama. And by the way, in my opinion, that's what her messages to Destiny show. That she was managing the situation to try and minimize harm to Destiny.
Probably one of the worst things that we do in all of this is we equate very serious allegations like grooming to very high school petty drama. Is Harry Sisson a womanizer? Yes. Does it seem like he was honest about the fact, even though he was honest about not being exclusive with this woman, was he honest about how many other women he was talking to? Sounds like no. Sounds like no, he wasn't, which is not good. That's a bad thing to do. You should be more honest about it. However, on the flip side, A, you are not entitled to your casual sexual partner's information on their body and what they're doing with their body, right? Especially if it's casual and non-exclusive. You're not entitled to that information. However, if you explicitly...
I actually, fuck, I disagree with you. Okay, so I was about to be like, this is really similar to my take, but like, when you're like just getting to, like, if you're casually dating people, like you're going on dates and things, and you're not sleeping with anyone else, I don't think you need to tell any, like, I don't think it's a big deal. I don't. If you're like, we're not exclusive, if someone says to me, hey, we're not exclusive, I'm like, okay, well, I read that as you're probably dating somebody else. So we're not committed. I'm not going to be mad if you start dating somebody else. That's okay. That's fine. Like, I know where we are. If, however, we're sleeping together and you sleep with other people and you don't tell me, you're putting me at risk of STDs. I actually am entitled to that information. Like, and every partner is, because you need to know, like, it's actually just a health thing. And like, it's fine to like have multiple dates when you're like single and stuff. That's fine. But sleeping with multiple partners, especially if you're having like an ongoing thing, we're not just talking about a series of one night stands. You need to make partners aware of that. Kairos would say more honest, like Destiny or Erudite. Yeah, like maybe just be a bit more honest. He didn't sleep with any of them, did he? No, he didn't. He didn't, which is why my take on Harry Sisson is he didn't need to tell them. It would have been good if he did, don't get me wrong. I think it's like, I think he should have been more honest. because I don't think it's a big deal to be, but I don't think it's like that much of a deal that he wasn't, if that makes sense. But if he was sleeping with lots of different girls, he should have been honest with that. That's just not the situation.
He lied to these girls. That's obviously bad. The problem is, it's like high school drama bad. It's not, he can never work in left-leaning politics ever again bad. This is obvious. This is obviously true. Anyone in politics is inherently a
Actually. Okay, never work in left-leaning politics again, bit far. But, actually, like, if you espouse a load of these beliefs and morals, and then you're found to not be consistent on them, it's not the worst thing in the world, but it is really bad for you if you're a creator. These are like, okay, I'm going to talk about core pillars again, and you're all going to fucking hate me for it. But an audience builds up a relationship with a content creator based on 3 to 4 core pillars of who they are. And whatever you do, if you maintain those core pillars, you can do fucking anything, by the way. You can do some really fucking crazy shit, and your audience will probably still defend you. Because as long as you're consistent on like those 3 to 4 things as to why they connect with you, you are absolutely fine. For somebody like Harry Sisson, if you are somebody who espouses quite moralistic left-wing values, and you start doing shit like this, it actually is very damaging. Because it damages the audience's image of you in their own heads. Aside from the fact that it's just bad to not be consistent, especially if you're somebody talking about ethics and politics, this is actually quite damaging. First time catching you live, hell yeah. Hell yeah! Welcome in, Noodle Honk. I'm glad. Listen, I love when people who watch back the streams and don't catch it live, like, pop into chat and like, fuck, you're live. It's always super based. Welcome in.
false advertiser. To some degree, yeah. I think there's a lot more performativity that's required on the left than there is on the right. The right is increasingly starting to do some really interesting purity testing. Particularly, I've started noticing this interesting thing where like the 2016 Trumpers feel a certain level of purity over like the 2024 voting Trumpers, which is very interesting. So Harry Sisson, womanizer for sure, and not fully honest about what non-exclusive means. Seems like intentionally to some degree to have obfuscated, maybe even so far as explicitly lied, right? Here's the question. Imagine the gender roles were reversed. It's a girl, she's famous, she's a political content creator, and she's got 11 different men that she's flirting with, she's sexting, she's non-exclusive with, and she's being vague.
Honest response, he made an agreement to delete nudes if he saw other women. So he kept them without permission. Something you're also okay with.
Honestly, I'll just keep racking in your money.
I didn't know that. Is that true? I didn't know that. That's actually actually, you know what? That does make things slightly worse. I mean, if you make an agreement with somebody where you're like, hey, listen, your nudes, like, I won't keep any of them if I see anybody else, and then you lie about that. I don't know if that's true, to be clear. I'm just hearing that through a super chat. But if that is true, that is actually, would be much less defensive of Harry Sisson. Legitimately, I think that's a little bit fucked. That's a level of manipulation that I'm not entirely comfortable with. Though, very fucking funny if Erudite is running this sort of defense gambit when that's the story. Fucking based. Hilarious. Potato with the 5. Is that so, Beckett? How do you feel about Toastify doing what Nezzy did right down to the excuses there? Fuck me. Gilded Pooh's video on Toastify comes out tomorrow. I've spoken to Gilded. I spoke to Gilded while he was like, because he talked to me about this video. I've also spoken to Toastify about the whole thing. I think the comparisons to Nezzy are fucking crazy. I don't think Gilded would even agree with that. In fact, we talked, he didn't. I think I've said from the start with the Toastify stuff, it could have been much better handled on multiple levels. Yeah. I don't think the Nezzy excuse makes any difference. Is like the Nezzy comparison is in any way comparable, because Toastify didn't spend years trying to go after people's credibility when they tried to talk about it. And I also don't think Toastify swept for Doc. He pretty quickly ended that relationship. But see what Gilded's video says. basically. So yeah. I'm aware of the conversation around it. I'm aware about the conversation around it. What did Toastify do besides being Indian? Toastify, this is like the doc on the radio stuff. I don't want to derail too much for it because it's like a fucking whole other topic. But I've seen Gilded's video on it. I think Gilded's video, I got like a couple of things I disagree with it But generally speaking, I think the Gilded video's got some pretty good criticisms and comments within it, basically. So yeah. We'll see when it comes out. If it becomes like a discourse, obviously I don't mind like talking about things. But yeah. Potato, I mean, you've got me in DMs. You could just ask me there. In the past, he was just a wee baked bread. True. I thought Gilded was actually a YouTuber. Yeah, Gilded releases pretty regularly, to be honest with you.
Just in case anyone's wondering, Ryle Tittenhouse is like one of the people who are like deranged about me. There's literally nothing I can say to make Ryle Tittenhouse happy, and he just like makes shit up about me. For example, you were defending Steven, which never happened. In fact, I said that he's bad, but I don't think that we should completely excommunicate him and kick him out.
People are really trying to cancel Toastify over that. I don't think anyone's trying to cancel Toastify. I think people just have some criticisms and comments about it, which has been like the case all the way through, right? Queeman had like a load of criticisms. I think he got criticisms on the Dicker stream. I've had my criticisms for him over it and how it was released. What else? He's had like I think he's had general criticisms since it came out. Chud had some criticisms. Yeah, I don't think that's new. I don't think that's new. Does the video open by talking about Mohammed? No. They are just buttering his buns. Jesus fucking Christ.
Harry Sisson is pure evil. If you don't think Harry Sisson is innocent, then you also defend entertain and Harvey Weinstein and stop sweeping for Harry Sisson. Yeah, basically, exactly. All caps, like that. I'm assuming Cardarius is memeing the trope, right? If the roles were reversed and this was a girl doing the exact same thing, we would probably say, girl boss slay, okay? We might say she could be...
We would absolutely not be saying that. Okay. I think anybody who would be saying girl boss slay is out their fucking mind.
A little more honest, but more likely we'd say the men that she's sexting don't have an entitlement to what she's doing with her body with other men. She already told them that they're not exclusive. Now, we could be really pedantic and...
I think people had a problem with Toastify's doc video because it came off backstabbing after so long of a period of time. Yeah. Do you know what? Fuck it. Is Potato still in the chat? Potato, if you're still in the chat, type something. They would call her a whore. Yeah, probably. Listen, I don't mind like pausing for a second to talk about the Toastify stuff if it's something like, because I know Lio did a stream the other day. I did actually have a brief conversation with Lio. I'll be like about this anyway. So it's not like I haven't heard any of this fucking shit. I am well aware of it. Okay, so Potato's still here. Let's talk very briefly. We will come back to Erudite in a second, but fuck it, because Potato's been a pretty long time chatter. I know he's part of Putopia and shit. Let's just quickly divert and we'll talk about Toastify shit really briefly. I'll give you like my take. There are elements of that drama that could have been handled a lot better, but I also think that like Toastify was rockin' hard place, and whatever he had done, there would be people who were pissed off at him. Because if he'd come out too early, if he'd come out just like as soon as he like had any awareness of it at all, which is after Doc had left, he would have been accused of trying to backstab Doc for content, and that's what the story would have been. Everyone would have fucking run with that. There are still people now who are saying it's not a big deal that Doc on the radio when he was 17 dated a 13-year-old like years and years ago. I disagree with this. Like, again, I'm not saying go after Doc by any means, but I will be clear, like, that shit was just like, no, there's not an high school age or shit. There's none of that shit. A 17-year-old dating a 13-year-old is fucking crazy. What we are missing is an awful lot of context, information, and evidence of like what happened between the two of them. The victim, Toastify, did reach out to them. They never responded to Toastify. It's not like he didn't fucking try. Toastify made people who were like community members around Doc aware, who might seemingly like need to know that so that they could decide what they wanted to do with that relationship. It's not like he covered it up. He did not. He didn't bring it to the public, and he should have, in my opinion, much earlier. But I also understand that even now when he's bringing out, people are like, you're backstabbing your old friend over drama because they don't think it's as serious. And there's like this weird fucking thing with commentary. And I attribute it largely to the French girl with Pyrocynical, where people are very, 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 very cautious about accusations that they cannot fully substantiate because it will blow up in their face, and it often does blow up in their face. I understand his concern. I think it is absolutely fine to level criticism. I think Toastify largely is happy to hear that criticism and has talked to multiple people about it. And that's absolutely fine. As I say, I'm very friendly with Vlad. We've been friends for quite a while now. I obviously am happy to hear like his comments on Toastify. Some of them I might even agree with. One thing I will say as well is like I've been pretty critical of one particular line of thinking, which is you know, it doesn't matter with Doc because he has 4,000 subscribers. He's a shit and nobody. Who cares? I don't accept that fucking argument. It's ridiculous. Your sub numbers do not matter for two reasons. Firstly, we talk about nobodies all the fucking time. And two, the baseline of like influence or importance is not based on your sub count. Many people knew Doc. One creator who is not in commentary came to me and was like, it's really sad to hear about the Doc stuff. He was one of the first people I knew when I started years ago. It's really shitty. So yeah, it's bad. There was a confession, Beckett. Sure. I can see that. If it was me, I probably would have just thought the confession was enough and run with that. I probably would have put out a video, is my opinion. Which Vlad doesn't even agree with this, by the way. Vlad's like, it probably doesn't need a video. I would have put a video out. But from Toastify's view, he felt like he needed more. There really isn't enough context other than they had this online relationship. For me, the most damning thing in the Doc stuff, and I think I said this on the stream, was Doc said that in that call, he said, that relationship ended because I was turning 18 and I knew the legal implications. And I think that's totally fucked. I think that's a totally fucked thing to say. But also, I can see the spin of why that is so bad. So that's how I view it. People are going to disagree. I think Toastify did what... I don't think Toastify was just fucking clout farming it. I certainly don't think Toastify was sweeping. Everyone is welcome to have their opinions. And they are also welcome to ask me what I think of dramas like this. But that's kind of where I'm sat. Unless somebody can show me something more, some evidence of Toastify sweeping for Doc, I think it's just like a badly handled story, right? For somebody who's like not around anymore. And I probably would have dealt with it differently. But also that's the case where a lot of people would deal with a lot of shit differently. So I can only give you my opinion. But I also don't want the accusation that I'm just like, Toastify's my friend, so I'm not going to talk about it kind of thing, right? So that's where I'm at. We'll see what the discourse is like after Vlad's video and see how people feel about it. If needed, then I'll talk to Toastify on stream, I'll talk to Vlad on stream, I'll talk to anyone on stream. But that's how I'm generally feeling about it. Yeah. Anything else? Also, Kilo. Hello, Becky, you little chicken nugget. How you doing, buddy? How you doing? Nice to see you back around. Does anyone have any final thoughts on this before we go back to Erudite? Like, listen. I will literally pause and get one guide by somebody. I do not care. What does Erudite think about Toastify? Toastify's not like one of Erudite's friends, so I guess nothing. For a shit nobody, he was at least big enough for his name to be a reference tangentially throughout the community, a commentary community before the call out happened. Never watched his content, but he was noted. Yes, his reach was far bigger than 4,000 subs would suggest. He was known by a lot of people. He'd been around for a lot of time, and he'd had involvement and kind of connections with a lot of creators and a lot of different dramas. So yeah, I don't accept the kind of thing of like, well, who cares about Doc on the radio? I think actually he had I think he was worth talking about. Again, just my view, but also please keep in mind that I'll go after Crystal and Hidden and literally shit at nobodies because it's funny. So whatever, content's what you make out of it. Do you think the conversation would have been different about the Doc stuff if it was released earlier? If it was released earlier, I think Toastify would suffer the same problems. This is a bit of like a cognito hazard when it's somebody you know, but I think if, as I say, if Toastify had just gone live with it or released it just after Doc has left, I think he'd be getting criticism from the other side. So I do think he was a bit of a rock in a hard place. It would have been a very different conversation if Toastify had found this out while Doc was still around making content and then brought it out. That would have, ironically, like, that would have been the best situation to deal with a story like this, because he's there to respond, and it's not like you're bringing out content on somebody who's not around anymore. And that's obviously not the case or situation that we're in. So it's kind of irrelevant. But I think once he stopped making content, once he was like, I'm done with YouTube, any release point for that story becomes optically challenging. And optically challenging for a story about, again, somebody who's 17 dating a 13-year-old, and like, that is really, really fucked. And I don't care about this whole, it was just a romantic relationship thing. I think it's fucked, okay? And I don't care if people are going to say, well, I met people at my school and they were like 18 and they dated a 12-year-old. I'm like, well, they're fucking pedophiles then, aren't they? I don't know, what would you want me to say? Like, there's no high school age gap argument when you're talking about this kind of fucking age difference. I'm sorry. It's a fucking crazy thing to say. I don't know what to tell you. So, yeah. I mean, it's enough that, like, I know some people have like, well, he could probably come back and make content. I'm like, if Doc on the Radio comes back, I will fucking rip the shit out of him. There's no, well, we can all be friends now. I'm sorry. That's so fucking weird and uncomfortable. I actually do not care. I actually just don't care. It's really bad. And the fact, if he was like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of like what situation where he could say something where it would be like, okay, it's almost irrelevant. He's literally like, I broke this off because I knew it would be illegal, not because, you know, he realized grooming minors was wrong. I don't know what to do with that as information. It's an incredibly fucked thing to say. And yeah, that's just how I view it. Okay, I think we're good. We're good. Happy? Potato, if you're annoyed past this, just message me. But I also don't want 1,000 fucking conversations about it, because I'm not Toastify. And also, you know, I'm not like his father or any shit like this, okay? I'm just giving you my take on this drama. That's pretty much it, right? But I also don't think he's comparable to the FCK. I don't think in any way this is comparable to the FCK. I think that's an insane exaggeration. And also, I know that there was a comment from Lio. I have spoken to Lio about this comment, by the way. It's like, well, the age thing with Nezzy doesn't make sense. And it's like, Toastify knew this was fucked up. That's why he cut ties with Doc. That's why he had the phone call at all. And that's why he was like, yeah, this is bad, and Doc shouldn't be able to come back. It's not the same as Nezzy, where Nezzy was literally covering up. Also, what Toastify, you know, when we're talking about the FCK, we're talking about a server that had like a ton of fucking pornography on it, in it on every single page. What we're talking about with Doc on the Radio is something that happened years and years ago that barely anybody knew about or registered. So these are just not comparable. And it's a bit hyperbolic to say that they are. But I do also understand why Lio was annoyed. So, yeah. I think it's a difficult situation. So, yeah. I get back to it. Very glad you could derail for a whole last 10 minutes or more. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't want to derail forever, like, right? And it's not really that stream. But glad I could derail you for the last 10 minutes. Well, yeah, that's fine. Listen. And if there's anything else, DM me, okay? I'm very reachable, as I say. I'm not Toastify. I'm sure, like, there'll be more opinions after Vlad's video, okay? Okay, there we go. Let's go back to fucking Erudite.
Argue it would be better if he was more clear about having other women. Yes, I agree. However, that might also give the wrong impression. For example, it's possible...
Lumen is re-recording something, and when it is re-recorded and edited, she will release the video, is what I'm being told. It is very, very nearly done.
it seems like this is a lot of the dating strategy right now. He was casual with a lot of girls, trying to figure out if he was going to be interested in one of these girls. And then when he decided, pulled back from the rest, which I think is allowed. Did you see Parker and Dean's response? Yeah, I mean, Parker and Dean basically fully cut them off, said that they were bad, talked about the victims, and said that they're not friends anymore, because the reality is that if they didn't, their own audience would eat them alive. And to be clear, when I'm talking tomfoolery about purity testing and the problem with the left, this is part of what I'm talking about. Harry Sisson does seem to have a very unintegrated form of feminism, right? I don't think that you nearly love and respect women the way that you do if you're like this casually open and doing this much.
So where's the line? Where's the line for these people? It's like Erudite wants to talk about who's politically effective, so that's who they get to keep around. It's like, well, it's Hassan's got a large audience, a huge share. Why aren't you fine with him? Why aren't you trying to bring Hassan over to, like, just at least get him to agree to little bits so you can, like, kind of, I don't know, get over, like, the terrorism takes or whatever. Why not bring over Vosh and be like, well, just stop asking about, just don't talk about the lolly or the horses. I mean, well, that's kind of what Brianna Wu did, isn't it? Fuck me. No wonder no one thinks any of these people don't have any fucking principles. They don't. I will say this, if Dean and Parker really didn't know, and if they are cutting ties because they're disgusted by it, and they are actually male feminists, I mean, again, like, fuck these twinks, but at least they have some principles, right? What if it comes out later tonight / tomorrow morning? Oh, what, you mean, wait, what if what comes out later tonight / tomorrow morning? What, Gilded's video? I think it's out in like a couple of hours.
Much casual sex, you probably have a very normal amount, but the very normal liberal amount of respect for women is like third wave 2010 bare minimum, right? That I don't really care for. I think it's actually kind of cringe and bad. I'm really hoping Ryle Tittenhouse will donate some more money. I'm waiting for it. I can see him gearing up. They've been doing this since Lindsay Ellis. They've been doing this since before Lindsay Ellis. She's just the one that makes me the most sad because she's just a nice girl. Okay? What would be better to happen in the left is when something like this happens, we go, okay, first of all, Harry, you've probably always had some level of internalized sexism because most liberal men do. Okay? Most liberal men do. And the reason that they do is because liberal Democrats have stuck to lib feminism, and lib feminism doesn't seem to do a very good job of saying femininity itself is respect-worthy and good, and we should value it. It says women can be men too, which is valuable for some women like me, but not the type of feminism that I care for or I'm interested in. Another thing is, there is no level of authenticity that any content creator on the left can really exist within where they wouldn't get fired, because people aren't perfect. People make mistakes. People make human mistakes. Now, there's a big difference between human mistakes and major problems, right? Obviously. However, telling girls that you're non-exclusive and being vague or maybe straight up lying about how many other girls you're talking to is not cancelable. It's just not. Full stop. Is he a womanizer? Yes. Is that, in my mind, in line with the form of feminism that I like value and the way that I think women should be treated? No, I actually don't. I just also don't even think that that's the form of
spectrum feminism is strange. Yeah, that's why no one takes it seriously. Just listening to her makes me want to blow my brains out. I do threaten to kill myself an awful lot on stream, and I think this might be part of the reason.
feminism that anyone's even asking for. What they're looking for is a performance. What they're looking for is respect women, which unfortunately isn't really clear what that means. It seems like it's a lot about vibes, and what we ask for respect for is...
I don't hate you. I disagree. You are giving an honest take. You refuse to have an honest conversation about the legal case, not because you're involved, but because you have a financial interest.
I don't. We are no longer financially bound. I am not willing to have a conversation about a legal case.
Hold on. That's not true. That's not true. You're not financially bound, but you are financially controlled by Destiny's audience. If you completely turned on Destiny's audience, your audience is largely built from DGG. You would be fucked. You know that. That's all you have left. Who the fuck do you think is watching Bridges? This is why she's trying to bring on, like, rolling co-hosts.
Because you're involved, but because you have a financial interest.
I don't. We are no longer financially bound. I am not willing to have a conversation about a legal case because I'm not a fucking moron. Unlike you, apparently. This is obvious.
What? What do you mean? What do you mean? You've got basically all the information you potentially need for that conversation at your fingertips. You've got more access to Destiny than pretty much anyone else. What the fuck are you talking? I hate this argument. This is the I am Alex thing. Well, you know, if she was really going to the police, she wouldn't talk about it because Alice would know that she's not allowed to. No. It's not how it works. Welcome in, Reservoir Raiders. Returning the raid from the other night. Welcome in. Welcome in. How you doing, guys?
Thanks for donating, though. Appreciate it. So, what's the next steps in my mind? One of the next steps is probably we fix what it means to respect women. We decide whether or not, for example, we want to infantilize women. And if we do want to infantilize women in certain spots, where? And by infantilize, I mean we expect a little bit less from them. When they make fuck-ups, we give a lot more grace. We're a lot more forgiving. We do this a lot. The left, when we talk about this psychologically, for example, sexism often occurs in two forms. There's positive and negative sexism, right? So the negative side of infantilism
fucking God.
Of women is that people are inclined, while they won't ever say it outright, especially if they're liberal, that they don't respect a woman's opinion as much. When you sit at like the board table, when you're sitting around with a bunch of equally qualified professionals, somehow
you aren't involved in the legal Cassie. You can't not give a take because legal case plus have no tie to Destiny Tard.
I'm involved in the legal case insofar as specifically I have private information that is not publicly available from both parties that if I went into, which help inform my opinion, it would be outing their private information that should only be explored in discovery. And I am not going to out that publicly for clicks. And so that you curious people, who, by the way, you don't care about Pixie, and you don't care about Steven, and you don't care about me, you are curious. I'm not going to satisfy your curiosity and step in on a legal case that should be explored by lawyers through discovery.
Okay, here's the problem with this. You had a point where you could step away and be like, hey, I found out a load of things. I don't want to talk about it. But until this is resolved, I need to step away from Destiny. I need to step away professionally from Destiny before this becomes like a bigger thing. Because both my friends are involved in this and we're legal, like they're very likely to be legal complications. You don't even have to say this. You can be like, hey, I'm still friends with Destiny, but with the current stuff that's going on, I don't think it's appropriate with where my ethics and morals are to continue working with him. You had the opportunity to do that for months and didn't. That's why people are asking. Now, truthfully, if she had done that, people would have fucking speculated and been like, well, that sounds really bad. But to be fair, we know that this stuff is bad. Erudite herself is saying that she thinks this stuff is bad. This is fucking wild. You know the fucking issues that we're talking about here. It's not that we want, like, you to spill information. Well, clearly I do, I'm a drum streamer. But, like, from a basic point, I want to know that a political streamer, this is what I care about, I suppose. I want to know that the people who espouse these moral beliefs believe in them and will act upon them. And if you don't, you are a grifter. And I have an issue with that. I think this is a grift to you. And like, if this hadn't broken, if this drama hadn't broken, Erudite would still be working with Destiny. We know that. That's just obvious. That's just obvious, guys. That's obviously the case. Because she continued to work with Destiny for months. And you can say there's bigger things going on, like I'm concerned about male suicide and all this shit. But it's not true. If you can't deal with the little problems in comparison, and let's be clear, while I think that Destiny stuff is really bad, in comparison to the wider political picture, Erudite's right. It is the little stuff. But if you can't deal with that little stuff, How the fuck are people going to take seriously that your opinion should hold any weight on the big stuff? And this is where my issue lies. These people should not be fucking listened to. They are clowns. They are dressed up and they are LARPing as serious political voices. It is completely fucking retarded. Jesus. Yes, obviously, people want your opinion. You are Destiny's, not just because you're Destiny's friend, but because you were Destiny's business partner.
And unfortunately, I have private information from both, which, by the way, I don't have all of the information that I'm not going to share, and also informs my opinion. So if I give you an opinion and you say, why do you believe that? I can't answer you without betraying the trust that I have been given, and also with fucking up their legal case. This is why I don't comment about it. Obviously, just ban him. We'll just have to ban you.
Okay, here's the issue. You then go on to talk about topics like Harry Sisson, which draw obvious allusions. So people like me are going to be like, well, this seems much more like an Erudite stream that I'm kind of interested in watching more of, because you're saying that your current information that you have is informing the stuff you are talking about, but is it also going to inform your takes on the Harry Sisson stuff, which seems likely. Now, earlier with the comment from Ryle where it's like, well, Harry Sisson lied about deleting nudes, I don't know if that's true. I doubt Erudite knows if that's true. I hadn't even fucking heard that before. I don't know if Ryle, like, just thinks he heard it or made it up or got some information that I don't or haven't caught yet. That's fully possible. But, yes, that brings it closer and closer to the exact situation Destiny's in, right? Oh, she's always been insufferable. This makes it so much more evident. Anything she says now is hot trash. I mean, yeah, listen. Again, I think I've been pretty honest. One of the reasons that I end up covering Erudite is because I feel scammed, right? I feel scammed. I feel dumb for defending her. Good evening, Intrepid, by the way. How you doing, buddy?
I told you Ryle Tittenhouse could not handle. Like, literally cannot handle. I don't hate you. You obviously do. Okay. We'll just have to mute him, unfortunately. But thanks for the 5 again.
The only person giving you money, seemingly, is fucking Ryle. That's it. That's the only dono I've seen through these are the only donations through the entire stream. It's fucking wild. Erudite, by the way, is sat, like, when she's doing these streams, she's sat at 200 viewers. I was making more than... I made more than this before I started actually shilling and offering you guys stars. Speaking of which... I mean, we have one similarity, right? The last time somebody super chatted during this stream, it derailed us into the fucking Toaster Fight stuff, so... Maybe we're not so different, you and I.
Just so it's clear, that's not like a typical Kyla hater, but I do collect a lot of those. I don't know why, but I do. I collect a lot of them. And to be clear, I blame the people who constantly, endlessly, and forever bad faith stream everything about me, despite the fact that I am no one. I'm
Hi. Listen, again, I'm just fascinated at this point. I'm just fucking fascinated at the shit that's going on with this. It's a hot mess. And you're not nobody. You're not nobody. You constantly talk about how you have all these famous friends and you're talking to people at the DNC and being employed as a consultant. Come on. Come the fuck on. You can't be both. Do you know what? This isn't egotistical on my part, but I'm not. I'm in the grand scheme of things, nobody. But within, like, commentary and drama, I obviously have a presence and influence. If somebody made a video on me, and again, like with the Linlin stuff and being called a fascist, I'm not like, oh my god, I can't believe she'd say that about me. I'm a little nobody. No, I get it. You know, if I cover an ACC topic or do something like that, I think the last time I did a JAR thing, I was like, what, like 600 concurrent, like without any trouble on it? I know that I have reach. It wouldn't be weird for someone to make a video on me, and it's not weird for people to stream about Erudite. It's just not. It's obvious, actually. I'm a little nobody. Hold on, let's see that again. That's great.
We'll just have to mute him, unfortunately. But thanks for the 5 again. Just so it's clear, that's not like a typical Kyla hater, but I do collect a lot of those. I don't know why, but I do. I collect a lot of them. And to be clear, I blame the people who constantly, endlessly, and forever bad faith stream everything about me, despite the fact that I am no one. I'm not important at all. So, back to Harry Sisson.
Fucking right. Is there any... Okay, is that the last one? Is that the last one? Is there any more? I think Aiko's already seen this. Are there any more? Is it worth watching more? Or am I moving on to counterpoints? I'm slowly turning my audience. I'm slowly turning the audience to, like, be interested in these political creators who I fucking hate. We're getting there. We're moving slowly, guys. I have to basically trick them into watching it with me. This is so fucked.
What are some reasonable
Okay.
takes to have? I think thinking Harry Sisson doesn't actually have a good understanding of feminism and wore it as a veil of performativity. I think he cares.
What's the sweet... Oh, Jesus Christ. What's the sweet spot between not being known by anyone and being financially viable enough from content to get plastic surgery? Jesus. No, Becky, I refuse. Listen, you are invested. You are invested, anime girls. Nope, not interested. I'm always down to point. I'm just always down to point and laugh. That's all I ask. That's always ask. She talks about her friendship with Destiny. Interesting.
Cared about feminism in a very...
You can't trick me, Crabfather. We'll see. Love you guys.
puddle deep way, worded as a veil for popularity, to be a left-wing content creator, but it never actually meant that much to him. I would probably just agree. That's probably true. That's actually probably true of most left-leaning creators. When left-leaning creators that are white, for example, they talk about indigenous lives or black people's lives, they don't care that much. Because caring, in my worldview, means that it informs your behavior, right? It's obvious.
Caring, in my view, means it informs your behavior. What a fucking interesting statement to make given the current situation. Oh, fuck me. Okay, so yes, I would say that Not So Erudite doesn't care. I think Not So Erudite only cares... about her reputation and about, like, getting attention at this point. And particularly getting male attention. I don't think that's a... by the way, I don't think that's a problem. Lots of people are pick me's. Listen, my audience is 50% women, and I'm very happy about that. I clearly care about the, you know... I care about that particular viewer demographic. But, like, yeah, I don't think Erudite fucking gives a shit. Because her actions tell me she doesn't. Star Sprinter with 5. This is torture. I think I'm going to go ask my husband to info dump on his Space Marines again. Based. See? I'm helping you. I'm helping your marriage. Go and talk to your husband about Space Marines. That he will appreciate that.
Does that mean that he doesn't believe, for example, that abortion should be legally accessible for women? Obviously. He obviously believes that. Aiko, I'm watching you.
So basically, your king pick me.
You're one of those bad faith coverers of me. So I got my eye on you. This is not a Bridges comment.
Wait, who was that?
I'm watching you. You're for women. Obviously. He obviously believes that. Aiko, I'm watching you.
Aiko, I'm watching you. Wait, are you calling us pick-me's or are you a male pick-me? I'm a male pick-me, okay? I learned it by watching Diesel. Aiko mentioned, let's go.
I'm watching you. You're one of those bad faith coverers of me. So.
Sony Locks Larson. Hello, Beckett. Sorry I've been gone. Busy with work. Welcome back. It's been ages. Good to see you back in chat. I hope work has been going well.
I got my eye on you. This is not a Bridges conversation, by the way. The problem that the left has is we chase out people that by and large are doing good work, that share 98% of our values for things. I've never on defense stayed best with someone who did sex crimes. I fucking told you. I'll just ban you, Aiko. Again, there's another streamer who covers not exclusive my content, but covers my content in super bad faith to spread basically lies about me for fun. I've never defended Destiny. In fact, even early on with my interview with Tom, I said that Destiny did something bad.
Why do you think the left is very cool with open love but not okay with men having casual affairs with multiple women?
Staying besties with someone who did crimes. In fact,
Wait, what? Hold on. We're going to slow this down. Did you just completely ignore that super chat that was actually derailing the derail? What?
For fun. I've never defended Destiny. In fact, even early on with my interview with Tom, I said that Destiny did something bad.
Why do you think?
Okay, but you've been pushed to that position. You've been forced there by the amount of public scrutiny on you. That's it. That's the only reason that I can see, right? Like, I said this about to Akumu about the FCK stuff. If people apologized to Akumu now, it doesn't really matter because there's so much public pressure to apologize to Akumu. It's not really fucking honest. Right? Like
The left is very cool with open love but not okay with men having casual affairs with multiple women.
Staying besties with someone who did crimes. In fact, I believe in rehabilitative justice. I think that you can have very, very hard lines with friends and say no. And to be honest, I plan to go down pretty soon and talk to him. I don't know where our friendship will be after we talk. We'll have to see.
Okay. Do you know what? I want to give Erudite some good faith. If Erudite goes and talks to Destiny, and then after that is like either way is either like, listen, I've heard his side. I actually don't care. I understand where he was coming from. And actually, he's a sex freak, but I don't give a shit. Just say that. Just say that. You can listen. You can mark this. You can clip it. So if she does this and then I criticize her, you have it on fucking record. Here is my take. If Erudite doesn't give a shit after talking to Destiny, is like, the friendship is fine, I think it's all overblown. At least that is what Erudite believes. And if she goes down and talks to Destiny and then is like, our friendship is over, or like, and I'm never going to work with him again, I think that is also fine. But if Erudite goes down and talks to Destiny and is like, I don't know where I am, I'm like, that's actually just fuck off. No. You need to, as somebody who is a political streamer talking about ethics and morals, trying to advise the DNC, have some fucking principles. You need to grow a spine to do the content you are doing, or I am just going to be like, I'm just going to fucking criticize you, because this is insanity. Did you hear the clip when Nick says they consulted the APA to decide whether or not they should bait with her armpits for sexual gratification, and came to the conclusion that they are fine with it? No? What? I mean, again, I'll still take the piss occasionally, but at least I'll believe you have some fucking principles. What was this? Okay, sure. I'm just going to play this through the Discord that Aiko sent me.
I'll say this. This is the most dark triad part of the whole thing.
Oh, this is super quiet. Hold on a second. Let me show that folder. Go away. Let's play it through VHCL.
I'm gonna give you the scoop. Okay. I'll say this. This is the most dark triad part of the whole thing. Okay, so listen closely. I'm only gonna say this once. Erudite and I have consulted about this topic before. Okay. And we consulted the APA guidelines. We looked into the ethics, and we came away with the conclusion that if you're attracted to armpits, and you're willing to pay to see them, we're willing to take advantage of that.
What the fuck? Dude. Fuck. Hi guys, it's fine. Listen. At this point, just advise politicians to give their speeches in a strip club. I'm not even calling Erudite a whore. Just advise politicians to give their speeches in a strip club. That's clearly what you guys think works or some shit. Fucking whatever. Bye,
Aiko. More Erudite derangement syndrome. It's actually nice that we're collecting them all, guys. We can just like slowly work through them. You guys can get some of these answers. Isn't that just like ex-editor? No. Aiko Rules has been a streamer.
No, but Ryle Kittenhouse is, and the fact that you don't know that is actually kind of wild.
On the left, for years. She's a pretty established streamer on the left. She's further left than I am. She's basically disliked me from, I think, my conversation with Chud, which was like my third conversation ever in the space. So yeah. Why do you think the left is very and she's I
was just like, I'm not banned, fuck you. Okay.
I'll say she's super aesthetically gifted, which is cool for her, I guess. I just think that she's dumb and has bad opinions, obviously. She thinks I'm dumb and have bad opinions. You guys can decide for yourselves. Ryle was the editor? Oh, yikes. That's embarrassing for Just Slick. If that's the case, I don't actually know.
I mean, let's be honest. Ryle does get blamed with getting Just Still banned, so... Fuck. Star Sprinter with the 5. American history being deleted, but armpits, it is a sad day. Oh, God. Yeah. Fuck the shit. I mean, again, I just think this is why it's such a mess. That's why it's such a mess.
Ryle is Just Link's editor. That's embarrassing. But why do you think the left is very cool with open...
Aesthetically gifted. Oh, wait. Is this why Erudite starts bringing up, like... Did she bring up Aiko's thumbnails? Or is that in another stream? Is that in this stream that she does that? 'Cause she starts talking about shoe and head, right? In this one. But I know that she brings up some of Aiko's stuff in another stream. Is that this one?
In love, but not okay with men having casual affairs with multiple women. I think the left doesn't have a unifying moral system anymore. It feels like a long time ago, it's reasonable to be skeptical of that Sisson, given the behavior. I think everyone should be skeptical of the level of like trueness to which she's a true feminist. I just hate that on the left, you're expected to perform, to care about all of these things. And if you don't, you will be chased out. I think Harry Sisson and Dean and all these guys probably have to wear, in fact, Dean and Parker have distanced themselves for optics. It's exclusively for optics because they can't have their own audience eating their own. And I think
it's exclusively for optics. Now, listen, I happen to agree with Erudite here. I think it is purely for optics. I think all these guys are astroturfed. I don't think they really believe half the shit they say. Okay? But also, please remember when I say that, I'm the guy who has fought with basically everyone on this point that I don't believe Hassan... I don't think Hassan believes a fucking word of what he says, and I think that I don't think Hassan's a socialist. I think Hassan wakes up each morning and goes, what do I need to say to get the most amount of socialist clout? I do not believe he believes this stuff. I don't think Vosh believes much stuff. Vosh is just looking for an angle where he can be a pedophile, and everyone's fine with it. I think I will give Destiny this. I think Destiny believes an awful lot of what he says. It's just unfortunate he doesn't act on it. What moral system does she have? Whatever's fucking popular. Erudite. I don't believe Erudite believes half the shit she says, okay? A lot of people don't. But here's my point. What if this is just telling yourself? Like, Erudite's like, these guys don't believe any of the things they say. And usually when people say this, it's because they don't either, right? Like, for me, it's because I can usually tell the signs of people. Like, you can tell, in my opinion, people tell on themselves with how they act. For me, for instance, I think being optically consistent on a couple of things is really important. I'm trying to think of good examples here for myself. Okay, so for me, I think that money being involved in YouTube is bad for content, generally speaking. I've had this take an awful lot. People have disagreed with me, but you can kind of see that in the way that I act, that I don't take money from my own YouTube channel, right? I just pay my editor, I pay other people who work for me, I use it to like commission things for the channel. I'm not taking it and just putting it in my pocket to enrich myself. So you can kind of go, well, that's a take Beckett has, and the way he acts goes, that's probably fucking true of Beckett. And when people don't do that, it's kind of telling on yourself. And when Erudite sat here being like, well, Dean probably doesn't believe this. He's cutting ties purely for optical reasons. I think that is Erudite telling on herself that Destiny is cutting ties. Cutting ties with Destiny, for her, is much more of an optical thing. 114.50 for when she shows my channel and the VOD that got struck afterwards. Beckett is the real socialist. I'm really not. I just also think that I'm definitely not a socialist. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Is it 114? I can't see it. Okay, we'll play on.
It's a really big shame that the left has become. And you'll have to, if you believe that it's bad or wrong, you'll have to like fix it from the inside out. And I was like, you know what? That's kind of true, right? So the left can have these wrestlings with one system.
I don't know what she say.
But. But we have to have grace for our own and a couple of principled hard lines, which I understand.
We've been over this. Beckett isn't a socialist, he's a fascist. Yes, like the tweet. Actually, I need to stop saying that. Someone DM'd me and they were like, that joke isn't as funny as you think it is. And also, I get that you're laughing at the being called a fascist thing, but please don't. And I was like, okay, I get it. Once is probably enough, but I do get it. I shouldn't have had myself drawn in a MAGA hat as much as Lavender's art is based. Okay? I don't want to... Listen. I don't want people to actually think I'm a fascist, and I'm like, yeah, that's just true. I'm very much not. I am on the left. Not as on the left as some people, but I am left-wing.
As Tom said, is two mutually exclusive positions. But we have to find a dialectic here, which is some balance between purity testing is useless and harms our own group, and also not all people get to be in the in-group, right? We have to solve the paradox of tolerance. We have to solve it on the left. Because we need a moral and ethical through line that we can all align around. We have to do it. Yeah, Tom is fair should probably be one of the precepts of liberalism. Like, obviously. I'm just kidding. All right. Now, it's possible that Harry Sisson genuinely is a staunch feminist. He's just kind of some like weird third wave, and he cares a lot about it and is very read up on it. Probably not. It's bad that there's a level of performativity that's occurred. I'm still stunned for how 9 beautiful women fell for a soft boy. Jesus. I don't know. He's like, especially they're like all 20, right? He's like a hot, famous, basically straight out of a boy band, but he's like into.
Listen, speaking as a not particularly hot guy, particularly in my 20s when I was like a drunken hot mess and a bartender, confidence is like the main thing. Men think they need to be muscular or have a great jawline. 90% of this is confidence, okay? It really is. It really is.
Intellectual. And it sounds like he was nice. Like he was also kind to them. All right. Those are my takes on it. Let's see if there's any reviews of the drama that might be interesting for us to go through. Harry Sisson, bombshell. Cringe Democrat influencers, new allegations. I have a feeling that that's not a very good coverage of it. You know whose coverage I want of it, actually? Myron Gaines. Harry Sisson exposed. State of Daniel. That's interesting. There's like no coverage of it. Interesting. There's not a lot on it. Oh, final thought. Boop, 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 boop. Final thought.
Oh, fuck. Dom. Oh, Copen Seeth. My GF bought the Emperor's Children box that was just released. It'll be here in a few days. She's got all the paints picked out. It's going to be good. Based, post it in the Discord. You know how much I love to see fucking, like, Warhammer builds. That sounds fucking... I really want to see the new Emperor's Children stuff, actually. So, please do post it. They have been... Dude, the Emperor's Children get fucked over in, like, every sense.
But it's really, really, really important that we reserve morally strong words for morally strong behaviors.
Okay, let's go ahead to like 114 or whatever.
Chad did a great review, but I wouldn't watch that because of morals. I mean, yeah, true.
Wait, what?
For morally strong behaviors.
I nearly skipped that.
Chad did a great review, but I wouldn't watch that because of morals. I mean...
Because of morals? Are you fucking kidding me? Chud did such a good review, guys, but you know, he's a bit problematic. Is that like a fucking... Are you kidding me? I don't want to hear this talk out of this fucking... I don't want to hear this out of any DGGers. I don't want to hear any of this fucking morals, guys. Morals, we've got to think about the morals. None of you guys fucking... But this has always been my criticism of the DGG community. It is... Like, when Destiny does something shitty, it's fine. It doesn't matter. There's an excuse. When anyone else does anything, oh, that's a bit morally wrong. I think that's wrong, guys. You guys don't fucking believe anything, and it infuriates the living fuck out of me. It really does. I just, like, I don't care whether we disagree, but if you actually don't believe anything at all, if you can't stand on your principles, you are fucking worthless to me, okay? You're like, as a human being. And it's fine for your morals to change. That's okay. You don't have to be the same all the way through. But if you're like, Chud's got no morals, guys, and you're watching Erudite during her crash out phase, I don't know what to tell you. Miss Chud will never be on Bridges, the show about building bridges. Yes. Because, like, again, Chud has not done anything particularly bad to Erudite. Honestly, DK's been a bit of a dick. But, I mean, it's DK, who gives a shit? Like, unironically, actually, who gives a shit that Chud Logic's editor occasionally does shitty things? Who cares? I don't get this. Chud is generally pretty chilled with most people. He lets things go under the bridge and he will chill the fuck out. And this endless hatred Erudite has for him it's almost the same as like Mr. Girl's hatred of Destiny's subreddit. Do something about it. When it's like, it's unironically when it's Chud Logic, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna do something about this Chud Logic meme? Oh fuck, it is.
Yeah, true. I'm kidding. I was actually probably wrong to say that about Chud. I really dislike Chud, but I shouldn't say because of morals. It's because I dislike him all the way through, bottom to top. Well done. Men don't draw attention, Erudite.
Also, don't care. I know the way like fucking Queen Bee's like, hit play, you're Paul Dandying her. No. I don't accept that at all. Erudite hates Chud top to bottom. For the, like, again, it's nothing to do with morals. It's to do with the fact that she feels slighted. Because anybody who is, like, not nice to her, she hates. Anyone who's nice to her, she likes. It can be moral excuse, it can be anything else. But, like, again, it doesn't matter. It is all personal to Erudite. I'm fine with that. I stand by that take. I don't give a fuck if she's like, I probably shouldn't say morals. You probably shouldn't say morals. You're still a shit take.
Myron's video is just him clapping for 11 minutes. Yeah. Moral language. There is a tendency for clips, for attention, but also for getting eyes generally, that we use really strong moral language for behaviors that are otherwise not that severe, right? And this has led to a very bad watering down of words. So the term racist, right? If you listen to Republicans, that's like a badge of honor to be called a racist, right?
Oh my fucking God. Are any of these talking points from beyond 2017? Like, I don't want to live here anymore. Can we move on? It didn't work in 2017. It's not going to work now. I'm gonna kill myself.
For most content creators, one of the first things that will like
Myron is morally good, actually. Yeah.
Like often bond over is like if you've been called a Chud is a raging transphobe. I don't think so. I don't think Chud is a transphobe. I just think like he's traded his entire political moral positions for drama content, which is fine. You can do that. I just hate the moralizing that happens on top of it, and I don't like him. I thought you got along with Chud.
Chud's not a transphobe. His love's grown so far. And it's circled back around and sounds like hate. I think Chud is still way more left wing than he would purport, actually.
Chud amicably. Well, I have,
but Chud does say some fucking wild shit on stream. I'm not gonna sweep for it. He still says some wild shit on stream.
We used to get along ish, and we're both polite. Do you think there's legitimate comparisons you can make between Harry Sisson and historical figures like Nelson Mandela and Adolf Hitler from an indigenous standpoint? No. And you shouldn't, right? White preferentialism and white privilege that is super rampant amongst the liberal Democrat side, that leads to a very shallow understanding of people of color's issues, and therefore a very shallow engagement and performative response to it. It's very cringe and bad. It also has nothing to do with...
That's a fucking great comment from somebody. Hate Chud, but like Tom, their content is quite similar. I disagree with you, but... Oh, wait. I thought they were talking about tomfoolery. They're talking about Turkey Tom. Yeah. Do you know what? That's an interesting comparison, actually, Chud to Turkey Tom. Or Chud to Nicholas Diorio. Is Chud more... I mean, Chud's more visceral. But generally speaking, when we're talking about streaming and everything else, yeah. Like, there's this weird hatred of drama streamers when they've covered certain people. It's like, well, I get it, don't get me wrong, but it's like, surely you should, I don't know, be consistent.
Like, there's no world that you compare these two things because of the extremes. I think this is obviously true. It's bad that being called a Nazi, a racist, a feminazi, and a tanky are all just like achievements you get if you're in content creation. That's not a good thing because it means that these words don't mean anything.
That's true. I got called a fascist and I made jokes out of it. It's literally, I literally didn't care. I think, do you know, I will say this. I was curious after the stream and I went and read Linlin's comment section. And listen, guys, I will never get mad at you for jumping. Like, listen, you were all independent actors, but I did read the comments and I was like, fuck, maybe I shouldn't have said anything. Oh, fuck. I've never had people turn up in a comment section to defend me before. It's quite weird. Turkey Tom got annoying when he started flexing his cash and rubbing it in the audience face. I like Tom. I like Tom. I think Tom's pretty chill. I don't watch much of his like video essay content. I really like his IRL stuff.
If you're really mad at Harry, which I think you can be, I think you just can be like, man, what the fuck, dude? I thought you were better than this. I think that's fair. That's a super fair position. You can't call him a groomer. They were all adults. There's no grooming. Sexting people isn't grooming. And all you're doing is you're turning to all victims of...
Get used to it. Fuck. I can, like... Okay, I just think it's funny. It sounds to me like Chud keeps his political stances out of content he makes. Politics as a drama creator is really difficult. I have people in this audience who are everything from far right to far left. So if I start making like political points, sometimes people are going to disagree with me. If you're very, very audience minded, you tend not to do that, right? I'm a lot more center left, so it makes it easier, but you don't want to alienate anybody. At least, you know, again, if you're thinking about like your general audience size. And for me, I want to build a very broad audience because I think having a broad audience for like feedback to me, and it means like, you know, we're all just here laughing at shit, right? I don't care what your political position is. I don't give a shit. Chud isn't morally inconsistent. Chud has been blackpilled by cancel culture, and that reflects greatly in his content. That is absolutely true. I've said that about Chud before. I think Chud, again, this is just my read of him, feels very burnt by the shit that happened during Twitch poll and kind of thinks, fuck all these people. And I'm going to be honest with you, I can't say I really blame him. I'd probably feel the same way.
Of legitimate grooming, which is a very serious...
You want an audience of broads? Yes.
Problem and a very severe behavior, and you're telling them you have more coming into the support group, okay? I know you were groomed by like a 32-year-old man since the time you were 8 to do slowly increasingly sexual acts on yourself, and you have an extremely fucked up perception of what consent and sexuality even looks like because your entire childhood was built and based on hiding and protecting your sexual abuser who is slowly grooming you to accept increasingly sexual behaviors. You also have to make room for the girl that Harry wasn't clear about the level of non-exclusivity he was with them.
Okay, I don't care.
There are any two things, but that's not really the heart of the question. I think it's technically a fallacy. Does it annoy me? I mean, I get hair.
Okay, come on, let's go ahead.
Morality. And you can't do that if in the social square all misdeeds are the same level of extreme misdeeds. Because if what Harry did is grooming,
oh my fuck.
To me, by the way.
Okay, let's go. We're gonna get to Erudite stuff. Not Erudite stuff, Ico stuff.
What's next on the docket? Oh yeah, Ben Jordan's video. This is a hard pivot. So if anyone if she reads this, chat wins. Chat wins today. Any other drama we should get into?
Here's the thing as well. How can you be mad at drama streamers when, like, and this was always the thing in the politics crowd. Politics crowd have always done a lot of drama. Politics is largely drama. DGG is largely drama. So it's like, well, I think you've given up your political positions to do drama. It's like, I mean, I think you're just doing drama because it's just better. Just better.
Oh, look at. I was just trying to look in. Very normal title and reaction to me, by the way. Erudite bravely shows her face again despite being herself. Also, I don't understand the thumbnail. Like...
Those fucking filters, man.
Why? It feels very weird for somebody who's very far left, very like feministy, to make a thumbnail of me just like looking disgusting. Like, why? It's super weird. Really weird. Also, reminder, any content creator that has a GIF of me going, I'm a dog, woof, has never asked me for permission to use it. I don't feel comfortable with them using it for money. And almost everyone who's using it uses it more or less to sexually degrade me as a form of mockery. So just remember that. And if you see it, ask them if they got my consent for that GIF. The answer is no, because nobody's ever asked me.
I hate this point. I hate this point. Anything you put out there as content can be used as content. Okay? I have never got mad Fuck, I rewatched a stream recently of somebody covering me fighting with Stardust. And I was not mad at the time. I'm still not mad now. I don't fucking care. That's something that happened and ended up in the public space. Obviously, people are going to laugh and talk about it. What's this fucking... They never asked for my consent. They never asked for my consent. You know who else never asked for consent when using it, when sharing an image with somebody? Fucking Destiny! Imagine being like, I think it's bad somebody doesn't use consent of stuff that I've publicly put out there, but Destiny, while bad, is forgivable and can redeem himself for sharing nude images without consent. It's an interesting square you're trying to circle. You're infringing my copyright of acting like a dog. Yeah, it's like, it's one of those where it's just like, dude, come on. Listen, we choose to put ourselves out here and make it like, and people will mock us. Again, Aiko's in chat. Aiko and I had a beef for a year. I never got bent out of shape about some of the shit that Aiko said about me. I got annoyed a couple of times, but it's like, it's, you know, it's part of the game. It's being a creator, it's fine. It's literally whatever. Queeman is probably one of the people who I am, like, Queeman's not like friends with anybody, but one of the people who I have like had consistently a quite good relationship with for years now, actually. And Queeman has covered me and laughed at me multiple times, and it is fine. I've never been mad at him. I don't fucking care. It's just like, yeah, obviously. Why would I? Okay, this is a sideline. Nothing pisses me off more than people who do this thing of, we're friends, why are you laughing at me? Like, fucking grow some balls. And worse of like the even worse line is like, why are people who don't like me mean to me on the internet? Why do you give a shit? Why do you care? It doesn't matter. Sometimes people just aren't gonna like you, right? You went on camera and made little fucking woofing noises. Listen, there are clips of me out there that my mods fucking post of me saying crazy shit. Like some of my mods have a folder. This is actually true. My two main mods have a folder of Twitch clips of me that like they have saved over the years that are just there to embarrass me, and occasionally they'll post them just to ego check me. And these people are two of the people I trust most online. Like, it's just funny. Chill the fuck out. Like, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with these people. Do I have your consent to clip you out of context? You don't need my consent, but I don't give a fuck if anyone does. I don't care. I actually don't care. Less of a copyright issue, more of a harassment issue. Harassment starts after someone says, please stop it. The problem with the harassment issue is this, or the harassment question is this. You're a content creator. People are going to comment on you. I don't think that's harassment. Harassment is if like Rezi or Aiko or like anybody else was sat there being like, you need to go to these streams, blah, 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 and say this to people. That's when it starts hitting the point of harassment. It's like, don't let them forget it. That's when it's harassment. Just commenting on someone or using a clip of somebody is not fucking harassment. It's just taking the piss. She complained that it was used to sexually harass her, like, just now. Erudite, I know you're replying to Whiskey Hound. Erudite sexualizes herself. I'm sorry. It's like the OnlyFans girls who are like, or it's like Boblax being like, I can't believe people are commenting on my dress pictures. You put them out there. People are going to comment on them. What are you talking about? Or like an OnlyFans girl being like, I can't believe people are making sexual comments about me. Well, you sexualize yourself. They're going to do that. It might not be nice, but it is also the reality. In real life, by the way, if women are walking around, like, wearing nothing, and they're, like, going to bars and things, people are going to be like, that chick's probably a whore. And that's not nice. That's not nice. But that is reality. I'm sorry. That's just the fucking reality. And it's not sexual harassment to do that. People need to get a grip. And Erudite needs to get a fucking grip. Okay?
She cooked with that thumbnail?
Now, also, what I will say is from my side, while I think those clips are objectively fucking hilarious, I probably wouldn't play them over and over again, right? I'm just saying what my line is. I do think that is very mean, personally. But I'm also, like, not gonna woke scold anyone for doing it. Obviously, I don't give a fuck what you guys do.
I wonder how she did it. Like, it's really well done. Like, that's my face. It's for sure my face. I was like looking at the brows and I'm like, I think that's my brows. The nose is a little off, but how did she make it look like that? That's me, right? I'm assuming. It's crazy. She's actually pretty good with her thumbnails. Look at that. Don't call Dan. Dan Saltman stands. Is that Dan? Talking to President Sunday. Remember, President Sunday, the person who violated Pixie's consent, leaked everything without Pixie's consent, and accused her of extortion. Normal behaviors. Don't you think that Harry is actually the same as Epstein? I think everyone who's ever done any sexual misconduct is the same as Epstein, actually.
Once again, obligatory. I have said everything I ever want to say about the Sunday video release. Okay, I'm done. Anyway, is there more to this, or are we done?
A zombie filter? I'm sorry, people...
No, the clip that got struck was just her making a noise that sounds like a turkey. For fuck's sake.
People are actually cruel to you despite because you... No, Destiny is never going to stop. Just please remember that we watch you for you, regardless of what people say. Thanks. That's very nice. I am trying to remember. To be clear, there's been a lot of people that have been really negative and nasty, but actually, ironically enough... Now, to be clear, today's a good day. Yesterday was not a good day. My anxiety was like really, really, really bad yesterday. And when I have anxiety, it's not like I miss.
We're done. Okay, I want to listen to. Listen. Let's listen to a talk about anxiety, and then we'll move on to Connor.
Sad girl. It's like I'm a bitch. I'm a bitch, motherfucker. Don't you ever forget. Okay.
Very, very non-BPD. There. Very non-BPD.
Mm-hmm. It's been very helpful. I feel like I've always just put too much weight on people very critical of me's opinion because I'm very afraid of being bad, right? I'm constantly questioning myself in that way. And it's really freed me from being like, oh, wait, none of these people will ever care. And all I can do is try to stick to my principles and try not to like lose myself for.
You don't have any fucking principles. That's the root of the criticism of people like me. See, okay, here's part of the problem. We're gonna move off Erudite after I give this little fucking thing. Here's part of the problem when you've got people like me who have defended you for years and have, like, very slowly got more and more pissed off. Because, again, many people in my chat who've watched me for a while were like, we were right about Erudite, you were fucking wrong. I've argued with fucking Queeman about this. I was not somebody who just hated Erudite and moved because the people around me moved their position. I was not that fucking person. It took time. And, like, you can go back and watch the fucking streams. It's the point where I'm like, you have dragged your husband to another country and turned yourself into an e-groupie for Destiny. That's when it started for me. And I was like, I'm actually just like, this is fucking ridiculous. This is insane. And then I started to really look at this stuff and I was just like, what the fuck has gone on? And I feel, once again, scammed. I feel cheated. I'm like, I wouldn't have done this. And then I found out about the Pixie leaks and what was in them. And I was like, all this time you have talked about principles, you've talked about morals and the importance of them. And then when push comes to shove, you have completely fucked this. And I'm just like, okay, Well, I guess, like, I'm just fucking done. And it made me into, like, an Erudite hater, right? So, you gotta understand that position, like, you've put yourself in, Kyla, is not just, people just don't like me for, like, arbitrary reasons. No, people are responding to the way you have acted over the years, and are finally at the point where it's like, fuck off. Like, you had every opportunity. And do you know what? If Kyla, before the leaks had happened, like, we're talking, like, November, like, early, maybe even mid-December, was like, I'm cutting business ties with Steven. If she had done that, like, while she is talking to Pixie, I would currently be defending Not So Erudite. Viciously defending Not So Erudite. Even if she'd never said anything about the fucking drama. I'd be like, that is a good moral position that's consistent with the person who I thought you were. But then I watch a fucking VOD coming out where you're like, look at all my friends and how important they are, and let me bring my husband on to show that he's not a cuck. I think I preferred when I was doing, like, the fucking gangster accent for her. He's not in the cuck chair, see? That's even worse. What the fuck am I doing? Okay, listen, yeah, I'm just annoyed. Fuck this shit. Right. Right. Is it this one? No, it's not. We are going to, where the fuck is this? Okay. What was the last one? Is it this one? The 2020 Destiny Allegation Drama Summary? Because there is a video of Connor recently that I saw Queeman watching. Where is it? Is it in the lives? Okay, help. Oh, I think it's this one.
My name is Connor, and today we're going to be
okay, so we're going to watch, I want to watch Connor talk about the 2025 Destiny Allegations Drama Summary and Social and Legal Consequences Analysis. I am interested in this, okay? She's morally super inconsistent and gives terrible mental health advice most of the time. That has been my issue with her for ages now. Yeah, that's fair. Listen, I'm just being clear, because on the off chance that Erudite sees this, or one of Erudite's fans see this, the fucking those of you that remain, please know that I'm not doing this just for fucking clicks or likes. My own audience gets fucking annoyed. I'm gonna get like fucking messages in the Discord about it. Beckett, you promised. You promised us, Beckett. Why have you lied? This is born out of a deep feeling of annoyance. Really, honestly, okay? Why does this camera look smudged? No, that's what its face just looks like. I'm doing this purely because I'm frustrated, and like I'm like that's where I'm sat. Okay, so I just want to be clear. I just want to be clear about my intentions here. Okay, let's go.
Breaking down the Destiny allegations of January 20th and the social and legal fallout. This has been the capstone of the Destiny dramas of 2022, and hopefully will be the end.
This is not the attractive... Okay, listen. Erudite's still not looking super great. Hello, E-Wife. How are you? How are you, Mally?
Of his reckless behavior, as this incident carries potential civil and criminal penalties. Destiny engaged in unethical, potentially illegal, and hypersexual conduct through 2023 and was released in November of 2024, which exploded 2 months later on Inauguration Day, January 20th. It was revealed that Steven had spread recordings of his sexual escapades without the consent of the people involved, and that he allegedly had secretly audio-recorded sexual interactions and also spread those without consent. This has been deemed particularly nefarious because not only does it violate commonly held social norms, but it also violates his own stated opinions on intimate interactions documented.
Yeah, like, Counterpoints is Connor, and he is predominantly a Warhammer YouTuber. Wartuber, we'll say Wartuber, fuck it. Hammertuber? You hammer? I don't fucking know. So it's always interesting, but he's mostly like... So he's made this after he had a massive fight with Queeman and crashed out, and he's still posting things on Twitter, like he's still posting things on Twitter, like what's it? Fucking I could rape Queeman, which is just fucking crazy. Writing Brain with the 2, I'm gonna end it. Why did I choose lip syncing? Because you are the fucking best, and I can't wait. I can't wait. If Ico's still in chat, I'll say this now. Okay. I'm having Will and his channel animated. Okay. You want to know what meanness looks like? I'm having Will and his channel animated. It's gonna be so good. I think it's nearly done. I'm such a piece of shit. It's actually unreal. It's actually unreal. Fuck me.
Committed over the course of a decade of streaming. This has had disastrous effects on his public reputation and his vast network of orbiters, as longtime friends of the channel have either stated they are gonna stay away pending legal resolutions or are severing their connections entirely. Those unwilling to condemn him in the harshest of terms and those pointing out issues with his enemies' criticism are facing backlash. At time of recording, there are 4 open and public victims of this particular behavior, with it suspected that many more might be affected. People are also holding their breath, wondering if this is just the tip of the iceberg of Steven's offenses. So far, no one has come forward alleging more serious crimes, but...
Happy birthday, by the way, Anne. I saw a happy birthday in chat, so happy birthday.
There always remains the possibility that more can be revealed with time. Now, some people might be asking, why is this important? Why are so many people spending so much time on the sexual impropriety?
Believe me, when it's done, I am going to... listen, when it's done, it'll be up on Twitter. I'm very excited. I've seen the storyboard. It's going to be great.
Of a streamer, and the answer is because it damages a large financial, political, and social network that changes how people are going to interact in the Twitch and YouTube political scene. Many who enthusiastically participated in Destiny's orbit are either dedicating themselves to solo projects pending legal resolution or swearing off collaborations with him for all of time. For now, let's analyze what is available at time of writing. In my summary of the Mr. Girl report, we went over many of the relationship issues Steven experienced in 2021 and 2022. This included having a hookup with a former pop singer and adult model Lavloon, which he later demeaned, leading to a public blowout. Steven had an emotional and physical affair with the dissident right-wing political commentator Lauren Southern. This affair hurt his now ex-wife Melina, who sought emotional solace from an orbiter named Darius. Melina and Steven were in an open relationship, meaning they could have romantic interests outside of their marriage, but partners in these arrangements typically have input and veto power over new relationships. Steven did not consult with Melina and likely lied about the emotional and physical depth of his affair so he could continue it. While Melina was hanging out with Darius, Steven invited the orbiter Sherry over for a hookup, but then changed his mind, leaving Sherry emotionally destitute and suicidal. Subsequently, Steven and Melina got back together, and along with DGG, they bullied Darius as his dog was on the verge of death, making fun of him for being emotionally and financially unstable. Steven accused Anna Voir.
Layer Bug with the 2. I want my stickers, sir. Yeah, we are 4 away. You can do it. I believe in it. I believe in you all. I believe in chat. You muted or what happened there? Yeah, I'm just fucking dumb.
Laura being an insane, emotionally unstable stalker while also sending her sexual text messages over the course of 2 years. While going over all of this, there was a piece missing to the puzzle: Steven's communications with an OnlyFans model named Rose. Steven was sending private messages to Rose. These messages included intimate photos, videos, and audio recordings of men and women that Destiny had previous relations with. There's little reason to believe that these intimate messages were sent with the consent of the other parties involved, and if anything, several of the people have come out and said that they explicitly did not consent to these communications. These include Pixie, Stasia, Melina, and Sherry, although some differentiation is required. Pixie had an intimate video recording in which she was identifiable. The recording was...
Oh, fuck. Okay, listen, we don't actually need to see all of this. Holy shit, shut up, Connor. Okay, I want to skip over this bit. Let's go to... I don't know, let's go to the bit about the orbiters. I think. Oh, fuck! Queen's here? Okay, we'll go to the Queen bit.
Avery asserted her comparison of Destiny to Harvey Weinstein, the Hollywood executive rapist. Queeman came onto my stream.
You know how we de-sex animals to decrease stupid behavior? Just saying. Interesting idea, you know, just saying. Should I be worried? if Melly's like, you should come and hang out in Australia, I'm gonna be like, I'm good. Fucking neuter me, Jesus.
And demanded that I call Steven a sexual predator and state that he deserved to be on the sex offender registry. There was and is a lot of passion for Steven's downfall, and I think I need to explain the economy of politics on Twitch and YouTube for people to understand why. There are thousands of niches in YouTube and Twitch, of which a few dozen creators will climb to the top. They will be recognized as the top creators in their niche and have small economies surrounding them. The economy surrounding just one creator can be millions of dollars, and in Steven's case, absolutely is. These include advertisement revenue, stream donations, merchandise, and fan clip channels that can profit off of consuming and editing their favorite creators' work. Orbiters are smaller creators who either profit from creating similar content or by collaborating with these creators in collaborative or debate content.
Holy fucking shit. Are you really explaining Orbiters to us? To who? This came out 2 weeks ago and has less than 3k views. Well, okay. The channel's pretty small, to be fair. But still, seriously, what the fuck?
In the online political sphere, creators are known for their fundraising for political organizations, charities, and in Steven's case in particular, organizing the community for political canvassing operations.
Eating lab-grown creamin will be the replacement to the meat industry. That is incredibly fucked up, but also... can't wait for the panel on it.
Operations. There are many successful fundraisers, but to date, Steven is the most successful at translating the online political realm into real-world action. When people are calling for Steven's digital head on a pike, his incarceration, and an end to his career, they're not just trying to eliminate the man, they're trying to collapse the entire ecosystem around him, including the economy and any real-world political actions he may be capable of. That ecosystem doesn't just roll over and die, as can be proven by Steven's streaming numbers still being high, his Discord and Reddit still being active, some Orbiters remaining silent as they wait for the dust to settle, and particularly stubborn fans ignoring the incident completely. Destiny's critics can have good, just...
Yes, and that is bad. That is bad. Like... here's my baseline of why this stuff is frustrating. Because it's like, if no one believes anything, if no one genuinely holds any of these fucking principles, what the fuck are we doing? What's the point? Why am I meant to be like... Somebody said to me, like, you know, don't you think with the Harry Sisson stuff, like, it's important to note that, like, that might have a net benefit. To what, though? To what? If no one believes anything within these groups, why should politicians be forced to believe things? Why should anybody have any fucking principles on anything? No wonder, and this is a very, like, fucking hyperbolic thing to say, but no wonder everything is so fucked up, because everyone's just like, it probably doesn't matter. There's an element, there's an episode of West Wing, and there's an arc in West Wing, where the president has lied on a university form or a medical form somewhere, and they're going after him for it. Because it's like, you've lied on a form, and like, there was a point where our politicians were expected to be cleaner than clean. And it's such a weird episode to watch. I recommend going and actually watching it, because it's really jarring with how seriously it's treated. Whereas in today's modern politics, if you found out that a politician lied on a form, I don't think that would even be fucking news. Let alone the question of should somebody resign over it? Like, fuck.
And righteous reasons for trying to bring the system down, but I think the calls for blood are not in line with reality. This is a sentiment and opinion that has and will get me a lot of flack, so if you don't want to hear the explanation, I understand. If you just want a summary of the drama, I recommend you click away now. If you want an evaluation of the social and legal consequences, then stick around. When it comes to the social fallout, it has been swift and severe. Pisco, a longtime Destiny Orbiter and online friend, immediately declared that Steven's behavior was unacceptable and he had to cut all personal and professional ties. This was a particularly bitter move for him, as they were working on a collaborative project in New York that is now dead. Longtime Orbiter and friendly acquaintance Irrelevant poked and prodded at the story, but accepted the broader assertions of it. He has since taken the stance that Destiny effectively screwed over some of his closest friends in an egregious way that Irrelevant cannot publicly condone or be neutral to. As a result, he has said that he cannot continue a personal or professional relationship with Steven. Drama YouTubers who had been previous fans of Destiny, such as Turkey Tom and Nicholas Diorio, have publicly stated that they cannot collaborate with him on friendly terms, and Steven is a professional liability. Large YouTuber and friend to Steven, Abba, made a similar video pointing out the times that he had publicly criticized Steven's behavior and how he believed it would result in disaster. Abba stated that Steven's behavior past these warnings was a liability, and therefore he could not continue a personal or professional relationship. Erudite, or Kyla, was swept into the drama through her communications with Pixie and her position as a men's advocate and feminist. It was difficult to articulate how you could stand by a man who had violated foundational principles of liberal and progressive perspectives on sex when that was a decent amount of your content and authority. Kyla stated that she would try to maintain her personal and professional relationships as best she could, but if more was revealed, she may have to cut ties. Since that time, their collaborative podcast Bridges has been shut down with no further update. Dan Saltman has stated that he has been friends with Steven for 15 years and will continue his personal and professional relationship past this incident. He has analogized it to a cat touching a stove, where he is hoping that Steven has learned his lesson and will not do anything crazy in the future. People have given me flack for saying that I'm gonna
Here's a big fucking part of it. I don't think it is. Might be a hot take, but if Erudite ended the professional relationship and maintained the friendship, I think that is fine. Actually, I think our friends can do fucked things, and you're like, I'm still friends with you. You're just a fucking idiot. You know, even with sometimes quite serious stuff, people maintain those friendships. You might like side-eye them a bit and whatever, but it is really like difficult when someone's like a genuine friend. And I think Steven and Kyla are genuine friends. The issue is, again, clearly seems to very much go against your fucking principles, and that is your professional foundation.
Wait for the dust to settle and may talk to or debate Steven in the future, but I think I need to articulate that perspective as best I can. I'm going to go wide with it, so give me some latitude. In my opinion, progressive and liberal opinions on sex boil down to consent. Oftentimes in Twitch and YouTube politics, if we talk about OnlyFans, polyamory, promiscuity, or any other sexual topic, the liberal and progressive opinion has been that if everyone consents, who cares? I personally think that this is a retarded position, but I've largely had to tolerate it while I've been in the space. That means that Steven and other creators and their audiences flaunt the fact that they violate my beliefs every day. People are outraged by my lack of outrage.
Yeah, this exact drama back 10 years ago, and he still hasn't changed. No, because he's not going to. He doesn't need to. Oh, fuck me.
But I think that you reap what you sow. I think that you shouldn't lie. Steven lied to some of the most important people in his life, and we've known that since 2022. I think that you shouldn't cheat, because if you're hiding your actions from your partners or parents, that means that you shouldn't be doing it. We've known that Steven cheated since 2022. I think people should be serial monogamous when they're young to minimize the emotional damage of breakups. Steven doesn't. I think people should get to know people before they have sex and should only sleep with people that they would be interested in having kids with. I think this is a good barometer for whether or not the temporary pleasures of sex are worth the potential long-term risks of STDs, an abortion, or an unwanted pregnancy. Steven doesn't. I think that people who are promiscuous are not just risking STDs, but are also risking emotional entanglements and jealousy that can lead to violence. Steven and his ilk don't care about
I might play it after this helmet. We'll see how we go.
This risk. I think that promiscuous people are damaging their ability to have emotionally meaningful relationships. Steven doesn't. I think that sexual and emotional pleasures are great, but they shouldn't come before your family. Steven doesn't. I think that having kids is one of the most emotionally complex and cool things you can do as a living creature, and people who are obsessed with sex and never want to have kids are socially and spiritually retarded. Steven and his ilk don't care about that. I think that marriage is a pact between two people, not just to share the joys of life, but to
What is this video? Like, what's the fucking point of it? Is this just Connor's basic thing of going, well, I disagree with, like, all of the... I disagree with Steven on all these positions. And yet, I'm still going to, like, continue. This was the problem with the Vosh thing. Like, Connor went, like, crazy at Chud Logic over the food shop stuff. And then when the Vosh things came out, when, like, because Food Shops was a lolicon. Food Shops was a lolicon. Connor goes crazy at Chud Logic. And then when the Vosh stuff happens, Connor's like, well, this is bad, but also, you know, there's like wider context here, there's some political stuff. And then he has to do a later video where he's like, you know, I obviously think lolicons are bad. Okay, well, at what point do you stop working with Progressive Victory, who are working with Vosh, who is a horse fucker, and a lolicon? Like, Connor is compromised. Yes, that's, again, this is my problem with people. Like, just be consistent. I actually don't overly care what you believe. I care that you actually believe it and act upon it. Fuck. Play it as a treat. Listen, I'll tell you what. If you want me to play, fucking what is it? It is a German minister resigned and then got a marching band to pay for him during his part of his resignation. If you would like to hear me play this, then it is $10. That's what we'll do. I'll make it cheap. I'll make it cheap.
Share the inevitable trials and tribulations. It's an oath of loyalty sworn to another person, and it has to be renewed every day. I think that Stephen and his ilk abhor the concept.
Vosh is the horse. This is not true. Vosh wants to fuck the horse and be fucked by the horse. This whole thing of Vosh is the horse is something that is just like, you only have to see his old message history to know that's not true. Okay? That's just not accurate.
Concept and the responsibility. Of course consent matters, but it's not all that matters. And when I see people cheering each other on to push past the rules that I've set for myself, it doesn't surprise me when they get hurt. It's like being in a room full of drunk drivers and then one of them crashes into a wall and gets injured. It's like, no shit, you were drunk driving, you dumbass. And don't just take my word for it. The sheer amount of times that people who live a promiscuous lifestyle talk about suicide is insane. Melina has talked about suicide, Darius has talked about suicide, Merrick DeVille has talked about suicide. When the hookup was made public, Pixie talked about suicide. If I poked and prodded, I'm sure I could find a dozen more examples, but suicidal thoughts are your brain's alarm system going off saying that you're not living correctly. You need to listen to that alarm. Breaking this down.
What the fuck is this? Like, listen, guys, I don't agree with any of these people, and I also think that they're very sad because they're constantly talking about ending themselves. What the Connor! Bro. This is desperate. This is fucking desperate, man.
Further, Pixie was 19 at the time of her hookup with Steven. She is close to a quote-unquote perfect victim in this scenario because even old heads like me were doing wildly stupid stuff at 19. That being said, we have to encourage young people to be smart, to learn from the mistakes of others, and to make choices with both eyes wide open. Even if they're a victim, the world is filled with tragedy and malevolence. You tell people how to avoid being a victim, even if it's impolite. People got mad at me for the following comment, but I think it's a good mental exercise. If your 19-year-old daughter or son walked up to you and asked, Dad or Mom, I don't have a lot of romantic experience and I feel like I need to get more. I know this person who is polyamorous. They are currently married and are famous for their sexual escapades and dating insane people. They talk a lot about consent in relationships, and so I think they know a lot. Should I sleep with them? If your answer isn't fuck no, then I think you're retarded. If your hypothetical daughter or son followed that question up with saying, they want to videotape it but promise not to share it with anyone else, is that a good idea? The answer again should be fuck no. You should tell your daughters and sons to not lie, to not...
What is this video? Listen, guys, I understand that the Destiny situation's really severe, but also we really need to talk about promiscuity in the community, how everyone feels suicidal because they're not living correctly, and also, like, you know, maybe they're just stupid. Like, wait, what? Come on, bro. Fuck. Did you script this, Connor? Did you sit down and read this back to yourself before recording it? And we're like, yeah, that'll do. Dude. You know when somebody's like, oh, fuck, this is because of the fucking Queeman conversation. This is because of the I would rape Queeman shit, isn't it? Like, bro, come on. I have to get a video out as quickly as possible. Connor is that person who will say correlation doesn't equal causation without understanding how it might relate to promiscuity and mental health. Holy fuck, thank you for the 5, Spencer. This is actually dire.
not cheat, to only date one person at a time, and break up when you know it's not going to work. You should only sleep with people with whom you wouldn't mind having a kid. Avoid promiscuous people because they have STDs and drama. Tell them that if they are promiscuous themselves, they will probably be damaging themselves emotionally, which may make future relationships harder. Family comes before fun, and having kids is one of the coolest things you can ever do. Tell them that marriage means honesty and loyalty.
Having kids is one of the coolest things that you can ever do. But, you know, as long as the kids aren't retarded, fuck me, what is this video?
Past the hardships of life, and that it's a tough but beautiful thing. If you say anything else, I think you're retarded. In my opinion, as a friendly acquaintance and debate opponent of Steven, I had minor annoyance, disapproval, and a tinge of disgust at each rule of mine that he has publicly violated. I've been holding my breath for it all to catch on fire, and I've been often criticized for saying that it would. I think that people with torches and pitchforks now are people who should have been upset at each violation of these social norms, but saved all of their outrage for the consent violations involved in this drama. I don't care about their outrage because I think their perspectives on sex and relationships are self-evidently destructive, antisocial, antinatal, and retarded. I'm not going to join them in their sense of outrage when to me the end result of this behavior was as clear to me as water is wet. I don't care about their pearl clutching and gnashing of teeth. If they participate, promote, or condone Steven's lifestyle right up to the point of leaking porn, and then once homemade porn is leaked without consent, then they freak out, it's only a matter of time until they get socially burned by their own stupidity. I don't care.
I'm sorry, wait, hold on. I'm really trying to follow along with what seems to be a stream of consciousness of complete insanity. But is the argument here essentially Steven has violated my social rules every time I've cringed a bit, but like I've lived with it and it's fine. So now he's violated this social rule. It's also fine because I've allowed him to violate so many others. What? Like, people are gonna have lines where they wait, isn't he the pearl clutcher in this scenario? Yes. This is fucking amazing. I am fucking, listen. Oh, fuck. Connor once did a video. This is, like, I really criticized Connor for this, because I thought it was completely retarded. But he did a video on Destiny, and then the latter half of that video was him explaining how he wasn't like other Orbiters, because he didn't care about Destiny's opinion, or Destiny drama. And I'm like, you're making a Destiny drama video about your opinions on Destiny and how he sees you, while also saying you don't care. Well, you do, because you're making a video on it. Like, what? Like, you've gone to the effort of making a fucking video on the topic. There are lots of things that I don't care about. You know what? I don't make videos on them. And I generally try not to stream on them. Fucking incredible.
About their outrage or their self-inflicted injuries. Which brings us to the legal consequences of this incident. Queeman, Lav, and J-Stock have to greater and lesser degrees highlighted the potential civil and criminal repercussions of Destiny's behavior. Barring new information, I think they're going to be very disappointed. The civil case is the strongest, so let's start with that. Pixie stated that she is suing Steven under U.S. Federal Code 15 USC 6851, which states that an individual whose intimate visual depiction is disclosed without the consent of that individual, where such disclosure was made by a person who knows that or recklessly disregards whether the individual has not consented to such disclosure, may bring a civil action against that person in an appropriate district court of the United States for relief as set forth in paragraph 3. The fact that that individual consented to the creation of the depiction shall not establish that the person consented to its distribution, and the fact that the individual disclosed the intimate visual depiction to someone else shall not establish that the person consented to the...
Once again, for regular viewers, say it with me now. I don't care about the legal arguments. Laws do not inform my opinions on people. Ethics, morals, and actions inform my opinions on people. I do not expect Destiny to go to prison over this. I don't even know if he'll lose this case. That really doesn't fucking matter to me. But Connor's now going to talk a lot about laws and shit. We're going to jump ahead a little bit.
A technical term that a lawyer can more appropriately translate. However, in good faith, and to the
If you're wondering whether Connor is a lawyer, the answer is no.
best of my training and knowledge, here is the lay interpretation. If Steven and Pixie produce pornography with consent, but then Steven distribute it without her consent, he can be financially responsible for any financial damages that she has suffered and attorney's fees. Alternatively, Pixie can be compensated up to $150,000 if damages cannot be established. In my opinion, it would be difficult to calculate Pixie's damages, and so I would guess that a settlement would be around the liquidated damages amount. Again, this is a guess, and lawyers are vipers, so anything can happen. Dan Saltman has stated that this law was passed in 2022, but the alleged infraction occurred prior to that date. I'm sure the timeline and application of the law will need to be fought out in court. Also, Melina, Stasia, and any person who had their homemade pornography distributed without their consent could jump in on this lawsuit or file a separate one. But any pornography in which the subject is not identifiable, or pornography created for commercial purposes such as Melina's OnlyFans content, may be excluded. So Steven is on the hook for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it will need to be fought out in court. Which brings us to the criminal side. At the time of most of the incidents...
Anyone else remember when he openly admitted to covering up for his crooked cop friend? What? No? I haven't heard this before, Liquid Chimp. What the fuck is that? There's no way that... Okay, I don't believe you. Unless you can find me a reference, because that's fucking crazy. No way did he admit to that on stream. You are fucking messing with me. Becca, every time this man speaks, makes me more anti-man. What the fuck? Mali's like, no, I'll just fix that. I think what Mali was trying to say was, every time this man speaks, it makes me anti-man. Every word this man speaks makes me more anti-man. I am become more woke as he speaks. Fuck, I've been working so hard to get that out of you, Mali. My question is, why was Connor a cop for only 4 years? What happened? Listen. We're not gonna fucking... It was on a panel from a few years ago. I thought I was schizo remembering it. But someone else mentioned it in the chat the other day. I'll try to find it. Please do. And if you do, you can find me at Cope and Seethe on Twitter. Cope and Seethe YT on Twitter. Also at Beckett of Crabs on Twitter. Or you can join the Discord and my DMs are open. Please, if you find that, please fucking send it to me. Because that is insane and I want to see it.
Incident, Steven resided in the city of Miami in the state of Florida. Due to jurisdiction and severity, if a criminal case is brought, then it will likely be charged at the state level. But here we start bumping into problems. The first statute offered by critics of Destiny is Florida State Statute 784.049, sexual cyber harassment. The statute reads as follows. Sexually cyber harass means to publish a sexually explicit image of a person that contains or conveys the personal identification information of the depicted person to an internet...
Okay, fuck, we're skipping a lot of this, okay? I don't care.
I think that prosecutors would have a tough time articulating that a private communication between two people that stayed quiet person. I think a defense attorney could reasonably argue that this was a private communication, intent clause of this statute being nullified. I also think that J-Stock's argument that if Steven had distributed it so recklessly, it may as well have been published to a website or leaked intentionally, would need further substantiation with evidence we don't currently have. Also, because Sherry's content is an audio recording and not an image or a video, in my opinion, this statute would not apply to her case. The next argument is for digital voyeurism. The statute reads, a person commits the offense of digital voyeurism if that person, for his...
Okay, fuck, I don't want to listen to you reading more fucking law stuff. Okay, we're gonna skip ahead.
Involved parties, but then disseminated without consent. In my opinion, for the...
Why? I fucking... Listen, the only person I want to hear legal takes from is a lawyer. God of Law, who raided in earlier, or Making Law Simple, is a practicing lawyer. I care what he thinks about laws. And do you know what he says to me when I go to him about things? He's one of the people I'll go to about legal takes. He will often say to me, if it's like outside his state, he doesn't know, he'll try and get an opinion from me from another practicing lawyer. Because he won't just give me a take for content. He is like, unless I know, unless it is something I'm expert in, I'm not going to give you my opinion because that's the responsible thing to do. And that's what you should be doing. All this legal analysis from people is so fucking annoying. Dude, you don't, why? I don't mind the speculation. I don't, listen, people do this all the fucking time, but it's just like, dude, why should I care about your opinions? Same as Erudite. Where is Erudite's qualifications? What, like, for like knowing about political stuff? I don't mean like qualifications like a degree, because again, I have a political science master's. I don't think I'm that qualified, or I'm an expert to talk about politics, realistically speaking. Like, get elected to office or work in government and then give me your opinion. I don't, and I have this as well with people who have degrees in geography or environmental science. If you have a degree in geography and environmental science, we could probably sit down and have a very interesting conversation. But unless you have worked in the industry, your opinion is just not worth as much to me. It's just not. Like, I argue against people who have degrees in the field all the fucking time, and they are wrong, and I am right. You know, that's my job.
Audio recordings that were produced without consent, they do not fall under the statute as it specifically articulates video recordings, images, and broadcasts. Before continuing, this needs to be stated. If Steven audio recorded sexual interactions for his own gratification and justified that recording as being limited in consequence, I would consider that one course of action. The consequences would be limited because people wouldn't be identifiable, the content would be privately consumed, and therefore he could justify this violation to someone's consent to himself, not to me, because there wasn't an identifiable harm in his sexually degenerate worldview. I think that this is consequentialist brain rot that I have heard Vosh and Steven play with mentally on dozens of occasions. However, if Steven wanted to commit digital voyeurism, researched the statute, found out that video recording people without consent was illegal, and therefore opted for audio recordings as a way to exploit a legal loophole, I would view that as premeditation and desire to circumvent the law as predatory, and would effectively see him as an evil person only reeled.
You have a master's? Well, I have a master's in counterterrorism. It is not as impressive as it sounds. Political science is a terrible subject. No, listen. Degrees are important, but they are just the beginning, okay? Like, I have opinions on terrorist stuff, right? But I'm not an expert. I got my degrees many years ago, and I work in a completely different field.
In by the power of the law.
I'm yet to hear anything interesting in this video. Yes, why I keep skipping ahead.
Share why I'm skeptical about. To my knowledge, no one in Twitch and YouTube politics commenting on the situation has worked with cops or state attorneys to secure convictions. I have, and I'd like to share why I'm skeptical about a criminal conviction. When I was in the academy in Central Florida in 2015, mind you, we had a sex crimes detective come in to talk to us about her job and sex crimes prosecution. She was a female detective and spent a sizable portion of the class complaining about alleged victims of date rape. The detective stated that her inbox was full of people who had gone into downtown Orlando, got blackout drunk, went home with someone they didn't know, didn't remember having sex, did their walk of shame, and then waited a week before calling the police. When they called the police, they would make a sworn written statement to the effect that they were blackout, didn't remember anything, and had already taken a shower and washed their clothes and body, eliminating any physical evidence. These people would also have no signs of forcible rape, like bruising to the genital region or arms, and would ask the detectives to investigate it. The detective stated that she would tactfully inform them that they would do what they could, but realistically, there was nothing they could do. It was too late to get witnesses, too late to get security camera footage, too late to get toxicology, too late to get a bodily fluid sample, too late for someone to find the other involved party if the alleged victim didn't have a phone number or an apartment number. The detective would still have to try to contact the other party and get their statement, but barring additional evidence of foul play, there was nothing they could do. Even if a toxicology report came back with drugs, there would be no way to prove that the person with whom they had sex was the same person that drugged them. The detective stated that if we liked to party, or knew people who liked to party, prepare them for the eventuality that this would happen and law enforcement wouldn't be able to do anything on their behalf. In her opinion, these victims were reckless for putting themselves in a risky situation, and they would ultimately have to make peace with the fact they were irresponsibly drunk and had sex with someone they shouldn't have. The sex crimes detective expressed frustration with these victims because they were distracting from the real work, in her opinion, the real reason why she got out of bed in the morning. The detective recounted how she proudly had dedicated her life to arresting serial rapists, child molesters, sexually abusive family members, and sex traffickers.
I'm sorry. Fuck me. I fucking... My brain hurts. My brain actually hurts. Like, I think I might be having an aneurysm. I don't see what this fucking matters. Being like, in their opinion, it distracts from the real work. Okay, so what you're arguing here is... Okay, just so we're clear, the argument here is you don't think, and maybe I'm pause-andying you, you don't think the police are going to care. They're probably not going to investigate it. You're probably not going to get a criminal conviction. This, and actually, I don't entirely disagree with you on the level, like, on the strategic levels of priority that people are going to look at. Because police are going to look at, can you get a conviction? Is it worth the manpower and time? Etc., etc. That's just the nature of reality, unfortunately. But it also, this is exactly why I say I don't care about the legal stuff. Because A, I'm not a lawyer, and B, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether somebody's getting convicted or not. Means that, like, oh, this person's, like, seems to have enough stuff against them that I can reasonably say with some assurity this happened. And I can look at other things Destiny's done, like the Anavoir stuff, like the stuff with his other ex-wife, like the stuff with his current ex-wife, and be like, this person is probably not somebody I want to associate with. But if you are living a life where you're like, I have to wait for a fucking legal case to come to those conclusions, you are fucking crazy. I'm sorry, you're just insane. And you can make a video, and this video is fucking cope. This is all this is. Well, actually, I don't think you're going to get a fucking legal criminal conviction. Okay, sure. Like, again, I might agree with you. Fucking irrelevant. That's actually irrelevant.
She talked about how those arrests and prosecutors had made her job worthwhile. She talked about the convictions of rapists and child molesters who would never have another breath of fresh air. She talked about molested children who are now in safe homes. She talked about actual Eastern European and Central American sex slaves that she had personally set free. I didn't like her attitude towards date rape and wondered if her callousness made her overlook details that might let predators roam the streets, but I was also impressed by the fierce pride and sense of duty she carried taking on some of the worst scum of our society. I imagine talking to her about the situation. I can't help but think that she would think that a bunch of dumbass adults online were all banging each other and sharing porn of each other, and how little she would give a fuck or expend state resources on the investigation. I could be wrong, but that's my read on it based off of my lived experience. I also think about the state attorneys I worked with over the years. I didn't get bright-eyed, bushy-tailed prosecutors who were gung-ho about running down every detail and securing every possible conviction. I got exhausted trench warriors who were throwing buckets of water out of sinking ships. They were lucky to get 5 years in prison for habitual offender drug lieutenants with felony possession of drugs with intent to distribute and suspected murders on their belts. They were lucky to get 5 years from men who had beaten their partners within an inch of their life. They would throw the book at forcible rapists and get them 20 to life, but in order to do that, they needed bodily fluids, signs of battery, a sworn written victim statement with intent to prosecute, character witnesses out the ass, and exact dates, times, and text messages corroborating the rape. In my opinion, if I walked into the state's attorney's office, let alone a Miami state's attorney's office, one of the largest cities in the country, and I said that I wanted to secure a 3-year prison sentence and a sex offense registry requirement for a man leaking video and audio of his consensual sexual liaisons, I think I would be laughed out of that office. Based on my experience, I think a state attorney would look at me like I had a second head growing out of my neck and then would proceed to escort me out of their office. So when Queeman, a 20-year-old drama YouTuber with no life experience, jumps onto my stream and demands that I call Steven a sex predator, I'm not going to. A sex predator is not a creepy, porn-sick sex freak who leaks homemade porn without consent. It's not even a degenerate who secretly audio records a consensual sexual liaison. In my opinion, a sex predator is a rapist, a child molester, a sex trafficker, someone who looks for defenseless people to prey upon. Anna Sherry Molina having undiagnosed BPD or undiagnosed OCD isn't enough to treat them like retarded children, even if Queeman saying that is funny.
Okay. Okay. I don't want to make... Okay, I am going to make this comparison because I feel this is valuable. But I want to be careful about it. I just want to be actually serious for a second. In the Harvey Weinstein case, and people may correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding of the Harvey Weinstein case was that essentially he used his power and authority to bed actresses. Now, many of those women, you could argue, like, were adults and were consenting on some level. But you also understand that this is somebody who was using their influence and power to put women and, like, again, under, like, various things of manipulating them for their careers, that they'd never work again, a whole host of fucking things. And we recognized what Harvey Weinstein did was wrong. Right? Destiny had multiple sexual engagements with the people he was streaming with, and like women who were building their careers, possibly even men. The people he surrounded himself with were like are vulnerable people where, like, if that doesn't go a particular way, you can get that. Like, there was the fucking there was a joke, Tommy said this, where, like, even back in the day, it's like, well, you want to make it on Twitch, you have to end up sleeping with Destiny. That was the joke. So, like, when we're talking about Destiny being predatory, and again, I think the word predatory, like, you need to be careful with that word. I agree there. But there is an element here where the way Destiny approached these people was pretty fucked up. And you're talking about multiple times and instances where it just becomes... It goes beyond reckless, and then you're like, well, even if you're just like, that's negligent, we still prosecute people for negligence. If you're like negligent and somebody dies, it's not like, oh well. It's like, okay, cool. Well, that negligence caused that harm, therefore you're responsible for the negligence, right? And then it may even be like the level of negligence you're showing is in and of itself malicious, because you don't care to the point where it's just like there is almost malice to that carelessness. The thing Connor seems to be missing here is, like, Connor kept giving lines at what point during this conversation with, like, Lam and Queeman where he would start to call it predatory. And then every single time he'd hit the line, Queeman would be like, here's this person, here's 6 people, you said 6 people, you call him a predator. And then Connor's like, well, I wouldn't call him a predator. I'm like, well, fucking why are you in the conversation then? It's infuriating. Spencer Howard with a 5. He's obsessed with whether he could grape Queeman because Queeman has clearly mentally graped him to the point he has PTSD. Shower argument, a video. Jesus. Fuck, man.
While I wasn't prepared for that conversation, we can look at the categorization of sexual offenders and predators in the state of Florida, and I believe it aligns with my worldview. According to the Florida Department...
One of the points in this, by the way, was you can end up on a sex registry, and Quimman's talking from the British perspective. You can end up on the sex registry in the UK for, like, pissing in public in, like, a public park, right? You can end up on the sex registry for a range of fucking reasons. Now, again, there should be criteria where you're like, well, Destiny's not a pedophile, because he's not a pedophile. But at what point, like, do you, like, go, well, here is a thing that where you call that person this thing? Yeah, if the context of the law, well, there is a lot of, there is lots of black and whites. There is so much grey that debating the law regarding something doesn't always work, especially when it comes to sex crimes. Yeah, especially when no one involved in the conversation is a fucking lawyer.
Department of Law Enforcement. A sexual offender is an individual who meets one or more of the following criteria. He or she has been convicted of a qualifying sexual offense in Florida or another jurisdiction. Qualifying adult convictions include sexual misconduct prohibiting molesting a disabled person, Queeman can argue that Anna and Sherry are mentally disabled based on their OCD and BPD, but I don't think law enforcement is going to find that compelling. Sexual misconduct prohibited, molesting someone in a treatment facility, kidnapping, false imprisonment, luring or enticing a child, human trafficking, sexual battery. Merc off the perk can argue that Steven put his hand between her legs while they were cuddling, but I again don't think that law enforcement is going to find this compelling. Unlawful sexual activity with certain minors, procuring a person under the age of 18 for prostitution, selling or buying of minors into sex trafficking or prostitution, lewd, lascivious offense committed upon or in the presence of persons less than 16 years of age, digital voyeurism of a minor.
I don't think the Cherry allegation would make Destiny a rapist, in my opinion. I think recording people secretly violates their consent, even the law doesn't say so. This is kind of my level. It's like, we have, like, Destiny admits to this with the Grindr date. He's like, yeah, I recorded this guy in my with my pocket when we were all, like, fucking. He admits to this. Fuck.
Minor. You can argue that audio voyeurism of adults should be a crime, but considering it's not on the books, I don't think that law enforcement or a state's attorney's office are going to expend resources in order to secure a conviction. Lewd, lascivious offense committed upon or in the presence of an elderly person. Sexual performance by a child, child pornography. Protection of minors. Prohibition of certain acts in connection with obscenity.
You can actually end up on the registry for public urination and sex in the US too. There's actually quite a few easy ways to end up there, yeah.
Computer pornography, child pornography, transmission of child pornography by electronic device, transmission of material harmful to minors to a minor by electronic device, selling or buying of minors, offenses concerning racketeering and illegal debts where the court makes a written finding that the racketeering activity involved at least one sexual offense in this list, sexual misconduct prohibited, molestation of a person in a forensic facility, sexual misconduct prohibited, molestation of a person in a juvenile detention facility, a violation of a similar law in another jurisdiction, sexual battery, lewd lascivious battery, lewd lascivious molestation, victim under 16 but more than 12, a violation of a similar law of another jurisdiction. So those are all the statutes for which you can be put on the sex offense list, and to my knowledge, I do not see an offense that we currently know that Steven has violated that would put him on that list. A sexual predator is defined as someone who has been convicted of violent or repeat sexual offenses or sexual offenses involving minors. If you want to use the term colloquially and conflate these terms, you go ahead, but I'm not going to. Which gets us into the arguments about the sex offender registry. Queeman, Lav, and to a lesser degree J-Stock believe that Steven should be put on a...
Hold on a second. Wasn't Connor saying that people should cut off food shops for being a lolicon and saying that she was a pedophile? Does anyone remember this? Because I'm pretty sure that, like, Connor was making this argument, but, like lolicon in the US wouldn't get you, like, where food shops is or whatever, wouldn't necessarily get her labeled as a pedophile. So why are you happy to do that for food shops, but why aren't you happy to do that for Destiny? Because that's also, like, a pretty serious thing to say about somebody without a conviction or the chance of a conviction. So why are you making this fucking legal argument now? But this is, and again, Connor's just fucking inconsistent. And said she should be on the registry. What the fuck? Again, consistency. This is fucking ridiculous. This is such cope. You're not doing this and not saying this about Destiny because it's Destiny. And it's fucking obvious that's what you're doing.
The sex offense registry. This is allegedly to forewarn people to Steven's predatory behavior. Based on currently available information, I think this is a massive overplaying of their position. I just listed the sex crimes for which someone can be put on a sex offense registry. Sex offense registry destroys your opportunities for employment and housing. It makes you a target of your neighbors. Within 5 minutes of that topic being brought up, I was able to get a half a dozen records of serial killers who use the sex offense registry as a list for who they would kill, knowing that if they got caught, they would have broad public support. Not only does the punishment far exceed the currently known crimes, But many of Destiny's critics don't even think that he should be incarcerated, which actually sent me for a mental tailspin. For the uninitiated, jail and prison is a terrifying place. Being in a lockup, even for a few days, can put people on the straight and narrow, and having a suspended sentence hanging over your head can be a dire reminder not to stray off the beaten path. These people seem like children to me because they want to censor Destiny from the internet, take away a substantive amount of his money, and put him on the sex offense registry, but they don't think that he should be incarcerated. Not only do they think that he shouldn't be incarcerated, they don't think that it would be justified to strike him or to beat him for what he did. They laughed when I said that if he did something similar to my son or daughter, I would beat him. To put this in perspective, I must have just grown up.
Yeah, but here's the problem. It's like, well, if you recognize you do that for your own son and daughter, surely you can recognize how other people might fucking feel this way. And then you don't. And it's like, well, if it's your kids, and again, a lot of this comes down to what these people's content are. What the content of the content. My brain has just broken, and I'm trying to find a way to phrase the sentence, and now I'm looping on it. Anyway, yeah, a lot of this comes down to what kind of content these people focus on or make their money from. If you are a moral thinker, I just had a Mersh moment, I swear to God. Right, if you're focused on talking about moral things without any moral positions or any consistent moral positions, then yes, people are going to fucking laugh at you. Actually, do you know, it's interesting. Potato asked about the Toastify stuff earlier. And it's like, drama content creators get this in a different way. This is why the accusation of sweeping is actually a pretty big accusation for a drama content creator. It's like, who are you to talk about other people's dramas or other people's friends in dramas if you are not able to hold yourself to your own standards when it's close to you? I think that is a completely viable and reasonable thing to ask somebody. It's why I stopped the stream to talk about Toastify, because I think it is reasonable to talk about those things and be asked about them. Sweeping is just actually not a nothing accusation. And it's also why when drama creators can't handle their own dramas, even when they are small dramas, it is a much bigger deal. So, like, you've got this situation where, like, people's criticisms on Destiny are going to be harsher because Destiny is telling, like, Destiny's making criticisms of Andrew Tate, for example. And while the stuff that Destiny has done is not on the level of Andrew Tate, or fucking, as far as I can see, anywhere near it, if the accusations against Tate are true. Actually, even with the way just Tate basically treats people, they're obviously not on the same fucking level. Nonetheless, it's like, well, who is Destiny to make these comments on the Red Pillars? Same with the Harry Sisson stuff. Who are you to tell other people how they should be living their lives or interacting with women? You don't have any fucking principles, and that's a reasonable, valuable criticism.
Up in a different culture. In conservative culture and in the Marine Corps, if you fuck up, you get beaten up, and then you don't make the same mistake again. The beating is a reminder not to commit the same violation, but it doesn't do lifelong damage. There's a clip of Pixie hanging out with her father and Pixie's dad thanking Steven for being Pixie's friend. If Pixie's father were to call me and say, let's go down to Miami, I think Steven deserves to be beaten for what he did to Pixie, I would advise him against it for legal consequences and legal consequences only. I would view it as a socially justifiable and maybe even positive thing for people to receive beatings for their misbehavior and then for everyone to shake hands and move on. Just to repeat it, some people on the internet who have the life experience of children think it's appropriate for Destiny to lose a large chunk of his money, for him to be censored from the internet, for him to lose all of his employment opportunities, for him to be put on the sex offense registry, and for him to be labeled a sexual predator, but they do not think that he should be incarcerated or even struck. Only in Twitch or YouTube politics could this be a popular position. I need to make my perspective very clear because my position was broadly criticized. I think that Twitch and YouTube politics is filled with retarded children with no life experience. I think that you look up the false prophets who make you even more anti-social.
Then why are you engaging with it, you fucking idiot? you are engaging in the very thing that and this isn't like the first time Connor has like made this argument. Connor has made this argument multiple fucking times. And like, don't get me wrong, I will say this because I'm really fucking, I'm being annoyed at Connor, but like, are the visuals irrelevant? The video is cut off to the left, pretty much, yeah. It's just Connor showing random clips. Good evening, Rags. Connor's like, Connor, when I was dealing with the progressive victory stuff, Connor was doing this thing where he was like, if you don't care about political activism, it's why you're ineffective on the left. And when I came in and said, I care about ecosystems, I actually don't give a fuck about political effectiveness of online creators. I think that's a retarded argument. He actually listened to me. So Connor does have the capability of taking in other people's perspectives and being fully fucking reasonable about them. I just wish he did it more. Like, because this is fucking ridiculous.
Social, retarded, and disconnected from reality. I participate in the space and I tell you what I think is true, regardless of whether or not it makes you happy. I also live a normal life.
Hold on. Come the fuck on. You're a Warhammer creator and you fucking are not consistent on this shit. You're a conservative who worked with Progressive Victory because you didn't like Trump and then were really surprised at how far left they were and then continued working with them.
Outside of Twitch and YouTube politics, partially because I want to, but also because I hope it sets an example for young people in this space to emulate. Just because you're riding a
I hope to be emulated. Jesus fucking Christ.
Wave of popular sentiment in a crusade to take out a large creator doesn't mean you're correct on the facts of the matter or what the potential consequences are. Truth and reality have a habit of beating our delusions out of us, and I would encourage you to look at truth rather than what's popular. So in summary, Steven very likely fucked up and severely damaged his public reputation and social network. Even his closest friends and associates are finding it impossible to defend him. He hurt some of the people closest to him in his life, and if he doesn't change his behavior, he will be alone except for a chat full of sycophants. He's going to have to fight out whether or not he is civilly liable for his reckless behavior. There are a few criminal statutes that potentially could apply, but I find it unlikely that he will be convicted or incarcerated barring new information. In my opinion, labeling him a sex predator or asking him to be put on the sex offense registry is disconnected from reality based on currently available information. Of course, if the story develops further, I will make related content, but for now, I think we need to take a break and talk shit about someone else. I appreciate you watching. Catch you in the next one. Godspeed.
Like who? Wu isn't even working with you anymore. You've lost Brianna Wu. She was your biggest draw. Oh, it's a fucking quiet drama period at the moment. Jesus. Fuck. Okay, well that was the Connor video. I encourage Connor to... Jesus Christ. The Alex memes never fucking end. The Alex memes never end. Jesus. Fuck, what we got going on? What other stuff is there? How long have we been going? Like 4.5 hours? I've got a bit more in me. If you want to cover something else. I feel bad. Last time fucking Rags turned up in my chat. He was like, just as it's ending. And I felt bad. So I want to give... I'm literally going to stay live just because Rags turned up. My excuse. Also, interesting side note to all of this. Sick posted this, and I saw this earlier. Destiny has now apparently doxed Just Ilk, leaning into his constant campaign of trying to publicly humiliate the people who seek any form of accountability, and opening the door to publicly harassing the enemies, IRL. He has already done this with Pixie, attempted to do this with Queen, and has now succeeded in regards to Just Ilk. Omnilimral knows the ramifications of his behavior, and how it leads to dangerous things such as swatting. He does this with reckless disregard for the safety of the individuals involved. Everyone in chat owes me. That's very true. Yeah, so this was literally like a conversation about them like talking, like this has been censored, obviously. I wouldn't show it otherwise. So this is Destiny. Wait, is this actually true? Lol, is that Just Ilk's name? Chad? Everyone knew that it was Chad, and then it's like the full name. There's like a load of other information that was like brought out, also censored. Absolutely fucking wild. Oh my god. What an absolute shit show. Fucking hell. It never ends. It never ends. Just endlessly back to back. I listen. I think Diorio's got lucky because he's just gone on holiday, and I don't think he's even coming back to cover the I Am Alex stuff. He was. I saw on his private Twitter he was joking about this. He was like, "Where's the I Am Alex vid, Nick?" And that's pretty fucked up to just dox Just Ilk. But does that mean we get to know why he goes by Just Ilk now? I think it's just talk or something. I think that's what it's meant to be. I would say Just Ilk. Or JSDKL. Cool anime girls with the two. Pay rags. I'll send him a super chat when he's next live. I enjoy the stuff we played. Okay, cool. That wasn't to me. That wasn't to me. That is both lucky and unlucky. Yeah. Take what he says seriously. Oh, sorry. Like, Destiny's deranged. It's wild to me that people take what he says seriously. Yeah. I mean, he's been around a long time. That's a long time to ingrain an audience. And also, listen, DGG's had this whole thing of just being able to, like, sort of sweep aside accusations when they don't like them. They're just like, yeah, it's irrelevant. Destiny. There's a reason he did it. It matters. Well, his, like, fucking open doxing. I don't know what to tell you. It's like, you know, you can do the whole kind of no good, there are no bad tactics, just bad targets kind of shit, but I don't fucking know. He hasn't doxed Queeman yet. I hope that he doesn't. But this is, yeah, a little bit fucked. Did I have anything else on my watch later? Or the inbox? Did I have anything? Oh, I was like, that's a thing we could look at. Imagine if politics is a normal conversation and that this shit. Wouldn't that be magical? Wouldn't that be like a fucking incredible way to live? Hold on. Please enjoy Warhammer Berserkers. They're not painted yet, but that's cool. That's nice. I like seeing Warhammer stuff in the Discord. That always makes me smile. That's what we want. That's what we want. Let's have a look at my inbox. Oh fuck. Moist Critical covered the Eric Conover stuff. I'm not going to watch it, but that's clearly spreading. I think that's going to be a really fucking interesting story. Let's watch. Yo. Apparently, okay, Dylan the Night Owl has done a Dobson content because it is actually really good. It's the best. It makes me laugh, and I like to laugh, so it is good. But before we do that, obligatory Ken Ashcorp. Because I need it in my life.
Andrew Dobson, professional artist, traces pictures of Big Ben, goes to sell them at conventions. 5 minutes in Photoshop, I hope you die on your way to MCM. On your way to MCM.
God, that fills me with so much fucking joy every single time. Listen, webcomics artist and perpetual victim. I fucking can't wait. Let's let's laugh at Andrew Dobson. Let's go.
On the internet, there are many sorts of people that you can find. Archetypes that, with time, many of us have become accustomed to. The loud-in-your-face influencer trying desperately to vie for your precious attention and money. The edgelord that, in the right context, can either come across as pretty funny or astoundingly cringe, oftentimes being both at the same time. There are those that scream about their political beliefs, drone on and on about movies or video game opinions, even those that yell about nothing in particular at all. But if I were to really boil it all down, I'd say that while every archetype has their quirks, they are all ultimately connected in one thing. They hunger for attention, be that positive or negative.
That is true. That is true. I am hungry for your attention. I am not afraid. I am not afraid or ashamed to admit that I am purely here to serve my own egotistical meanderings. Okay? I know what I am.
They wish to be seen, heard, or to make a ruckus. None perhaps more than that of the artist archetype. The internet, while built of code and machinery, is what—
Let's be clear, I have a community full of artists, you're all fucking incredible. And and you're absolutely fine, okay? I know that you don't want attention, that you are doing it purely for the love of the art.
What it is, visually,
I will sweep
through
for
the
my
many
community.
artists have shaped this image. Be they artists looking to make something beautiful, something awful, something that goes against the status quo, or simply the ones that design the many interfaces of the sites that you use every single day. In truth, there is perhaps no better way to get attention in the vast abyss that we call the web than to be an artist. But while so many scream out for others to notice them, not many can actually handle the weight of the eyes and words of hundreds or thousands or, God forbid, millions reaching out towards them. No matter their craft, be it drawing, animating, making video games, or being a YouTuber or filmmaker, it's a real monkey's paw wish. You can find ways to get so much attention here, have people see your art and all that you do in ways that were completely unimaginable before the internet.
Okay, speaking of monkey's paw wishes, I saw Critical Drinker's video on Snow White today, and it's really weird. It's a really weird video to watch because he's been talking about this film for years, and he finally saw it, and he was like, it's actually worse than I expected. And it's really funny that he's like, the best bit of it's like the actress who I hate. I mean, Gal Gadot is just apparently fucking useless. I've heard that from a couple of people, but that's a fucking weird one. I can't imagine spending like so long talking about a product coming out, and then you finally see it and you're like, it's like end of an arc.
However, you cannot choose what they think of your art, or you, for that matter, once they do finally take notice of your work. Today we'll be looking at a cautionary tale, a story of a man who hungered for attention, who needed to be seen, and who failed time and time again with—
Goal sticker. I think you're outside the time rotting, but regardless, because it is you. What the fuck is that? Dias? What the? I literally have no idea. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. It was a border thing. What the fuck? Okay. Anyway, regardless, because it's you, Rodding, please enjoy this sticker. I'm very proud of you. You guys are the best, and I'm very proud. More proud than even Connor's parents are of Connor being a parent. Well done. Well done. Let's keep going. EFAP was on Snow White, and I think it was really good. Check it out if you're interested. Best coverage of it on the internet. Is it out? I actually really do want to see it. I am like the Snow White film. I'm genuinely interested in hearing everyone's fucking takes on. Okay, so I can't wait.
the consequences of that wish. A man whose entire life is made up of mistakes, just about every single one that you could make, and not just simply with being on the internet and handling fame, but with those around him, those who cared for him most.
Oh, the re-upload isn't out yet, technically? Damn. But I want it. But I want it. Okay. Should be out later today, based. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
And perhaps even abstractly speaking, in life in general, a man who couldn't handle criticism of any kind, saw enemies in the shadows of every word spoken or written towards him, and with time grew more spiteful out of the desperate need to be right, to be on top, to be better. A man who gave into nearly every sin along the way in his internet journey from fame to infamy. Today, my friends, we are going to be looking at the tragic fable of Andrew Dobson, the perpetual victim.
This does not even deserve the captain's log introduction, because this is dead serious. So I've got a message out there for every fucking troll with a headset and a copy of Modern Warfare.
This is such an old school intro for YouTube. I quite like it, actually. Might send this to Max and be like, we should do this for one of the videos.
I hate the N-word, and by N-word, I mean nerd, not...
Hello, gamer fans. Spax here.
Everyone, I'm so glad you're still watching ADGN after 15 years.
So, on the topic of artists, while these days there's a few places artists go to share their art, be it Zitter, Instagram, etc., back in the day, the two biggest spots for artists' work to be seen was Newgrounds and DeviantArt. If you are someone wanting to share your art, be seen by others, and maybe even get paid for what you do, these were great places as they had some of the biggest communities of like-minded people.
Do you think, like, either of these, like, one of the things I've been wondering about with, like, the death of, like, certain parts of the internet, like the way Twitter is going, I kind of wonder whether there'll be new sites that pop up, or maybe, like, these old ones will start getting attention again. Could you imagine a revival of DeviantArt? Fuck it. Everyone just moved to Fur Affinity. There's unplumbed social media for you. Fuck. Okay, that's gonna get clipped out of context.
And those that wanted to see, well, more art in general. This is technically still true even now, mind you, but back in the day before the influx of social media and the like, these places were your best bet to actually have anything that you create be seen, and thus also your best opportunity, though it was more rare at the time, to get some cash through commissions and the like to actually get paid for your passion, you know, drawing and making art. Essentially, it was the first real means of becoming an independent artist. And while at the time, many just simply wanted to share their stuff, and the culture around art and videos and...
DeviantArt is full of AI shit? God damn. Audio's cutting out? Yeah, everything looks okay on my side to OBS. Might just be YouTube doing shit. It does that sometimes because they have managed to break the website. Good going, Google. Thanks so much for that.
And creation online in general was just so much less about finding a way to make revenue off of it, and more so just about creating something and then dropping it for everyone to see. This is why people weren't afraid to be a lot more bold and experimental than perhaps they are even now, because you probably were never going to get paid for this, so why not just put your all into it, and advertisers and the like be damned.
Any chance that Internet Explorers will collab with Netlore? You are both lore podcasts that barely record new episodes is perfect. Like, I think we're open to collabs to things. And I think that the new episode that we've just done on our secret topic with Chris and Ark is actually pretty funny. I think it's pretty good. So we've decided to start season 2 after not really finishing season 1. It's a new year. We're going to make more episodes. We are going to record more.
But
Thank you
even
for the
then,
5,
there
Anonymous.
were those that did wish to get paid for what they do. Or better yet, just want to find some way to turn this into a real profession. And so because of that, there were a couple more popular ways to get this kind of attention. One way...
I don't agree with this line of thinking, really, as if there isn't a financial incentive to break the mold, do new things, and stand out from the crowd. I think it's a mix, right? But I think truly experimental stuff, like, it's not that we don't see as much of it, it's that we see far more, like, just of the same shit over and over again. So, like, and this is maybe why we see certain things stand out, right? Like, was it Rusty who was, like, building a guillotine? And then we're talking about, like, I've only seen bits of his content before he did the thing where he, like, kind of faked his death. It was very, that was an odd live stream. If it's a mix, then what he said isn't true. Yeah, was it okay? Was stuff as weird as it was on like Newgrounds though, Rags? Because like I'm trying to think of. Let me just find this. When I think of like stuff from back in the day, B versus B cartoon. God, that's not gonna give it to me. Chan cartoon. Where the fuck is this? Is it this one? I mean, like, I think of NCH Productions, and I don't know why. Maybe because I'm a fan, but like just back in the day, like some of the shit that come out from people was great. And the reason I'm bringing this up, by the way, is partly because I've just thought of it. I actually really like his work. But he had a thing like 2 years ago where he just felt like his channel was dying. Regardless of the fact that he was basically the only person with his art style. He was having real trouble. And he ended up wanting to do more Monster Hunter stuff and more mainstream stuff because it wasn't getting the views when he sort of like went off onto more weird tangenty stuff. This was fucking 18 years ago. What the hell has happened to my life? What has happened to my fucking life? Okay, that's probably enough. Okay, back to the video.
way was to draw porn. We'll get back to that one. Another way was to make animations. Once again, we'll get back to that one. But another way was to make a webcomic, which is a comic that is posted to the web. Webcomics represented one of the many ways to take something that was once held back by publishers and the like, and to be able to go fully independent. While comic strips in newspapers or comic books by big publishers needed to follow their guidelines, needed to connect with a big audience, needed to have something iconic, for a lack of a better term, to really stay around, webcomics could really be anything and for anyone. They could be as brutally violent and dark as they wanted to. They could be random, nonsensical, edgy, extremely sexual, and they were allowed to appeal to a much smaller, niche audience. And perhaps above all else, they could be far more personal. While some of this sounds like I'm stating the obvious, it cannot be understated how refreshing and interesting webcomics were, especially if you wanted to tell stories as an artist online, but didn't quite have the skill to tell it through animation, which again, much like webcomics, went through a real renaissance during this early era of the internet, with artists who might have never been seen before becoming internet sensations, and eventually, some even turning into household names. At least within the internet and pop culture scene, I should say. When it came to webcomics, some of the most interesting cultures that came from online were from webcomics, be it from the cursed panels of Christian Sonichu comic, which could be argued created an entire culture around documenting interesting internet individuals. Not unlike this video I'm making right now, I suppose. To series like Homestuck, completely dominating every website where fan art or stuff of it could be shared.
I feel like I really need to read Homestuck at some point. Like, it's such a missing part of my internet knowledge. It's actually wild. Like, I used to read a lot of webcomics, by the way, back in the day. Like, I had a folder through that were updated like daily and weekly, and it was things like Least I Could Do and LFG, CAD, VG Cats, XKCD, Cyanide and Happiness. Fucking hell. There were so many, and so few of them have survived in any tangible way. Why do I click on and the first thing I hear is Homestuck? Why has God forsaken me? Well, you shouldn't have left, Mally. What's wrong with you? What are you doing? What do you mean? What do you mean? Why'd you click on? Why aren't you just saying? I don't have a clue what Homestuck is. Remember Penny Arcade? Remember Penny Arcade? What is it that PAX is like? Didn't PAX have a connection to a webcomic? I'm just going fucking crazy. Anyway. Not to mention, by the way, Linkara with the Lightbringer comic. Fucking classic.
Could be shared, and becoming near impossible to not notice it, like it or no. Through troll comics spawning an entire wave of basic, rudimentary faces that represent various emotions, which could be
Penny Arcade Expo. Listen, I'm very tired. It's like fucking 8:30 in the morning. Don't bully me. Fuck.
Argued is what would eventually lead into the Wojak, the Beta versus Alpha, the Sigma ML grind set, and this entire strange undercurrent internet culture that has slowly evolved and devolved and reshaped itself and can still very much be seen.
True, Melly. The parasocial relationship is very much two-way.
Seen to this very day. I could go on and on, but needless to say, webcomics have helped to define many cultures on the internet, and thus were also a great means of making your mark upon the web. And perhaps then it was, for all these reasons and more, why the around 27-year-old Andrew Dobson, known then under his alias Tom Preston online, decided to start sharing his art with the world on DeviantArt around 2009, alongside a webcomic called Danny and Spot.
Hey, paisano! Oh my god, Mario, Luigi, Princess, Toad!
Who did you expect? Pee-wee Herman?
Now, before we jump into his webcomic, I think some introductions are in order. This is Andrew Dobson, and while not much is known about his full past, there are little details that we've learned throughout the years. One such example being that he has been an artist and lover of animation ever since he was a little kid. He had some trouble with bullies as a child, it would seem, with one story going around that at one point, when he was in school, he was bullied so hard and so aggressively, so mercilessly, that he had to move to a different school in a different state. Though that part has never been actually fully confirmed to my knowledge, but Andrew has talked about his experiences throughout school all the way up to high school being quite torturous from his perspective. What has been fully confirmed, however, is the fact that Dobson graduated from the Minneapolis College of Art and Design with a bachelor's in fine arts, which is actually quite something, as this particular college is always ranked within the top 10 art colleges in the United States, meaning he spent a lot of money on that degree, only to not end up being able to get a single job through that degree, according to Dobson. Though he did try for some time. We'll get into all of that more shortly. Besides all of this, what was also clear was...
Lovingly, please speed it up. My rotting brain can't process information this slowly. Yeah, sure. I was thinking the same thing. Fuck, this is 2 hours and 17 minutes. Okay, we're not going to watch all of this. Okay, I just want to know about Dobson's past. Okay, we'll start there.
So Andrew Dobson was a big fan of anime, video games, and in particular, Nintendo games. You can see in his artwork that he posted in the early days of his DeviantArt career that he had a style that was sort of a mixture between Dragon Ball Z, Rom the One-Half meets Western comic books and cartoons. It's very early DeviantArt core, if you know what I mean. Though overall, not too bad all things considered. Not amazing, but some of his pieces are definitely much better than others. Regardless though, Andrew's love for Nintendo specifically would eventually culminate into his first foray into webcomics, that being the aforementioned Danny and Spot. A comic focused on this blonde dude named Danny, who loves the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, and games like Halo, Madden, Call of Duty, etc. While on the other hand, Spot is a fan of Nintendo games, and in particular, everything on the Nintendo Wii. And basically, every single one of these comics that he made around the series is about Spot being smart and cool, and always knowing exactly what to say, because he represents Dobson's opinions that Nintendo is way cooler and much better.
Hey Spot, want to play a new PS3 game? Is it a first-person shooter? Oh god.
Better than PlayStation and Xbox stuff. While Danny is dumb, quick to anger, and overreaction, and always loses in any argument that they have, because he is, well, a straw man that Andrew must defeat. A representation of the people that he thinks plays these consoles, which for some strange reason, instead of just allowing them to enjoy what they enjoy, and he enjoys what he enjoys, he seems to feel the need to showcase his superior taste in Nintendo games, versus whatever is on the PlayStation 3 and 360. Some of you may say that sounds like a really petty and strange premise for an entire comic, and yeah, pretty much. Nonetheless, here are some various examples of...
Okay, do you know what? Unironically, that's incredibly fucking crazy, but also slightly based. The entire webcomic. Listen, I think this will become apparent with Dobson generally, that his entire existence is basically just spite-based. Which, you know, unfortunately, because I hate Dobson, kind of relatable.
Of Danny and Spot. Quote,
"Man, games these days. I remember games that used to have crazy hero characters and wacky plots. Plumbers, hedgehogs, cavemen, pizza slices, and gorillas all used to get a piece of the action.
Are you done yet?
Now they're all scruffy, buff, moronic nobodies. So, the PS3 can't play PS2 games for some weird reason. And the 360 is a paperweight now due to the red ring of death. You know you want to. No! I don't get you, Danny. You always complain the Wii has terrible graphics, but you go nuts for 3D Gamer Hero. If that same game had appeared on the Wii instead of the PS3, would you still be praising its style?
Probably not.
Unbelievable. Are you excited about the new Super Mario Bros. Wii?
Heck no. Mario and Nintendo are growing stale. They never try to do anything new. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go play some Madden and Halo 3.
Oh, my head.
This unconfirmed Spanish website says Miyamoto wants to leave Nintendo because he's sad he's upset hardcore gamers.
Oh, please. Miyamoto pretty much created the whole notion of casual gaming. Do you really think he'd be upset over some stupid, whiny hardcore nerds?
I knew he abandoned us.
This is where reality flies out a window. How come you're not playing video games as much anymore?
I can't. With work, obligations, family, and friends, I just don't have time to play as much as I want to.
You know what you are? You're a casual gamer!
No! Here you are, Spot. Try out my new PlayStation 3 game.
A touch. It burns!
Har har.
Hey, Dan.
I cannot believe how many of them there are. The Wii peaked with the Railroad Shooter Resident Evil games. Fuck, those were actually good. Those were actually good. Listen, I don't get this. I think the Switch is great. I think the Switch is great. I wish there were more Switch games on, like, PC. I own a PS5. I don't really like Xbox. But, like, that's about it. Dobson cringe, this is ridiculous. This is actually insane.
Annie, you should try this brain training exercise game.
No way. When I play a game, I don't want it to be developing skills I can use in real life. Wait, that didn't come out right. Let me try again. You know, you bash the PS3 constantly. How come you don't ever bash the Xbox 360 as much?
Well, unlike the Wii, which is revolutionizing the entire industry, and the PS3, which is a Blu-ray player, the 360 is just kinda there.
I shouldn't have asked. I don't know why everyone is saying
revolutionizing the entire industry. Guys, when was the last time you played with motion controls? It revolutionized into a dead end. This is why you never trust a Nintendo fanboy. True. Fucking look. I know that people complain about PC players, and God knows I am one, so I get it. But, like, Nintendo fanboys are so fucking... Nintendo fanboys, and I hate to say it, Zelda fangirls are fucking so annoying.
New Super Mario Bros. Wii is so hard, it's easy to me. Gee, you don't suppose, over 20 years of history of playing Mario Bros., the new tricks like wall jumping and lack of hardware-limiting gameplay mechanics might have something to do with it?
Nope, Nintendo was just being lazy. Unquote. I think you get the point after that. Mind you, there is a ton more of these, and basically they all just amount to just this with little variation. With Andrew, Spot, being against hardcore gamers, and I guess anything on the PlayStation or Xbox consoles, while constantly praising Nintendo any chance he gets. And while someone who's more charitable might say that both of these are meant to be extremes, and that the smart one would be someone who's theoretically in the middle and just plays whatever games are fun to them. But no, the truth is Andrew Dobson's glazing of Nintendo knows literally no bounds, as even outside of this comic series, he would also often express his opinions and frustrations with anyone who dared to criticize Nintendo in both the descriptions of these comics as seen here. Quote, I've gotten a lot of people saying I bashed the PS3 far too much, so here's some friendly 360 bashing to even things up. Also, a lot of hardcore geeks have been bashing the new Super Mario Bros. Wii for being too easy, and I suspect that many of them simply aren't taking things into perspective, unquote. As well as in other one-off comics he would make, like this one where he directly attacks those who mock the Wii's motion controls and yet defended PlayStation's foray into motion controls, noting the following in the description of this piece. Quote, Sony recently unveiled their final version of their ripoff of the Wii's motion sensing technology, and are calling it Move, because apparently ARC was copyrighted by Microsoft. Almost immediately, the Sony fanboys started declaring their obvious supremacy over the Wii users in the console wars. The same people who, for 4 years, have been laughing at Wii users and belittling them for using motion controls and Waggle, are now proclaiming that Sony's Move is the most innovative and original idea on the face of the planet. Wow. Just wow, unquote. I think it's kind of interesting, because while there may have been some people that were like this, these Sony fanboys that he is raging on about, honestly, this comes off more to me as kind of fighting a mob of people that he's made up in his head. Something Dobson does quite often, actually, putting himself firmly as the voice of reason in a sea of revolting dullards, who can quickly be outwitted and are spineless dumbasses at the end of the day. This particular motion control thing seemed to really get under his skin, too, as he would end up making another comic shortly after this one. Quote, we've got more power, more memory, and we're in HD, baby. Cool. I think the motion controls are a fun idea. No real gamer wants any of that. Oh, but we're not targeting real gamers. We're going after the millions of non-gamers that you guys are ignoring. And while we're at it, we're going to gradually build a bridge between casuals and hardcores. Here are our versions of motion controls. Come to us now, you casual idiots. Huh? What? Are you guys still on motion controls? That's so 2009, unquote. I love, by the way, the concept that by the way, Dobson's interpretation of the PlayStation 3 and 360 is that only hardcore gamers buy and play it, despite the fact that, say, Madden would be a series that I'd say a lot of people play casually. The same thing with something like Call of Duty, Halo, and online games in general are something that a lot of people play casually. If anything, I always interpret...
Let's be clear. Real gamers play on PC. Okay? if you're a console peasant, I understand, but real gamers play on PC.
Interpreted the difference between a hardcore and a casual gamer, as fucking stupid as both those terms are, is just how much they're playing of games. Someone who casually plays them, playing them once in a while when they can, whereas someone who's hardcore into it makes it their primary hobby and plays it far more often, despite whatever games they're actually playing during that time. Nonetheless, though, this comic also has a bit more further elaboration in its description. Quote, one step ahead. I've been thinking about this whole gaming generation and how really hilarious it is. Well, Nintendo sweeps up its competitors. They're all stumbling behind trying to play catch-up. It's taken them so long to get their version of motion controls out that I honestly believe that the motion phase will have worn out by then, and Nintendo will be miles ahead doing their own thing while the 360 and PS3 try to figure out why their own motion controls didn't achieve the same level of success. Represented here by Microsoft CEO Baldy, the PS3 douchebag guy seen in those condescending TV commercials, and Shigeru Miyamoto, God, unquote. Bro literally called Shigeru Miyamoto God. I don't think I could say much more than that for you to get the point. He had a habit of defending this video game company to the bitter end, basically being the embodiment of the, hey, leave the multi-billion-dollar company alone meme in living form. He even kicked the hornet's nest at one point with Sonic fans, with this drawing and this big-ass fucking description to boot that I am not going to waste my time reading all of, but it amounts to basically Mario good and always will be good, Sonic bad and past his prime. You get the idea? And while there obviously were those that criticized his work, and if there were any Sony or Microsoft fans that were just as dedicated to glazing their own preferred consoles he definitely attracted them to his comic. On the whole, most of his community, at least that which we can see in the Wayback Machine, seemed to agree with him a fair bit. Hell, look at this comment section surrounding the comic about Nintendo always being ahead of the curve. Quote, Nintendo's innovation. I love it.
XD. The neighbors are wondering what's so funny here, laughing out loud. True story. Sir, as a diehard Nintendo fan, this comic made my day.
Oh my god, you are my god now. This is genius. Haha, yay for Nintendo.
Unquote. So clearly he was connecting with at least some people here, though there were certainly those that were willing to throw hands with him, even then too, with this piece of Miyamoto that he drew, garnering this critique in return. Quote, so much wrong, much to fix. First off, Samus Aran is not even Miyamoto's creation. It was Hiroji Kiyotake's creation, so Samus has nothing to do with this. Mario's cap peak is out too far and should be cut back a bit. The brothers' eyebrows should be leaving their heads. It makes it look as if they're smiling with no effective emotions. Their eyebrows are literally on their caps. In fact, Peach doesn't even seem to display any visible emotion that might even be there. I'm sure you can fix this to actually bring out the real Miyamoto in these pieces. Until then, no, unquote. Now mind you, even though he loved lazing Nintendo...
That's fucking amazing. What a fucking listen. I love when hyper nerds meet more hyper nerds. It's great. Cool Anime Girls with 5. Problem with PC for me is I can't lay and be in peak comfortableness like I can with my Switch and PS5. I actually, like, I don't own a Switch, and I'll probably get the new Switch when it comes out, because I think that's like due for an upgrade. Maybe like a Stream Deck. That would be good. And oh fuck, do you know what? I was watching Xeno Chronicles or whatever the fuck it is, and it looks really fun. Steam Deck. You do Steam Deck. But like, I don't know how good Steam Deck is. So.
There were certain things that he did take great issue with them, that he did make comics about too, with him having made several comics about the names of Nintendo characters being changed, / now using their original Japanese names, as well as characters' hairs turning blonde, because for whatever reason he really, really, really hates blonde hair. Some have theorized that old story about him being bullied so hard that he moved to a different state, if it is to be believed, that this bully had blonde hair, and thus he has a petty bias against people with that shade of hair color, especially if it ends up on his beloved Nintendo characters. And many of his strawmen in his comics happen to have blonde hair, hell, Danny from Danny and Spot being a prime example of that. Again, that claim is unsubstantiated, but it's pretty funny, so I'm just going to pretend that it's real. Anyway, here's a comic where he...
I can help you get Xenoblades running on PC real easy. Interesting. Interesting. Lots of devs use it as min spec now, so there's lots of options. Interesting. Okay, I'll pick between the two. Steam Decks aren't that expensive. It's like a couple of $100, right? I just want something that I can play, like, lying down in bed. Or, like, lying on the sofa. Oh, I love lying on the sofa and playing games. It's so good. I'll DM you? Based. Yeah, show me.
He bitches about everything I just went over. Quote, thanks to the internet, it's become increasingly difficult to keep things localized. We'll have to make drastic changes. Mario, you're no longer from Brooklyn. Do your best to adopt an outdated, stereotypical Italian dialect. You, dye your hair and lose the Popeye arms. You're no longer going to fight with Mario. And when you do, let your girly emotions run wild. Try to act like a ditz, cause your new name is Peach. Link, you need to be more effeminate to attract the ever-growing anime fangirl group. Dye your hair too, and do your best to look non-threatening. Zelda will also no longer be your romantic interest. Samus, dye your hair and lose the armor. From now on, you'll be wearing this skimpy jumpsuit to attract more men to your games. And finally, do your best to pretend this never happened. Mamma mia! Unquote. Stupid fucking Nintendo. You fucking made my favorite character, Princess Toadshit, and renamed her fucking Princess Asscrack and made her blonde. Though they are my mighty god, they will never be forgiven for this transgression. But anyway, eventually Andrew would grow tired of this Danny and Spot comic though, and would sort of accidentally walk into what would end up becoming his most famous, or perhaps infamous, webcomic series. That being So.
Waifu with the 5. Xenoblade Chronicles X is definitely a game you should try out. Yeah, it does look fun. And you listen, you get to get in a mecha. I need to see what it's like though. I need to see what it's like. I need to do some research to see if it's something I can get into. But yeah, I'm potentially down.
Oh, you're a cartoonist.
Now, before I get into the nitty-gritty of this comic, I should note that it all started with this comic Andrew made of himself preparing a potato in the microwave. The comic being about how he's a starving artist, and sort of the drab, pathetic kind of situation I guess he finds himself in. And while his Nintendo Glaze comics had some sort of audience, this particular comic went kind of viral for the time, at least within that community, and so Andrew decided to capitalize on it and actually make more comics of a similar nature, that being a comic about the plights of being an independent artist, something that actually did manage to connect with a far larger audience. There were a ton of artists online then and now. Well, this comic really spoke directly to that audience of DeviantArt in this way. In fact, not to give Andrew too much credit, but it's almost kind of genius for the time, as all the webcomic really has to do is be Andrew bitching about something that he—
I missed the lore on this. What's your personal dislike of this Andrew guy about? Andrew Dobson, the reason I dislike Andrew Dobson, well, dislikes maybe a strong word. What first caught my attention with Dobson, other than like some of his comics, was basically there was a convention where this girl was dressed as Supergirl, or like whatever her name is, the one in the like white costume with like the circular cutout over her breasts, and she was cosplaying as this, and Dobson saw it and saw her boyfriend taking a picture of it, and Dobson drew a comic where like he kind of like set himself as the hero and the boyfriend was actually a creep, like molesting her. And it's really fucking weird to do that anyway. But Power Girl, there we go. But what's really fucking insane about it is what's really fucking insane about it is she found this comic, said that this wasn't true, that she had no idea who Dobson was, and the guy photographing her, because there were pictures of her and shit, was her boyfriend, and Dobson's fan base harassed her over it until she like deleted her accounts. It's crazy. So yeah, I don't like Dobson. He's a proper little fucking woke scold, like typical male feminist leftoid.
He actually has to deal with, which you'll come to find he's pretty damn good at doing just that. And then others are like, yeah, I can sort of relate to that, and thus it grows and it's shared around more, etc., etc. It's also the perfect format for a webcomic because it's kind of a meta webcomic about the thoughts of being a webcomic artist, which again is something you could only ever pull off on the internet to begin with at the time, since it's, well, very personal, and in many ways, a little self-masturbatory if I'm gonna be real. Nonetheless though, before we delve deeper into these comics specifically, and what it evolved into over time, I do think I should know—
Okay, he's kind of wrong here. That's kind of incorrect. So, artists do this all the time. I know an artist, I know a writer who wasn't doing very well at the time, importantly. This guy wasn't doing very well. And he decided, in his like latest book, he wrote about how well his main character was doing. And like how he had all this nice stuff. And this character was an author, and it was basically like an insert. And it's like, bro, are you good? This is a published, quite successful author doing this, by the way. So the idea that artists don't generally do this kind of self-insert stuff is just not really true. Artists do this all the fucking time. All the time.
That in general the comic got very popular, enough to actually land Andrew a job for a time. That job being to work with the pretty damn popular for his time YouTuber Rental Floss, someone who got mostly popular for his videos about made-up lyrics from lyricless video game music that I'm fairly certain if I played some audio from, I might get copyright claims, so probably won't show you any examples here. But nonetheless, all you need to really know is this dude was pretty popular, and even worked alongside the likes of Nostalgia Critic and the ThatGuyWithTheGlasses.com crew, something I'll talk about later on in my greater channel awesome retrospective. But at any rate, Rental Floss actually was a big fan of Andrew Dobson, enough to reach out for him to create a comic book series for him. Now, if you're wondering what the Brental Floss comic consisted of, well, I suppose I could show you strip 24
Stephen
of 200,
King, yeah.
in which he discussed or showcased how this comic was even conceptualized to begin with.
Not that I know Stephen King, but Stephen King is another writer who does this. It happens all the fucking time.
Quote, once upon a time. Hey Brent, have you ever thought about doing a Brental Floss comic? How do you mean? Well, you could visit different video game worlds, like the Mushroom Kingdom in Hyrule. That could be cool. We could bring in your roommate from the Roommate song, so you could go on adventures together. Yeah, that would definitely work. And we could have Andrew Dobson draw it. Andrew Dobson! I love that guy! Man, I wish I was a lady so I could have his babies. Yeah, me too.
Hey, don't look at me. They wrote it.
Unquote. So, yeah. But seriously, the comic seems to be about Brental Floss kind of just doing stuff in different video game worlds, or sometimes IRL, and most of the comic, if I'm gonna be honest with you, is not that great. great. It's just kind of, hey, you remember that video game? Do you know about this video game reference? Haha, us gamers know about that video game reference. It's mostly just that kind of humor, which I'm personally just not a big fan of. I guess to be fair, it was made during that early era in which acknowledging something's existence online that you happen to also know about was weirdly more novel to people than it is now. And it's the primary reason why there's a lot of video game-based comedy stuff, both through video, animation, and indeed comic book form, that was made early on that kind of just consisted of inside jokes or references. And sometimes it can be kind of funny or okay, but most of the time it's just acknowledging a random factoid or piece of trivia from a video game and I guess acknowledging that it's weird or silly, and that's kind of the whole punchline. Nonetheless though, I guess it was at least somewhat popular as there was 200 strips made for this comic before it was eventually finished. But there's nothing all that crazy or interesting for that matter about it. But I figured I'd note it as it no doubt also helped in getting more eyes on Andrew Dobson, in addition to his So You're a Cartoonist webcomic. Which, speaking of, no more stalling, let's start looking at that comic more in depth. So You're a Cartoonist is without a doubt the most popular thing Dobson has ever made. Bar none, we would not be talking about Andrew today if it had not been for this webcomic taking off as it did. Even bearing some of the cringe we've witnessed thus far in mind, this comic best reflects the psyche of Dobson and his slow but steady descent into the man that we know today. However, like I said before, it started out kind of alright, with most of the comics being about the plights and hashtag relatable moments of being an artist online, particularly one who hasn't, well, lack for a better term, made it yet. Sort of just getting by off of passion and a dream, you know? While knowing what comes later does paint many of these as rather cringy, what they are, for the time, they weren't all that bad. And here's a few select examples of some of the earlier comics. Quote, art supplies, papers, erasers, stencils, paint, this store has everything. Oh man, just think of all the creative things I could do with all these great supplies. Is this a sin? The way you're acting, it really should be. I'm gonna draw some fan art of my favorite Doctor Who doctor. His cheekbones is kinda hard to draw, but I'll get it right eventually. 6 hours later. I've got some great line work going on here. I'm in the zone. Oh yeah, I'm gonna try to draw this next line without a ruler. A viewer asked, do you still work with traditional mediums? Any tips for getting it on the computer? Yes, and I recommend scanners. They're great. Another viewer asks, do you watch My Little Pony Friendship is Magic? Maybe. Drawing from life is very important for...
Jesus fucking Christ. There was this weird time on the internet, and most of you, I think, are too young to remember it, because, like, you're under the age of 30. But, like, when My Little Pony started, there was, like, a period where everyone on the internet kind of was like, it was like this was the very first season. The first time I ever heard about My Little Pony, like the Lauren Faust one, was through fucking VG Cats. It was a VG Cats comic, because it just came into like all the fucking like webcomic world. I'm 30, my commiserations. Fucking welcome to the downhill. Are you trying to make me feel old? Maybe. Listen, remember, if you're old, death is coming and you can't take it with you. So you should sub and donate and buy a membership. There you go. That's your show for the stream. Right, okay.
For all artists. It will help you grow, but you may need to relearn how to draw to do so.
Whatever. Arrgh. Why can't I get this pose right?
Where's the joke?
Circling the drain along with my failing career.
Unquote. Fairly innocuous stuff. However, even then, the cracks were there from the very start. As while all of these examples were some of the more general type stuff, a strong majority of his comics happen to feature what is called a straw man of some sort. That basically is a representation of an opinion or issue Dobson disagrees with. And of course, being the Mr. Smarty Pants intellectual that he is, believes that this straw man doesn't have the right answers to, or the group that this straw man is supposed to represent. We already saw this with the character of Danny and Danny and Spot, as well as the general representation of Sony fanboys. But in this comic book series, that goes from beyond just video game war bullshit into much more general and much more specific things. What I'm saying is Dobson is really fucking pretentious and rather annoying, especially when it comes to addressing criticism. See, while this comic series got him a lot of attention and many fans, it also brought with it some critics. People who either found his comics dumb, pretentious, or in some cases
nice webcomic. Wacom tablet. How many levels of pressure does it have? All of them. I don't understand this, but also I'm not an artist, so.
is badly or lazily drawn. Or maybe they just disagreed with a point Dobson would end up making in a comic. Some might have disliked that these comics have gotten so popular to begin with. Or maybe some people just want to fuck around with a new popular guy on the scene. Stir the pot, as it were. However, truth be told, be they true haters, trolls, or people who simply just were giving some constructive criticism or a opposing opinion, Dobson handled it as if they were all the exact same. That is to say, that he couldn't handle it whatsoever, with his preferred approach to these sorts of comments being to write a smug comment in response. In some cases, writing full-on fucking essays arguing with people, and often lamenting that now that he's popular, people feel the need to mess with him and critique him even more, implying that they are only doing so out of jealousy, which would all be one thing if it all just kind of ended with stupid DeviantArt comment sections. But the thing is it didn't end there, as eventually, So You're a Cartoonist became less about the plights of being a cartoonist, and instead the specific plights of Dobson, it becoming his soapbox to address criticisms, whether it be taken from the words of his actual critics, and then him failing to actually understand or value the opinion, and thus kind of misrepresenting it within the comic, or
Guess the punchline is Wacom is so old it goes through every pen pressure level possible. I think, might be wrong. It's probably a good probably actually a good interpretation.
It literally being some sort of thing he just made up in his head to defeat. All the same, they would be turned into a straw man for him to destroy, with
Sheltard with a 5. 36 foot, 170 pounds, not gay or cringe. That's what we're doing now. Give me your kind of character stats in super chat form.
Several such examples, such as these. Quote, "This joke isn't funny, it's too predictable. Why? What's wrong? A comic like this should only have 3 beats according to the ternary rhythm, the introduction, the premise, and the shh.
Do you hear that? That's the sound of nobody caring.
I've been getting a lot of flack for showing my Mac in recent comics. The debate of Mac versus PC is a lot like food. Sure, you could get something cheap and convenient to meet your arbitrary needs. Or you could get something that's good for you and won't give you problems every day of the week.
Or, you know, you could just not be stupid and fucking buy a iMac for $1,200 or more.
So you're a cartoonist?
Sure am.
What style do you draw in? Well, it's kind of a mixture of all sorts. American, European, Japanese, and others. They've all influenced me greatly, and, yes?
So, like, manga, right?
So, how did you become a comic book artist?
Well, I started by hosting a free webcomic series online.
Then, when I had enough material and fans, I began submitting my work to publishers. It took a while, but eventually my story was picked up. Sell out. Amongst these, he also did these meme ones, such as Things I Will Never Understand, in which he notes that he'll never understand.
I love the little angry Dobson sounds. Oh, I'm so non-threatening. Sex is evil. The fuck? Transformers. Mally, he hates Transformers, pretty much for the same reason I don't get why people love cars. Mally, he hates Transformers. Mally. E-wife, he hates Transformers. Artemis with 5. Imagine being so fat that you see a computer and think of food. True! Furries, I'm not one. You're... Klingons, Black Asian, Barbaric, Samurai in space? What do you mean, how can you not get that? The fuck?
And sports, Final Fantasy, Twilight, Transformers, furries, D&D, and Klingons. My favorites of which being the sports one where he tries to show a periodic table to like a football player. I don't know why you'd be doing that. And then Cloud from Final Fantasy VII saying, life is like a dying apple and red wine, which I don't know if he perceives Final Fantasy to be like super like deep and has like a lot of complex language, but I like how him just saying this one thing has him bringing out a thesaurus. Like, what word did you not understand in that sentence? Okay. He also drew at least 2 comics about troll/rage comics because, well, they were quite popular at the time, and he seemed to have taken great issue with this, essentially mocking them and anyone who happens to like them as basically dullards, stupid, and talentless, while he, of course, is smart and witty and very, very funny. We also, of course, have this classic.
I'm gonna draw a new character today. Yay, let's make her female.
Physical representation of public opinion. Whoa there, buddy. Don't make her blonde. Everyone will think you're making fun of stupid people. Have you thought about making her not conventionally skinny? Red alert, you don't want to offend gamer girls. Dial back to chubbiness and cover her more conservatively. You got a problem with lesbians now? Remember that last quote for later. There's also this comic, which depicts Dobson getting bullied and harassed by a bunch of hooligans and other kids at school, with it seemingly destroying every part of his life. And then years later, one of those same guys tries to add him as a friend on Facebook, which of course, he flat out rejects. This one being less of a straw man, mind you, and more so just a little look into some of his life, but depicted through art. This all, however, had the adverse effect of actually getting more people to be critical, sparking even more arguments in the comment sections, and then eventually coming out as more comics, which led into even more people who were normal fans of Dobson starting to get a little annoyed that his comic about being a starving starving artist was morphing into one about fighting critics and random commenters, which only led to more negativity, especially since even if they expressed their concerns in the kindest of ways to Dobson, he would attack them with that same smug, smartass attitude, thus erasing yet another fan and possibly even earning a new hater. And even those that only watched it all going down thought less of him for it all. It's a lesson that many fail to learn, but the more you address criticism or trolls, especially ones that really in the grand scheme of things don't matter, the more they will respond to you. Thus, if they really bother you, the best option is to simply ignore them and move along. But the thing is Dobson simply could not ignore them. He had to have the last word. So much so that he was known for having long arguments in his comment sections, only to then, right after this long argument, and usually getting defeated or simply giving up in his self-assured rants towards these people, ending it on his last word before then blocking them, ensuring that he did indeed get the last word regardless. Though sometimes he would also just block them anyway, should he perceive them to be criticizing his work in any way. In fact, he did this so often that he apparently at one point met the 500 user block limit on DeviantArt, which I didn't even know was a thing. Man could just not stop fucking engaging with it all. And if you know anything about anything on the internet, when someone is making a huge ass of themselves and stirring up commotion and calling attention to themselves, there are those that will start to take notice of him, particularly those that are keen to document this person and their ongoing rage and shenanigans for the whole internet to see. People that will then also pick up on his insecurities, which was easy to do since much of his comic was literally about just those, and truly finding ways to enrage him to brand new levels unseen. In fact, something many of you who know even the most basic info about Andrew Dobson will probably know him better for having this blue Care Bear avatar with a fedora on because, well, of course he has a fedora on, which I refrained from showing any pictures or comics of until now because I think it's actually important that you learn why this happened, why he went from drawing himself to eventually personifying himself as a blue Care Bear. Well, what if I told you that this was not done as some random creative choice, or him suddenly discovering that he's a furry, but instead it was a move done out of pure spite and anger from his critics. See, it all started after Dobson took a little break away from drawing comics. When he came back, he started drawing his avatar with even more hair than usual, which people found to be kind of funny since anyone who met him during conventions or just knew what he looked like in general knew that he was very clearly balding. A combination of people wondering why he changed his character design to people purposely poking at his insecurity got him to draw this comic in response to it all. Quote, "Why do you draw yourself with hair?" I get this one a lot. It's really for 3 reasons. First, my cartoon drawing is way more appealing to look at than a realistic style. Second, when I was drawing myself more realistically, people had a harder time separating the real me from the cartoon representation.
Oh my god. Look at the first one. Look at the first one compared to the realistic drawing compared to this. That's fun. Yeah. Good times.
Representation of me. And third, I'm already doing a comic with a bald guy. I don't need another. Yo, mofo, unquote. By the way, I'm sure he didn't intend this, but I love how unbelievably uncanny and kind of creepy the picture where it's supposed to be depicting the real him is, to the point where even the lighting and his the background gradient all just have this kind of ominous aura to them. But regardless, this of course did not stop people from commenting these things. In fact, because he addressed the criticisms or comments, as you might imagine, it just grew to be something people mocked and or brought up even more, which eventually led into this comic by Andrew Dobson. Quote, "You look different somehow." Okay, that's it. I'm sick of people complaining that my appearance has changed. How I look is inconsequential to how my comic runs. Honestly, it's like no one's ever seen a hat before. So that's it, unquote. With this description under this piece reading, quote, "Despite the fact the main character isn't really me, people seem to really want him to be drawn how I look in real life. Therefore, the character will henceforth be drawn as a Care Bear for all future strips," unquote. Yes, for real. The reason he's a fucking blue Care Bear in most of his most iconic comics later, and just in general online after this, is out of pure spite for his critics and trolls, doing so in some sort of strange attempt to own them or whatever, seemingly not understanding that this unironically gives them a win in a way none of them could have ever even began to come up with by themselves.
This is fucking incredible. I didn't know this. This is insane. What a fucking insane thing to do. God damn it. That's so fucking wonderfully crazy. Holy shit, that's so much worse than I imagined it would be. Fuck. Fuck me. Bud got bullied into being a furry. This is so good. I've seen the light. I will now be drawing all my insecurities and rebuttals to internet people in comic form. Please do. Go the fuck to sleep. Good morning, Indigo. How you doing, bro? What do you mean, Beckett? Do you not change parts of yourself to stick it to the haters? Listen, as much as my character is ginger, I'm and maybe has a bit of a similar haircut at times. That's pretty much it, right? Like, I don't have a beard. I obviously don't have red glowing eyes. I don't wear a little jester's hat in real life. I have a purple hoodie, but that's about it, right? So, like, I wouldn't say my OC looks like me, other than the hair. And that's because it's ginger, right? Lethal Water Kai, how'd you do this? Fucking... I don't know. I am hungry, though. I'm hungry again. Do I order breakfast? Guys, this video has, like, another hour left. I could just order breakfast, and then we could eat, like... Eat? We could watch the rest. What do you think? What do you think? Should I do an Erudite and just, like, sit here and munch, watch a video with you guys, chill out? Maybe I'll finish the Divorce Me and Scribbles one day. I definitely don't. Please do, listen. She sent me, like, a really funny image, and it was, like, really great. And then she never finished it. I was like, that's really hurtful. She really needs to color them in. They'd be such good webcomics. Yes, order breakfast and we can all eat. How you doing, Kai? It's been fucking ages. Hope you're well. Why are you lying to us? Sort of breakfast? Okay. I'll order some breakfast. We'll do breakfast and content. Okay? That's what we'll do.
I mean, you gotta give Andrew Dobson this. He certainly is a very creative person, even when it comes to making himself look like a fool. And this, as you can probably imagine, only would lead into more angry and spiteful comic strips about even more issues that he had with his critics, but also eventually just the world at
Rotting Brain with the 5. Yes, eat. Let's go. Also, my phone is dying, so I need to find the charger for it so I can actually order food. Fuck.
some point, with some of these being some of the examples of this much more iconic era. Quote, ready to learn some really awesome rhetorical judo? First be as nasty as you want! Don't hold back. This technique protects your ego, not theirs. Before you finish, make sure to add a passive-aggressive remark like, I just want to see you improve and grow out of your stagnating funk. Now you're a champion for your artistic growth, and they look like they can't handle criticism if they try to defend themselves. Congratulations, you won! That's so messed up. Could you possibly misinterpret this comic? I planned it out almost like a diagram. Art can be interpreted in any way the viewer wants. If art is interpreted in any way, how am I supposed to convey my art to you clearly? It's not my fault you can't seem to express your art in a way that I'll understand easily. I am so excited to draw today. Why bother? Someone will just rip it apart online later. Everyone hates what you do. People are talking about you behind your back online. There are thousands of better...
This is insane. This is fucking... Okay, this is actually the equivalent of... Ooh. Ooh, okay, I'm too late. Wait, hold on. Hold on, fuck. Hold on. Ooh. Ooh, I'm in time for breakfast. I can get McDonald's breakfast. This is gonna be a fucking banging day. Okay? This is gonna be fucking awesome. Doing great, watch you often. Good, you should chat more, dude. Like so many people watch VODs. I really need a fucking streaming schedule. I'm amazed that I'm able to consistently have no schedule and still pull decent numbers. It's actually fucking insane. I'm going to bed now. I've worked tonight. Sleep well. Sleep well. Okay, I'm in time for McDonald's breakfast. It's going well. But also, this is insane. This is the equivalent of a streamer crash out. This is the equivalent of what Erudite's doing right now, but worse. He's just like at another level. This is some jar levels of paranoia. True. This guy got an ego problem. A hating artist is not uncommon, but someone got that fucking self-conscious and self-confident, that's just mental illness. If I ever post art like this, please put me out of my misery. The only time I ever post art is even in the same vein as this is when I am bullying Adobe Animate, as is my right. True. Getting some Macca's, Beckett? Yeah, I haven't had McDonald's in a while. Also, I might... Ooh, are they still doing, like, the Shamrock Shake? Okay, let's fucking go.
Better artists out there than you are. You can't draw anyway. Your art is crap. You can't even draw simple things like hands right. You're out of practice. Why fool yourself into thinking your work matters? You don't deserve to be where you are. You're a worthless and pathetic person. Nobody likes you. Don't even bother trying. Your life is meaningless. Why bother even trying? You're just going to fail. You're the worst artist in the entire world. You are the epitome of crap. Your art is so bad, you should just kill yourself. Please stop using obscure references in your comics. I don't get the jokes when you do that, and it's your responsibility to make sure everyone in the world gets them. Hey, there's a very simple tool that you can use to get the jokes in those instances, where I've
added an obscure reference. Google.
Where is the joke?
Don't worry, it'll be hitting home fairly soon, pal.
You can't sell that art because it has copyrighted characters in it.
I won't. Calm down.
At any rate, the Care Bear era, so many know Dobson under, is also when he himself went through a bit of a transformation politically into a full-on male feminist, with there being several comics that he would make basically being about the male gaze, people disrespecting or being rude towards women in nerd spaces, and basically him being a righteous defender and warrior for them. And it was this mindset that would lead to one of his most infamous comics, and probably one of the most popular that he's ever made because of it, the Power Girl strip. Quote,
"Let's fucking go! Let's fucking..." It's really worrying that we're only getting to this, like, not even halfway through, because this shit, like, this is how I found out about Dobson. Holy fuck, this is just so unhinged.
Tell your girls to smile.
Hey, quit it.
Excuse me a second.
Understood.
Help! A blue bear in a fedora is attacking me with a baseball bat.
Sir, this 911 line is for emergencies, not prank phone calls. Unquote. Now, the thing is about this particular comic is the reason it became infamous, outside of it just being cringy, especially with Dobson doing the whole nice guy grind set, and with comics he had written before where he was afraid to even interact with human beings, period, let alone fight them, was actually because this whole comic was based on a situation IRL, when Andrew Dobson was at a convention. And as you can clearly see here in this picture, there was indeed a Power Girl cosplayer there, but who was quite willingly posing for these photos. On the background, right over there, there's good old Dobby, fuming, raging, growling like the little blue bear that he is, about how he must defend her and save her from posing for a picture she clearly wants to be in. Or in other words, he made the whole fucking thing up in his head and made a comic about it, which is already super fucking funny and led to quite a few edits of the comic and a ton of mockery his way, and deservingly so. But it also pointed a spotlight on one of Dobson's biggest issues, his perception of reality. See, while in this case he imagined a situation where he was the hero defending a woman in need, so many of these comics, while on the surface, are a means of addressing criticisms he gets and defeating a straw man so he looks like the...
Okay, I've ordered breakfast. All is right with the world. We are going to make it through this fucking video, okay? We're going to do it. I'm doing some fucking lazy content at the moment, but it's fine. This stream was a bonus stream, remember? I've already vindicated myself from such accusations. Let's fucking go.
Smart guy. The thing is it's also a means of presenting himself as a victim. In this case, a victim of someone who he's invented in his head, or the culmination of comments he's gotten. Since you'll notice, he never starts the fight in these comics. He is basically always reacting to someone else attacking him. His bear persona is made both out of spite and symbolically also represents how he's a victim of this mob, forever changed from man into a caricature, cartoon character of himself. Oh, and also, he ended up making a comic in response to this Supergirl comic and the mockery he got online from it. Yeah, bet you didn't know that the...
A while ago, I made a comment about cosplay harassment and consent. Some of the comments left on the strip were less than enlightening. But now there are comic conventions putting up posters like this. Costumes do not equal consent. Gee, it's almost as if it's wrong to be pervy on someone based on how they're dressed. What a concept. But that's not what happened. That's not what happened at all, you fucking asshole.
The iconic comic actually had a sequel. Quote, "A while ago, I made this comic about cosplay harassment and consent. Some of the comments left on that strip were less than enlightening. But now there are comic conventions putting up posters like this." And it says right there, costumes do not equal consent.
Gee, it's almost as if it's wrong to be pervy to someone based on how they're dressed. What a concept.
Unquote. Which, in case you couldn't tell, did not address the fact that he made up this entire scenario in his fucking head. Probably because, even for him, that's a little bit too embarrassing to admit. Instead, I guess his cope is to pretend like it was about a greater point, not specifically something that did happen at a convention, but something that could potentially happen at a convention, and how he would potentially...
He saved women, Becca? Don't you know? He's a hero. Are you going to try and save Andrew Dobson, Melly? No, I'm kidding. She wouldn't do that. She wouldn't do that. My e-wife would not do that to me.
react to such a thing. But we all know his ass wouldn't do that. This exaggeration of reality is something that's consistent in all that Dobson does, almost as if he views reality as a cartoon itself, funnily enough. One where he's the smartest guy in the room, one where everyone is dumb and in need of his opinions, one where he's an amazing artist who's just misunderstood, and every problem in his life is actually the fault of someone else. And this can be seen even more so in his many, many DeviantArt journals, where everything from his childhood to his online critics to even his IRL relationships are shared, vented, and put on blast. So let's take a peek through some of those real quick, shall we? To start, let's read one that was posted on February 2nd, 2008, entitled High School Sucks. Quote, "I was watching Azumanga for the first time the other day, and I began thinking about my own high school experience. I've never understood people who look back on high school with fondness. I can hardly remember anything positive ever happening to me in high school. There was gym, which you were forced to participate and be humiliated in. There was a school newspaper, which was so slow, I drew all my comics for the entire year in a single day, and we only ever got about 3 issues out in the span of 2 years. There was the lugging of humongous books and papers everywhere, because I didn't have a locker, waiting outside for my mom to pick me up every
single day, all by myself while everyone else got to go home on the bus. I was banned from the buses way back in kindergarten, getting picked on for being quiet and shy, getting laughed at for standing up for myself, getting beaten up.
I'm sorry, wait, he was what?
Pick me up every single day, all by myself while everyone else got to go home on the bus. I was banned from the buses way back in kindergarten,
I was banned from the buses way back in kindergarten? What do you mean? What do you mean you were banned from the buses? Like, your parents banned you from the buses? Like, they were like, this kid cannot get on a bus. Like, we cannot let this child on a bus. He's retarded. He won't know how a bus works. He won't be able to get off at a stop. This kid's retarded. I know that's probably not the case, but I really, really want it to be. I can't fix him, Beckett. My roster is fully booked out trying to fix you. That's fair. That's fair.
Picked on for being quiet and shy, getting laughed at for standing up for myself, getting beaten up, getting given degrading nicknames that still haunt me to this day. The hate, the anger, and the desire to kill all of my classmates. The insane amount of stupid homework. We never got past the American Revolution in my history class, and I had to take a Holocaust class to learn about World War II. My horrible grades in math, which nearly kept me from graduating. The annoyance that people good at sports were popular, while people who were genuinely talented were beaten up upon. Dealing with racist and stupid kids. We only ever had one black kid in my entire 12 years of schooling, getting ignored by girls and then seeing them end up with my arch nemesis, and just looking back on all the stupid things that I would say because I wasn't smart enough to know better. The ironic thing is that many of the things you think of when you think high school all happened to me during the summer transition between high school and college. I got a girlfriend, learned to drive, got dumped, got accepted into college, and had a part-time job all in the span of 3 months. It was a lot for me to handle, having grown up so sheltered for so long. It honestly feels like I was forced to mature overnight, from being a kid to having adult responsibilities. Maybe it's just me, but I have very unhappy memories of high school, and the best day I remember was being able to leave all that shit behind and start anew in college, where no one knew who I was, and I was able to be myself without getting picked on. I actually have some fond memories of art college. The thing is that so many people tell me that they'd love to see me make comics of my life, and I'm constantly looking back over my unhappy memories of high school thinking, I don't want to relive that shit. Maybe I was just too depressed. I get mood swings from my mom. Time for a bath! Unquote.
Yo, why was he banned from the bus and didn't have a locker? Was he even supposed to fucking be there? Also, what's with the one black kid thing? Did he just use that random kid as like a token in his stupid fucking manifesto? But
that line about the bus is so insane. It's so fucking insane. I can't stop thinking about it. What the fuck does it? What does it mean? Got dumped. No, he's got first girlfriend and dumped within 3 months and had a job. So I'm assuming that relationship only lasted like a month or two, right? That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Someone dated Dobson for like 2 months. That's horrifying.
Anyway, in a different journal, he then goes on about how much he fucking hates spoilers. In particular, spoilers regarding the last Harry Potter book. In a journal titled, Stop the Spoilers, You Fucking Assholes. Quote, I've finished Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, but I had to struggle to do it. Not only is the book remarkably long, but I didn't have much time to read it. On top of that, everyone at my job couldn't help but talk all about it when it came out. Seriously. But it's so fucking great about releasing spoilers to people who haven't read the book yet. It's cruel and mean-spirited and just shows what an asshole you really are. If you know someone's a fan of something, it's not nice to spoil everything they hold dear just to get a quick laugh. I've already heard stories of people who've lost friends because their friends spoiled the ending of Harry Potter to them. As I was saying, it was particularly hard for me to get through the books fast enough. I was reading for 4 days straight, and 2 of those days were at work. One asshole there, finding out that I was reading the book, proceeded to explain the ending to me while I shouted at him to stop. I eventually threw my chair at him and conked him on the head with my water bottle, but that didn't stop him. Finally, unable to get him to shut the fuck up, I screamed very loudly to drown him out and left the room in a hurry. I could hear him laughing maniacally behind me as I wandered through the halls. Why do some people have to be such fucking assholes? I read the book as fast as I could, but there were still moments of sheer terror that I had as my girlfriend and I went to Target to pick up some things, and I went to a local pub/restaurant to eat. I pricked my ears up anytime I heard anything that sounded like Harry Potter, and then proceeded to cover them till it was safe. I've never had to go through this amount of effort for something before.
This is completely fucking unhinged. This is so unhinged. I'm sure the girl Dobson dated is in a better place now. This is so good. What the fuck, bro?
Not even when I didn't watch season 3 of Lost. I've heard cruel tales springing up all over the place. In England, where a couple of books leaked a few days prior, kids who were lined up at the bookstore waiting to get their hands on the final installment were bombarded by a group of people with megaphones, blasting out all the spoilers to them before the group of policemen were finally able to subdue them. That's a horrible thing to do to an adult who's into Harry Potter, but far worse to a kid who's enjoying the stories. Most of the time, it's the people who hate Harry with a passion that seem to come up with these wickedly evil things to do, and their defense all along is that, oh, it's just a book. It's not like it's the end of the world or anything. Fucking wankers is what they are. What's worse now is that not even a week has gone by, but people are presuming that we all know how the ending is. People have sat up all night to read the books. A lot of people have done this, and it makes it harder on people who are a little slower or aren't able to get the books on time. I ask that, if you've read the books, try not to release spoilers for at least a month so that everyone can get caught up. And if they haven't read it by a month's time and still call themselves a Harry Potter fan, it's their own fault. Still not nice to release the spoilers, but by a month's time, I think it will be just common knowledge for everyone, and they'll all stop talking about it. If anyone releases a spoiler in this journal, I'm going to delete it. Plain and simple. Fuck you if you think you're gonna ruin it for other people. Unquote. Now, don't get me wrong, it is rather mean and rude to, purposely try to spoil something for someone, but nonetheless, this whole rant does seem like a wee bit of an overreaction, I especially love how he notes that trying to avoid spoilers for the last Harry Potter book is the most amount of effort that he has ever put into anything in his life, which is, well, it's his words, not mine. This journal, which I am not going to read the entire thing because it is rather long, but it's a further showcase that weirdly everywhere Dobson goes, he seems to get ridiculed or be mocked at some point. In this particular case, it's about where he works, evidently being an airport, and there being an incident with a toilet being full of shit, and a rumor being spread around that he was the last one in there, and so he was responsible for the big poof bowl. And while apparently it was proven by the supervisors that this was not the case, people thought it was so fucking funny that they kind of just kept mocking and taunting and teasing him anyway. Mix that with the supervisors being kind of shitty or demanding to him that day, and he started to snap and started being snippy at people, not doing his job exactly the way he was supposed to do, and eventually he proceeded to flip off a group of people that work there, which the supervisor saw and ended up suspending and firing him because of it. Again, that's just a quick summary, but I can't help but feel the whole scenario really feels like a sitcom or goofy-ass comedy skit at some point. Not just this story, but kind of his life in general, to a degree. However, what's a whole lot less funny, and more so sort of sad and disturbing in its own way, is a journal he posted on December 19th of 2006, entitled I'm Stupid, which I'll go ahead and read in full. Quote, today started off in generally good spirits. I woke up, got a good response to a $140 commission that was never paid, took a shower and got all clean, and my girlfriend and I were gonna go out to do some errands. I drew a picture for a painting last night, and today I started to fill in the flat colors before I began painting. When my girlfriend saw it, she said, oh, you're doing it in 3D? Which I took a strong offense to. I wasn't doing anything in 3D. It was just flat colors. No real depth yet. Emphasis on yet. And anyway, what if I was doing it in 3D? Why should that be such a put down? Trivial, though the cause may have been, it worsened my mood for the rest of the day, and my desire to paint the picture was instantly evaporated. I instead loafed on the couch for 2 hours while she got ready to go out. When she was finally ready, I was instead ready for bed. The conversation didn't pick up right away.
What the fuck is this? This is so weird. Like, there's no way somebody she asked me if I was doing it in 3D. How dare you? How dare you? It just sounds like general interest. Even in the way he's putting it, I don't understand. What the fuck?
Away while we were driving. I was still a little sour about the painting. I know she didn't mean to put me down, but it hurt nonetheless. Finally, we started talking about her nephew's presents for Hanukkah. At this point, I really started to feel a bit homesick. I miss waiting for Christmas to open presents. I miss the uncertain feeling of whether or not Santa really did come for a visit. I miss the stockings, the tree, and waking up at 6 a.m. This will be almost the 5th year that I've missed it because I've been out here in Minnesota. All my family is out in Massachusetts, and I won't be getting anything I want for Christmas this year yet again. I'm not a Christian, and neither is my family, but out here in Massachusetts, I don't know anyone who didn't celebrate Christmas. So when my girlfriend told me that her nephew was going to be brought up Jewish, something kinda kicked off in my brain. Looking back, it seems rather ridiculous, but at the time, I just felt like a whole piece of childhood, the Santa and all that, was being kept from him. This only further heightened my homesickness. While I waited for her to pick out some clothes for her sister, I drew a picture in my sketchbook. One of my characters, he was sitting at a table wearing a Santa hat, looking all sad and depressed as he spun a dreidel with the words, Merry Christmas at the top. It was more or less just my feelings about the situation coming out. I feel like an outcast out here, and I wasn't going to get to experience Christmas anymore. I was depressed and a little miffed at Hanukkah being such a big deal, and Christmas for me just being some stupid holiday. I'm too poor to actually buy anything worthwhile for my girlfriend, and I don't know her family well enough to be able to pick out anything special.
Oh fuck, I think I know what this is. I think I know what this is. Ali.
Hey! Snape kills Dumbledore.
Oh fuck. This was so good. This was so good.
special for them either. Not to mention that they all celebrate their holiday together as a family, while I just sit there, on the side, not knowing what to do or anything, feeling more and more depressed. I couldn't celebrate my holiday with my family back home. Work and bills have amounted to a great deal of obligations, and I can't just up and leave them and visit my family, which is a horrible thing to have to say, but it's true. I took a 4-day trip and it's nearly bankrupted me because I didn't work and wasn't able to pay for rent. I can't take that risk again. So seeing my family, no matter how much I want to, is totally out. So while she gets to be happy with her family, I'm just miserable because no one really cares about me and my stupid traditions. Naturally, she saw the drawing and got seriously offended, as any good Jewish person would. I didn't mean to knock her holiday. It was meant more for me to express my depressed feelings. Drawing my feelings out like that makes me feel less alone in the world. It's like me and my character can both be feeling the same thing too. But in my attempt to defend what I had drawn, I said some really stupid things, and now she's locked herself in her room and won't talk to me. So this day has gone from good to bad to worse to absolutely fucked up. I can't defend what I did. That was really mean picture to draw, and the only consolation I can give to her now is I've torn it up and thrown it away. Saying sorry won't cut it. I didn't just knock her religion, I knocked all of her precious childhood memories. There's no excuse for that.
Mally, I would never do that, okay? I would be very sensitive to the things that you care about for like a limited amount of time.
I wish I could crawl into bed and not come out till after Xmas and all this stuff is over. Every year just makes me more and more depressed, and this year, I think I've really touched the bottom at last." Unquote. Now, what's really sad about this post is that it showcases how Dobson can hear one single comment, in this case his girlfriend asking if he was rendering this picture in 3D this time, and in his mind, it can fester and fester, boil and twist into it somehow being an insult on him, his character.
Yeah, I did play it, Hellbent. I absolutely played it. Listen, you can look back through the stream, you can see that I played it. Chat. Tell Hellbent that I played the video she sent me. God, why would you accuse me of such things, Hellbent? Crazy.
Skills or whatever. Something that upset him so much that he decided to throw a big fucking pity party over it. And instead of just talking to his girlfriend about it, he instead just sulked, her not even knowing that she had somehow offended him. Worse yet is instead of trying to discuss his feelings with her about Christmas, being homesick, and also seriously thinking about how important holidays and traditions are for him so that they could maybe meet somewhere halfway in their own private fashion or something, he instead sulked more and more, and then ended up drawing a mean picture instead. And what's worse is underneath this journal post is actually a comment from his then girlfriend, responding to this journal. Because also, disturbingly enough, may I remind you, he wrote this journal as this was going on, as she was in her bedroom more than likely crying. Instead of Dobson keeping this to himself and trying to find a way to console this issue with his girlfriend, he instead posts a fucking journal about it on—
Guys, what the fuck are you doing? This isn't how this parasocial relationship's meant to work. You're meant to be on my side. Why won't you lie for me? No, I'm kidding. That was a test. You all passed. I can have it both ways. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, imagine writing a fucking DeviantArt journal where your, like, girlfriend is crying in the other room and you're like, I just don't know why she's so upset.
On DeviantArt.com. The following was her response. Quote, "I wasn't putting you down, and I didn't know it came across as such. Also, when you responded, no, it's not 3D.
Oh my fucking god. His girlfriend had to respond to him on his DeviantArt journal? No fucking way.
You made me feel like an idiot, like I should know that it's not 3D. Now, as far as your other drawing went, all I was looking for was for you to say, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way. I'm just upset because I can't go home for Christmas. And when you didn't say anything, I brought it up again in the car on the way home, looking for an apology, and you still didn't say anything. That was a slap in the face for me, and that is why I had dinner in my room. I know that Christmas is important to you, and that's why my family always has you over, because we don't want you sitting depressed all day. My family does care about you, and instead of sitting in the corner alone and depressed this time, try and be part of things. Engage someone in conversation. We are celebrating before sunset, just so that you can come this year. Anywho, Andy, I wish you would talk about things more instead of going into your room to sulk. I mean, this whole thing could have been avoided if you had just said, I am sorry. And next time, say it to my face and not here." Unquote. So even in the face of a whole family that is there to support him and try to make him feel welcome, and understanding of him being homesick and the like, and his girlfriend seemingly being quite understanding of how he feels, he instead sulks, suffers, because he would rather play out the role of the lonely, pathetic victim than to just try and engage in actual conversation. He expects people to just know what he's thinking and feeling, and is further insulted, enraged, and saddened when they somehow cannot read his mind. Not that you would ever want—
This female audience thing's really kicking me in the ass right now. Anime Girls with 2. Can we get the I'm proud sticker? I didn't set a goal. How many have we had? I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what, to make up for the fact that I didn't share Hellbent's thing. I am proud of you guys. Okay. Also, I'm gonna have breakfast in a minute, so you'll listen. You have the I'm proud sticker before I get food. Okay, there we go.
want to see into the dark recesses of Dobson's brain, of course. See, there's a part of Dobson's history that I didn't bring up until now. I may have lied about his online career starting in 2009 with his Danny and Spot webcomic. No. See, that was when his Tom Preston persona started his online career. But Andrew Dobson in general, well, he actually started all the way back in 2005 under a different name. One that would come to haunt old Dobby in the years to come. And one that some might say is what launched Dobson into true Lolcow status on the internet in combination with a smug attitude and lack of being able to take criticism, once people finally put all the dots together. For you see, Andrew Dobson also had a bit of a dark secret. His intro online was that of the user Caddy In, an inflation fetish porn account.
Let's fucking go. Pyro would be happy. Pyro would be ecstatic. Let's fucking go.
Perfect score. Want to try and beat it?
You bet. Boy, I'm good.
Man, I knew Andrew had an inflated ego, but see, back in 2005, Dobson had both a DeviantArt page and a website where he made such wonderful, precious, delightful pieces such
Beckett, you don't understand. I need a girlfriend so I can live my lesbian life in a cabin in the woods with my Transformers collection and a cat. Can I introduce you to Mally Malware? What? Did you just describe your my e-wife's perfect woman to her? What the fuck are you doing? Fuck me. Oh, Jesus. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm gonna leave this playing while I go to the door and get food. I'll be back.
such as this, or how about some of these? Pretty fucking cool, am I right? Yes, Andrew Dobson started his online career by making various anime characters, as well as some of his own characters, into these inflatable monsters. Sometimes he'd just inflate them entirely into a big orb, and other times he would just inflate their boobs. There was even some comics that he made on the topic, featuring the characters of Azumanga Daioh. These are all teenagers, by the way, I should probably note that. All while also pretending to be a woman, making all of this art, I suppose, as a way to hide his identity a little bit more, or maybe he just liked LARPing as a woman, who knows. And trust me, when I say that I am only showing you the tame stuff, as there is actually a ton of nudity, and honestly some really fucking curse shit mixed in all of this stuff. In particular, one image involving breast milk and a bath comes to mind, and I guess I'll just let you use your imagination to fill in the rest of the details. Truly, some of the worst, weird DeviantArt fetish material out there. But anywho, for a long time, Dobson tried to keep this part of his online persona in history hidden away from the far more professional Tom Preston page. But the thing is, he was pretty popular under his porn moniker and pages, and his art style was pretty damn similar. In fact, because he had never really taken the time to expand his art style or try something different, it became pretty easy once people knew of both of them existing at the same time to put two and two together. And when they did, boy, oh boy, did people mock him all for it. Something which he commented about in at least 2 journals via his DeviantArt page, as he was getting droves and droves of comments about the topic on all his pieces, new and old, as well as eventually being featured prominently on his Encyclopedia Dramatica page for everyone to see, something which we'll come back to again shortly. But for now, here are the 2 journals he wrote on the topic. Quote, while I could have sworn that I already explained this publicly numerous times, with the recent insurgence of trolling I've been getting, it probably wouldn't hurt to publicly announce it yet again. I was a very prolific fetish artist for about 2 to 3 years after college. Heaven forbid. Honestly, by DeviantArt standards, my stuff was pretty damn tame. I don't think I did anything ever that went beyond an R rating. Heck, I watch artists who occasionally draw stuff far more sexually explicit than I ever did. I tried to keep my accounts separate, but as it's become clear off the internet, that just wasn't going to happen. People started to find out, and I was embarrassed, rightly so, thinking that I had kept it secret. While under the other account, I pissed off a number of people who I shouldn't have. And for the past 5 years now, I've been trolled pretty much every day and night from people who fed off my fear of being found out. I kept it secret for as long as possible, but recently I just gave up and decided to come clean and admit it. I had removed from the internet pretty much everything I did when I was using the other name, but some pictures just couldn't be removed, or were saved on people's hard drives, or were reposted to places like 4chan, where, naturally, it took on a life of its own. Right now it's happening again, as someone on DeviantArt created a fake name, is posing as me, and is reposting all my old fetishy pieces, which have been floating around the internet limbo, with links to my Tom Preston account for good measure. Since I no longer have my old account, I deleted it from DeviantArt, nor have the artwork up anywhere that I have any control over it, there's not really much that I can do. So yeah, if you see anyone posting links to a Caddy In account, please just ignore it. And to those people who keep sending links to my fans or posting on my front page, just a heads up, but I'm probably gonna block you. It's not out of cowardice malice or fear, but because you're obviously just doing it to troll, and it's pretty stupid and pointless, and I don't need that shit cluttering my inbox. I get enough of that every day as it is." Unquote. Then, in part 2, he said the following, quote, "Seems a lot of my journals are coming in parts lately. I need to ask that my fans do their best to not troll the trolls. In other words, don't give them the attention that they're seeking."
What did I miss? Mally, you're doing very well, chat. Now dye your hair and date people that remind you of the dad that walked out. What the fuck? Quickly phone daddy issues? What the fuck? What did I get? I got a McDonald's wrap because they're really fucking good. Like, I got a breakfast wrap. And I got like 5 hash browns. And I got a shamrock shake. Let's fucking go.
By going to their page and bad-mouthing them. Since this whole trolling thing is already out in the open, I should probably explain another aspect of it. I've become a meme. This is how it works. As soon as I post a new "So You're a Cartoonist" comic, someone then takes it and re-edits it to show how much I suck, then reposts it somewhere for the lulz, usually on 4chan's /co section. It's not a new thing and has been going on pretty much as long as "So You're a Cartoonist" has existed. Numerous troll accounts have been created on DeviantArt to repost these comics, and every single time these accounts have been deleted or the works removed because DeviantArt has clear violation policies against reposting other people's artwork. This Rusty person isn't the first to do it. It's just more apparent now because of my last journal. More often than not, my fans have been extremely vigilant in reporting these things before I even find out about them. Half the time, I get a note in my inbox saying, "This guy is saying bad things about you." When I go check it out, the account is deleted. So I'd like to thank my fans for that. You guys are awesome. The best thing you can do if you come across things like this is to just silently report it and move on. Don't comment on their page. Don't comment on their art. And above all else, don't tell them that you've reported it or try to threaten them. It's just going to make things worse. Remember, these people are looking for a reaction. They want to provoke you. It also helps when you report to include a link to the original source as proof. DeviantArt mods can't do anything if they don't have enough information, and claiming that it's ripping something off isn't enough justification. And more people who report, the quicker it gets taken down. I'm aware that by posting these past couple journals is tantamount to me feeding the trolls, and I'm sorry about that. I hate internet drama, and I don't want to create it more of it. But I fear that if I don't explain this now, someone might say or do something to escalate the trolling unintentionally. Please ignore the trolls if you can. Report them if they warrant it.
Lol, I hate internet drama. Meanwhile, becomes massive lolcow. Let's fucking go.
Block anyone who tries to troll you. Don't talk to them. Don't go to their page. And please, be safe, everyone. The last thing I want is this trolling crap spreading into your galleries or front pages simply because you stood up for me. Thank you all for your support, everyone. It's really great to hear so many positive responses." Unquote. I find these 2 journals pretty interesting, mostly because Dobson does seem to have a pretty good grasp of how to handle trolling, and that's by mostly just ignoring it. And yet, as we have seen thus far, he does just the opposite. And even after these 2 journals have been posted, in case you thought, well, maybe he came to his senses and decided to chill out, no, he would only start fighting people even more and more. He knows reactions is what they want. He knows that the probably best way he could win in all this is just by simply ignoring it, and yet he chooses not to. It's a real head-scratcher. That aside, if we go to his old Caddy N website, there are also several archives of old blog posts, where you can clearly see that even under his old fetish account, he had trouble with trolls and criticism as well. Furthermore, when people started to discover the connections, he tried to delete his history, but found it rather difficult. At one point, writing a huge fucking blog post in which he writes, "God, I feel like crying," as the opening part. Well, I don't have to go through the entire thing here. It's basically can be summed up as, "Holy fuck, I accidentally wasn't able to delete all my stuff, and now a bunch of people have my art, and I don't know how to fix it. My real name was actually connected with some of those pieces, and so if people find out, it's going to ruin my current career," that kind of thing. This was kind of before it became super public knowledge. Which is then followed up by this much shorter post, which reads, quote, "Despite how much I desperately need the money, I've taken down my art collection for sale because those assholes at 4chan just can't respect anything. They're trying to get someone who has my $30 collection and hoping that they'll post it on 4chan so they can get all my artwork for free." Here are some comments they've made about me, and people wonder why I'm such an asshole when it comes to copyright infringement. So, that talented asshole Caddy N has re-released all his works on a downloadable zip file for $30? Anybody downloaded and willing to share? Asshole, yes. Talented, debatable. I certainly wouldn't pay unless it's got a whole shitload of new stuff, then it's not worth it. It has things he's never put on the interwebs before. So yeah, till further notice, my collection is down. Fucking assholes they are. Unquote. Also, funnily enough, he was even getting harassment and trolling from his own then girlfriend, as noted in this post from around that same point in time. Quote, "Honestly, inflate? I don't know. We're kinda at a point where we just don't talk about it. I don't say anything, so she doesn't either. She knows I come to the internet and I have a lot of friends in those circles, but we never really talk about it. Every now and then a movie might come up with some inflation in it, such as Harry Potter 3, and she'll look over at me and cock an eyebrow as if to say, 'This is what turns you on?' But that's about it."
Oh my god, your own girlfriend is mocking your fucking sexual degeneracy takes. What the fuck, bro? That's just brutal. See, Mally would never do that to me. Can you imagine? Can you imagine, chat? Your poor abuse streamer. Just a little guy. Oh, fuck my life.
Other times, however, she's kind of encouraging and disencouraging at the same time. She knows that sex sells and that I could make a lot of money off of working on commissions, making inflation-related material. And since we're so poor right now, that's always tempting. But then she doesn't give me the time to do it, and she doesn't like it. So it makes me nervous to even consider working on it when she's around. I really wish it was just acceptance. Just her saying, I understand it's weird and it's okay. I personally don't like it, but that's okay if you're turned on by it. But instead, it usually devolves into conversations about what the roots were to my becoming an inflation fan. Almost like she's trying to disrespect my brain and find out what caused my abnormality so it can be psychologically repaired, as if it were a mental illness. It's a little natural for her to be diagnosing me like that, given her own personal history. But she doesn't accept the I don't know, I just do answer. There has to be a logical reason for it, and that's kind of what's barring us from being able to agree on something. I love her greatly, and would never give her up, but not liking my sexual fetish is kind of hard to cope with sometimes. I can only hope that as time goes on, she becomes more understanding, unquote. However, as noted at some point, he also found that within the inflation community, people grew tired of him. And so yes, unironically, even when he was just making mindless porn, he still found a way to annoy people and managed to make them tire of him. Like, how the fuck do you even do that? What's even weirder too, and something I really never see people bring up about this account, is that beyond the website and his DeviantArt page, Dobson also had a Gaia Online page under this fetish artist moniker. Now, for those unfamiliar with Gaia Online, it was a browser-based MMO/social space. Think something similar to Neopets, but way more advanced and focused more on fashion and avatar creation, along with several games, most of which don't really work anymore these days, sadly. Anyway, the reason this is significant is back in the day, the main user base of the site was, as you might imagine, teens and kids. And anyone who knows anything about the site will tell you that it's kind of an open secret that there was a lot of people who were trying to groom children, actively as it was going on. Just as any other social media or game where kids are kind of able to just play and have fun, predators found their way onto the site when they realized that its user base was mostly kid and teen girls. But in fact, did you know Yandere Dev used to be a huge user of Gaia Online? Just thought I'd note that. But anywho.
Shocking. I am shocked. Holy fuck. So surprising. So surprising.
Let me be clear, I'm not accusing Andrew Dobson of doing anything like that on the website, but he was actively advertising and discussing inflation porn fetish stuff on the site, where it was mainly kid and teen girls, on the forums, which there is actual evidence for. And while there is not proof of this latter thing, he was more than likely also in the several game lobbies where there was active instant message chats where people talk to each other, and it's pretty likely he probably talked about his fetish stuff there too, though I cannot confirm this completely. I'm not saying Dobson is a child creeper, mostly because nothing said in the forum seems to indicate that he was trying to harm or groom anyone there, but I will say that this was grossly irresponsible, weird, and he should have never went on that site to talk about fetish stuff, period, considering who the main user base is. But anyway, just figured I'd point this out. That aside, Dobson also went on a rant about his feelings on anime on the Catty End website. And while I won't read the whole thing here for you, essentially amounts to him discussing how he used to love anime and used to love going to video stores and building up his collection. He used to love it so much that he actually took possession of the anime club at his college. But somewhere along the line there, he started to hate anime, particularly because, in his words, he found that all of it was starting to seem the same. There's all the same stereotypes, there's too many panty shots for his liking, and it was just, yeah, not his cup of tea anymore at some point or another, until eventually he began to, in his words, loathe anime. The whole thing being a bit of an inner turmoil for him. Now some of you might be wondering, okay, so he doesn't like anime. What does that have to do with anything? Well, let me explain. See, Andrew, while he grew up loving anime, and clearly some of the anime he grew up with still very much influences his art style to this very day, that newfound hatred for anime also made him pretty famous in a few occasions. With one such example that I often see shared around when talking about Andrew Dobson is this piece, where I guess his Western characters beat up several popular anime characters, in a piece that he calls West versus East. But the thing is, while this hatred seemed to come from a place of growing out of an interest for it, particularly because I guess in his words, they're all seeming the same, which, I'm sorry, but it's just like a cringe take. But also, I do kind of agree with him that the panty shot shit can be pretty cringe and weird in anime when it happens. But, you know, he's also literally drawing these same characters completely naked, blowing them up with a balloon pump shoved up their ass. So I feel like his thoughts and opinions on that front ring a little bit hollow, you know? Well, it turns out that all that stuff that he just said was completely bullshit, as there's a much more deep-seated, petty, and honestly, fucking absolutely psychopathic reason that he hates anime. And that's because he believes that anime ruined his art career, ruined his only chance to work at Disney, and ruined all of his dreams. Basically, he believes anime ruined his life, leaving him the sad husk that he is today. Now, you might be wondering, how the heck did he come to that conclusion? Well, let's read his journal post all about it in response to the negative feedback he got on his West versus East drawing, where he finally reveals fully why he actually hates anime, and why he believes it ruined his life. Quote, "So, my West versus East picture, which involved my Disney-inspired cartoon characters beating up prominent anime characters, has gotten quite a bit of attention in a very short amount of time. I'm quite surprised."
I'm sorry. He blames anime for ruining his life. He's like an anti-weeb. This is actually kind of crazy.
That ironically, a lot of the feedback has been good. I was sure that I was going to get flamed to death for doing something so sacrilegious to these wonderful shows.
Like, it's just not what I expected. Do you know what I mean? It kind of makes that like comic earlier where the person's asking if he like draws manga make a lot of sense. I like the way Mali's just talking about hair in my chat. Fucking hell. Is this what we're doing now? I knew a guy who fucked his hair because he didn't like the color he dyed it, so he decided to bleach his hair to get rid of the color. Oof. That's not ideal. You should just be ginger. You should just be born ginger, and then you don't have to dye your hair. It's great.
True, I've gotten a little flack, but even that was mostly people saying, don't hate it because it's popular, rather than, you hurt Naruto, you evil, haha. Also, I see a lot of people reading too much into the picture, too. You have to understand that I used to love anime. I got into anime long before anime was even known. There was no internet to download it like there is today, and the only way you could watch it was through Viz or US Manga Corps. You actually had to drive to a little store off in the middle of nowhere and just pray that they had what you wanted, because supplies were so limited and scarce. The only anime on TV was Dragon Ball Z and Sailor Moon, so you couldn't just flip on the channel and find it everywhere like you can today. I had a deep, profound respect for anime. I even ran an anime club in my college for 3 of the 4 years I attended. In short, I know anime. However, as the popularity of anime became more and more apparent, the interest I held and the desire I see new anime began to wane. Dubs, which were once good, started to slip in quality, just to get it out to the States faster. New kids who just got into anime knew all about the most popular shows on TV, but not about some of the really greater older works that I was into back in the day. I even heard a kid utter this remark at an anime convention in which a Japanese artist was explaining how you need to know about perspective in an anime. He said, well, I don't need to know perspective because I draw manga. The amount of arrogance and annoyance new fans filled me with just got too much, and I started to distance myself from anime. That was when I rediscovered some things I took totally for granted as a kid. American cartoons. I rediscovered Disney and their wonderfully fantastic animation and stories and characters. I rediscovered a lot of shows I used to watch as a kid, and I realized how great they were, and how influential they were without me knowing. I rediscovered so much more than I was expecting, and all the while anime is still chugging on and totally wasting this stuff. I'm an animator. I have a BFA in animation. The only reason I don't have an animation job right now is because Disney fired their animators after their anime-influenced movie Treasure Planet tanked at the box office. If they weren't trying to be more adult cartoons, maybe they might still have some respect in the industry. But now, thanks to anime, I lost my job, and Disney has become a sequel factory that mass produces for money. I miss the old days, and I can't help but resent anime slightly. I spent a good 18 years of my life following anime, only to realize everything I really wanted and needed was right here in America. And now...
Okay, fuck me. So, because Treasure Planet did badly, anime ruined Disney. Becky, you can't call yourself ginger like that. That's not appropriate. Fuck, Mally and I are developing actual in-jokes now. Fuck. This isn't good. Oh, this isn't good. This isn't even true. It's incredibly fucking stupid. Not gonna lie, stop paying attention to the video. Well, I was having breakfast. It's fine. Now I'm gonna draw you back into the video. Now we're gonna talk more about Dobson. This is fucking psychotic.
Thanks to anime, that's all being threatened. So, if you sense any resentment from me towards anime, that might explain it a little bit better. Don't get me wrong, there are some fantastic anime out there, especially anything by Hayao Miyazaki, see my Miyazaki tribute in my gallery, and Rumiko Takahashi. But from someone who's struggling to make a living because of their BFA is now invalid thanks to anime, yeah, it's a little hard to bear sometimes. Unquote. Yes, you heard that right. Because Treasure Planet didn't do well, and seemed to be anime-inspired, in his eyes anyway, anime was now the death of Western 2D animated films in his eyes, and thus the reason all his college and life's work up until then was for nothing. Why his dreams could never be fulfilled, and why he not only hates anime, but also believes that he's a victim of anime, Japanese influence, and perhaps the world. It's one of the main reasons he sees himself above others, and thinks them to be stupid, because they didn't go to watch Treasure Planet, and thus destroyed his life and dreams, and because they continued to watch anime, the very thing that ruined his life. Now, this, of course, could not be further from reality. In fact, it's all just a massive cope at the end of the day. Just like in his comics, and in all of his DeviantArt journals about his life, Dobson always believes that he is the victim. He loves being the victim. If he's ever not being the victim, he'll find a way to be one again. It's why he wouldn't communicate with his girlfriend during that Christmas time debacle. It's this mentality that made him believe that he was the truly talented one at his school, and anyone who was doing sports or something else was beneath him. And ultimately, because he wasn't getting the credit and the rightful things he deserves, he is a victim of their stupidity, hypocrisy, and the system at large. It's why I believe he's even such a contrarian, I think. Because I think, somewhere deep down, he just loves the feeling of being the victim. It energizes him, motivates him, inspires him even. It's why he can never let something go. Why he comes up with such irrational conclusions. Why as time...
Rotting Brain with 5. As someone who researched Disney history because I was interested, how untrue this is makes me rather upset. Thank you for the 5. Yeah. It's when people are, like, confidently wrong, and also will spend their entire time telling you they're smarter than you. It is very fucking annoying. If you have curly hair, never brush it while dry. It'll only make it frizz up. Don't use hard combs on hair to get out tangles. You'll break the hair. Use a soft brush, ideally with conditioner. Thank you, Molly.
Time went on no matter what you said to him. In his own warped version of reality, you were somehow trying to work against him, belittle him, mock him, victimize him again. What's funny is that one of his friends he knew in college, who he actually depicted in several comics from back in the day, partly making fun of him because in his comics, Dobson's always a straight man who's smart, while other people are either crazy,
I want to be clear, Treasure Planet is a fucking great film, and not enough people appreciate it or saw
irrational, or
it.
stupid.
It's really, I actually really like it. It's one of my favorite Disney films.
Well, that friend would end up going to work for Disney, and Dobson even drew a comic about his feelings of inadequacy.
Wait, hold on. What was
fun
this?
of him because is that one of his friends he knew conclusions. Why, as time went on, no matter what you said to him, in his own warped version of reality, you were somehow trying to work against him, belittle him, mock him, victimize him again. What's funny is that one of his friends he knew in college, who he actually depicted in several comics from back in the day, partly making fun of him because in his comics, Dobson's always a straight man who's smart, while other people are either crazy, irrational, or stupid. Well, that friend would end up going to work for Disney, and Dobson even drew a comic about his feelings of inadequacy.
Remember that really crazy roommate from college? The eat that pencil running like a dog guy? Yeah, how's he doing now? He's working at Disney. Oh, Atlantis and Treasure Planet were masterpieces, yeah. There's another one that's like another film that they made, which was like, was it them or DreamWorks or Pixar, where it's like set in space about like a galaxy reseed, like a planet reseeding ship?
Because of it. And indeed, others who graduated around the same time as him would end up working for Disney as well, or ended up doing other things besides go.
I'm thinking of doing a series of comics making fun of memes. Now that's already been done to death. Memes and their ilk were so last year. You already did them, didn't you? Fashion me late as usual. Jesus.
Going to work for Disney. But he didn't, and instead of looking from within and wondering if there was something he needed to change, or better yet, why he didn't just take the time to animate cartoons himself, since at this time plenty of people were doing just that. This was the time of Newgrounds, where a renaissance of animation, cartoons, and series were being done by complete and total novices, let alone people who actually had talent with art and animation. Sure, he didn't get to work and be a fucking slave to Disney, but this could have been a wake-up call had Dobson's mentality been different. He could have seen this as an opportunity to work as an independent. And to some degree, I guess he did do that by drawing porn. Again, taking the lazy way. Then he ended up doing a webcomic, which is whatever at the end of the day, but his passion was to become an animator. And so the question then becomes, why didn't he produce animations then? Why didn't he try making stuff and posting it to Newgrounds? He clearly had a fan base. He was popular enough. If he had went through the trouble to do that, maybe he could have made something for himself. And especially when things like YouTube would have rolled around, he could have made some money off of what he was doing. But no, not Dobson. He couldn't do that. He couldn't even try to do that. Instead, he would rather fester in his own anger and bitterness, blame everyone and everything he could, and lash out at everyone around him, even the ones he holds closest. This, as you might imagine, led him to getting the attention of just about every troll, and
why are your comics so funny and ugly? You have the skill of a 12-year-old barely. My fans say it's hilarious, and my pink-haired girlfriend says it's rad. They probably don't know anything about art or a 12. I mean, I see no sign of so-called art education. And he's just like, block. Ugh. Do you know, I'll be honest. I'm a pretty, I don't write anywhere near as like much as I used to, or should actually, but I'm a pretty good writer. Like, again, not ego stroking. I'm a pretty good writer, and I've got friends who also write. Like, I've got friends who are poets in particular, and a lot of them have been like publishing stuff and doing things over the last several years. And one of my particular friends, my Irish friends, is like, you should write more. We miss seeing stuff from you. Why do you not do it? And in some respects, like, I just, I look at like the stuff I do on YouTube and everything else, and like pissing around is like filling that creative niche, or like itch that I've got. But I'm never jealous of my friends who've like gone and actually managed to get publishing contracts for their own books of poetry and shit. I think it's just based. I think it's just great. Like, I can't imagine just being so fucking angry at the success of people who are just your friends. You should be happy for them. Like, how unfulfilled must you be? Ironically, he would not have lasted at Disney. They call it Mouskowitz for a reason. Yeah, there's no way he'd survive at Disney. I mean, technically, you still write when you script videos. It's not okay. I barely script, to be fair. I don't write down like the most I do is ever is write down like bare bones like framework. I never actually like script any of my shit. The vast majority, like 99% of everything you'll see in a video on this channel from me is ad-libbed. It's not. It's like it's just off the cuff. But I can do that because I'm a streamer, right? I'm used to just talking for long periods of time about absolutely fucking nothing. It's actually much harder for me to write a script. But yeah, I used to just write a lot of fantasy and sci-fi and shit like that. But I don't know, I keep telling myself I'll write a book at some point. And I might. If the writing industry changes, I'd feel more enthused because right now I'd never get a publishing contract at the moment, which is just very depressing. And even if I did get a publishing contract, because I wouldn't want to self-publish. Fuck, like the publishing industry is a nightmare, man. So I just come here and do this instead. Much more fun. Those are the best genres to write in. I do like writing in sci-fi. In like science fiction, but I really like writing dystopian shit. One thing, if there's like a genre I could break into that I'd love to like do more in, I've written like short stories in it, but it's kind of like the Russian kind of bleak Russian genre, things like Roadside Picnic and Doom City, stuff like that are just like fucking masterpieces in my opinion, and not enough of it. Like we don't get enough stuff like that. My dream is to reach 40 and publish bosom heaver novels. Oh my god, write fanfic. I've never been into fanfics, actually. I prefer to have my own characters. I don't really like playing with other people's. Anyway, there's my sideline about why I'm not writing a book and coping about it.
Interesting individual enjoyer person out there, with it not being long before he was fully declared a lolcow online, and places like Encyclopedia Dramatica ended up making a rather large article about him, and droves of people came flooding in, usually to troll him and write mean comments, bait him into arguing with them, or better yet, to get him to make a comic about them, while others came up with a few more interesting ways to troll him, one of which would lead into an incident that is far less told about, at least here on YouTube, or discussed much in...
Do you know what the worst genre, like the worst modern genre is, unironically? It's Eldritch Horror. Eldritch Horror is so badly done currently, it's unfucking real. And you know why? Unironically? Because everyone who writes Eldritch Horror is fucking left-wing. And it is my firm belief that left-wingers cannot write Eldritch Horror. Okay? You need to be afraid of, like, you need to fear the other in a way that, like, left-wingers, like, stop themselves from doing to write good Eldritch Horror. That's why Lovecraft is, like, the master of it. And, like, the best. And the originator. Because Lovecraft feared everything. Lovecraft was scared of air conditioning, okay? Like... Hey, Akumu, how you doing, bro?
in general, but is also one of the more funny events of this tale in my opinion. An incident I'd like to refer to as the Giraffe Doodle Wars.
Wow, I love the art of you sitting there, Beckett. Thank you. This was done by Kat, who was Jar's former thumbnail artist. She gave it to me the other day. Dagon's Mirror? Might have a look. Like, the best, in my opinion, like Eldritch Horror story is just Shadow over Innsmouth. Nothing is better than Shadow over Innsmouth. It's so good. There's this one horror book I've read that looks like an IKEA instruction book. I liked it a lot. It's called Horror Store. Can you send me a link to that? That sounds really interesting. I love when people do, like, play with formats. Like, one thing I was working on ages ago was basically... I won't, like, say what it is in case I ever decide to actually write it. But the entire thing is, like, it's a fantasy story, but the entire thing is written by, like, a research paper. And I like playing with form in writing. Not enough people do it. Not enough people do it. But some of the most interesting, like, some of the most interesting novels are literally just playing with format.
The Giraffe Doodle Wars was an incident involving the old Encyclopedia Dramatica forums, which Dobson apparently...
Let's go! And as for not finishing things, I still have not finished my Encyclopedia Dramatica video, and I literally need to record 5 minutes of it. I might do that. I might actually do this soon. Do you guys want an Encyclopedia Dramatica video? If I bring out an Encyclopedia Dramatica video, will you watch it? Validate me! No, listen, I really need to finish that. Max worked really hard on a lot of it. I gotta go to work. I'll leave this on Sia in a bit. BXKS. Have a good day at work.
lurked on when it came to people talking about him. It also involved an old JavaScript tool called Goggles, which I feel like I should quickly explain first, since this is something I don't think many are aware of existing, or at least I never heard of it until doing research for this video, and because it's rather hard to search for information about it, because when you do go looking for it, it will either come up with Google or Google Goggles. According to the Know Your Meme page on the topic, quote, Goggles is an open source JavaScript tool that can be saved in the user's bookmarks. When the user clicks on the bookmark, while looking at any website, a paintbrush tool pops up. The user can then draw all over
Fuck, no I didn't, Jack. I'll try and get it done today, though.
the page, and also see art left by other users, only viewable once the script is active. Or in other words, it's a browser tool which allows you to draw on other people's web pages, and see other people with the same browser tool's drawings. Though, again, if you don't have the tool, then you won't ever be able to see these drawings. This would end up being used on many different pages, as you might imagine. But in particular, the users of Encyclopedia Dramatica decided it would be fun to start creating a gallery on Andrew Dobson's DeviantArt page, as well as several of his other drawing and comic pages. And when Andrew Dobson found out about this, he, didn't appreciate it. And from here, I'm going to be reading the story as told in the ED article. Quote, at the end of November 2013, a lonely artistic soul on Encyclopedia Dramatica discovered a JavaScript tool called Goggles, which allows you to scribble on all non-SSL secured websites. The drawings and notes can only be seen when one activates the tool itself, so it's actually invisible to non-users. For the first few days, ED users doodled on Dobson's DeviantArt page, creating hate speech, cool drawings, commentaries, and one-sided lulls. This all changed, though, when Lord Preston looked beyond his valley into the mighty Encyclopedia Dramatica forums and saw those drawings in the Tom Preston thread. Immediately, he grabbed himself a copy of the program and started deleting everything systematically. Yes, he went through all his comics and subpages and erased every single drawing. During his art holocaust, he killed a giraffe drawing that everyone on the Encyclopedia Dramatica forums cherished for some odd reason. This caused the beginning of one of the greatest shitstorms Dobson has ever started. The Encyclopedia Dramatica forums reacted with a sudden counter-offensive and drew much more hateful stuff, calling Dobson a giraffe murderer and an art killer. One should know that every single drawing on this page looked more inspiring than anything Dobson—
I'd forgotten this happened. I forgot this happened. Fuck, I remember this.
ever made in Photoshop. This went on until Dobbles actually went on the front page and wrote, "Leave me alone." He actually spent the entire night, over 10 hours, erasing invisible drawings on his page. Soon, his first white knights came in and started erasing mercilessly. Most of them were bronies. It was at this point that nobody could guess anymore if Dobson was actively partaking in the genocide. But that didn't matter later on. Why? Because Dobson actually told his white knights on DeviantArt to destroy the drawings every week, completely contradicting his previous statement that he doesn't care. The continued destruction of the art made the Encyclopedia Dramatica user base rage so hard that they actually called in the cavalry for reinforcements. People from the /co didn't seem to be interested at first, but the more giraffes and drawings were killed, they started to grow a heart and actively intervene. 4chan also seemed to have adopted the giraffe for a short amount of time. It was the first ever joint strike force of ED users and 4chaners in a long time. Unfortunately, nobody on /co ever knew who actually alerted them. The users of /co also hailed Goggles as the greatest webpage drawing tool ever invented. From this point on, Dobson's DeviantArt page is a constant war zone between the trolls and Dobson's white knights. Besides the giraffes, an ongoing theme was the fact that instead of drawing commissions, which had to be finished for months, Dobson drew god-awful renditions of The Hobbit and The Elder Scrolls Skyrim. He kept on playing Skyrim and drawing repulsive shit around it, which was so bad that even his 2011 stuff looked better. He was constantly called out about this on Goggles, and unless he ever finishes those commissions, those beta fools who paid $30 for, he shall never find peace. Well, actually, it doesn't matter. Just look at this article. Dobson is one of the greatest lolcows that ED has ever had. He will always deserve to suffer. Unquote. Astounding. But the trolling didn't stop there, as eventually Kiwi Farms also took interest in Andrew Dobson, and it didn't take long before they were able to find several such cases of Andrew Dobson actually tracing stuff for his art, which, I'm gonna be real, I don't really care all that much about, but I know in certain artist circles is considered an act of pure blasphemy and evil. But nonetheless, it was yet another example of Dobson being lazy as all hell, with the most popular example of this in this drawing he made where he traced the Big Ben Tower, and someone even made a little song about it.
Andrew Dobson, professional artist, traces pictures of Big Ben, goes to sell them at...
I'm sorry. Did Dylan the Night Owl just say someone made a song about it? What do you mean someone made a song about it? Ken Ashcorp made a song about it. Ken Ashcorp did this. Ken Ashcorp, don't just be like, somebody made a song about it. It's fucking Ken Ashcorp. What are you doing? I'm enraged. I'm enraged.
Conventions, 5 minutes in Photoshop. I hope you die on your way to MCM. On your way to MCM.
There was also a pretty funny story from someone who claimed to have known Andrew in high school, and they told their tale of what it was like back then and how Dobson treated others, which painted a rather different picture than the one that Dobson had so often made about himself during high school. Do note that he'll be referring to Dobson as Andy throughout this. Quote, if you had a class with Andy, you learned real fast that it wasn't worth your time to talk to him, especially during critique. More on that later. Hard to remember specifics, but here's the gist of it. I had just entered the auditorium for Anime Club. I saw a group of my friends sitting in a row near the middle. I saw Andy, behatted, sketching, alone, sitting in the back upon a folding chair up against the back wall. Very strange, because there was plenty of empty theater seats. But whatever. It's Hat Andy. I took pity, big mistake, and sat in the back row near him, so he wouldn't be alone, and I could chat him up. It was all pretty mundane small talk, and he was receptive at first. This was an approximation of my side of conversation to begin with. Sup? So what are you watching? Oh, another Romna 1/2 OVA? Cool. He was being friendly enough and seemed eager to tell me about the plot of the OVA, to catch me up on the story. Then I watched it for a bit and turned to him and said something like, gee, this movie is kinda silly. His mouth curved down into a scowl, and spat, I don't know what the fuck you're babbling about. Then he waved his hand, flicking his fingers at me, as if brushing away dust, and turned his full attention back, the sketch pad up on his lap. I was a little shocked. At first I thought that maybe he was making an awkward joke. Then it dawned on me that this guy was serious. As I said, I got up, stupefied, and walked over to my friends and sat down, in a daze. My friends greeted me and asked me, what's up? Something wrong? I replied, Hat Andy. My friends exchanged knowing looks at one another, then turned back to me and said, I know exactly what you mean.
That's fucking amazing. Oh my god.
I feel the need to address this for people who may pity Andy. He is mean, nasty mean, the kind of mean you only find in young children who haven't developed social skills yet. As I mentioned before, he is extremely awkward and antisocial, yet every once in a while, I would start chatting with him, such as in the anime club, and everything would be perfectly normal. But then, suddenly, he would turn and verbally snap at you, as if you had insulted him, and he would abruptly end the conversation and ignore you. This happened to me personally several times. He even cussed me out once. I just walked away, and sat with my friends in a daze. I was so stupefied by Andy's behavior, I still have no idea what set him off. Andy is like a mean, shitty little dog that will let you get up close enough and pat every once in a while, then suddenly nip your fingers for no apparent reason. His woe is me, people are so mean to me bit is pure bullshit. Any negative feedback he gets from people online is well deserved because of his awful behavior, unquote. Which, yeah, pretty well lines up with how he acts online. Meaning that while there could have been some bullying and behavior going on in high school and what have you, it's probably more likely that Andrew was just extremely mean and shitty towards people, and this would eventually amount to people mocking and making fun of him, which, I'm gonna be real, is kind of deserved at that point. Then there was another occasion of trolling, when some dude with a mask came up and doused Andrew Dobson in water and recorded it all on video. This, at the time, only seemed to kind of annoy Dobson, since some of his art stuff got wet. He kind of took it on the chin, all things considered. However, he said this incident actually gave him PTSD, which is, well, I suppose there's no real way to know for sure how true that is. But given everything else we've discussed so far, and how Dobson seems to view reality in a rather warped way, I'll leave it up for you to decide on the validity of that claim. All of this trolling, I would say, then leads up to its apex, with an incident so embarrassing that it seemed to actually stun Dobson to his core. An incident so objectively stupid and embarrassing that there was really no smug retort left for Dobson to say. An incident I refer to as the commission debacle. Once again, here's the story as quoted from Dobson's Encyclopedia Dramatica article. Quote, one of the main complaints about Preston is that if he spent a quarter of the time he spends writing journals, arguing with people in the comment section of said journals, and playing Minecraft and Skyrim, as he does drawing, he might have actually gotten good at it, or at least had the time to finish his multiple commissions. When confronted with their allegations, Preston responded with the oh-so-mature, you're not the boss of me, because his critics don't pay him money. To remedy this, a number of people on the Encyclopedia Dramatica forums, in Preston's thread, pooled their money together. No one was willing to spend more money on Preston than the equivalent of a Happy Meal, and anonymously ordered a commission from him to review his work etiquette. The test followed very strict and fair rules. They would pay him, not set a deadline because he refuses to work with one, and see how long it takes him to complete the work, how well he communicates with his clients, and how he responds to requests to fix mistakes, after which they would post their correspondence with him online. 4 months and 8 days. That is how long it takes a professional artist like Dobson to produce a single drawing. Not only did it take him that long, but he didn't actually draw what he was asked for. The request was Samus versus Ridley, but they aren't fighting, they're posing. He also forgot to
to contact the customer for weeks or months at a time, ignored requests to revise by pretending he didn't notice them, and created half of the picture by tracing something he found online. The worst part of this was that not only was he capable of finishing the commission in a week, having previously worked on a weekly webcomic, but that he once drew a better version of the same thing when he wasn't being paid for it, as seen here. Meaning that he can't be asked to put in even the most minimal amount of effort into satisfying people who actually pay him money. After finding out what had occurred, Preston posted a journal about how he had been duped, because apparently paying him money to do his job is a scam. In the journal, he points out that he only does the revisions that he thinks fit his style, even though people are paying him to draw what they want him to draw. He also said, had he known it was all a setup, he would have put in more effort, meaning he doesn't give a fuck about his regular customers. In the end, the evil cabal of Encyclopedia Dramatica forum users proved what they had set out to prove, and chose not to demand a refund since they all knew that they were paying for shit from the start, so they can't complain. Either way, this will probably reduce the amount of commissions Tom gets orders for, so maybe next time he will be able to finish them in only 3 months and 8 days. Unquote. Dobson, as noted, of course did not respond well to this at all, with this whole thing, again, highlighting Dobson's pervasive issue of just being plain out lazy, with it seems most of his dreams of grandeur being struck down not by others or some sort of anime or troll-induced tragedy or conspiracy, but instead the much more simple answer of just good old-fashioned laziness and refusal to learn, improve, or cease allowing himself to be the victim. But we're still not quite finished with Dobson's tale, as before it's all said and done, we gotta go to Andrew Dobson's Twitter. So, like anyone with a big mouth,
I'm going to draw Beckett defending a giraffe from Dobson with a spray bottle. Please don't promise me that and then not do it. That sounds fucking incredible. I will, oh fuck, that sounds so good. It needs to, listen. Oh fuck, okay, if you do that, I have a plan.
Andrew Dobson had a Zitter account that he was once very, very active on. In fact, at some point, the DeviantArt journals, which were his primary place for him to vent and the like, came to a halt, and instead Twitter became the space where he would make his opinions known, in particular, his political opinions. Now, I don't want to get lost in the weeds of political discourse, but I will say that generally speaking, Dobson would probably describe himself as very liberal, and at times, rather far left. He was a self-described social justice warrior, or SJW, back when the term was at the height of his popularity. He was staunchly against Gamergate, which while is his own can of worms that I just don't really want to get lost into either, can pretty easily be summed up as a group of people who were against the growing progressivism, left-leaning politics, and in some cases what they perceived to be propaganda being spread through gaming journalism and in video gaming culture generally speaking. Dobson wrote several tweets and made comics mocking the Gamergate crowd, painting them as misogynistic and sexist. This is something he did even outside of Gamergate stuff though, as he would also often make comics.
This guy sounds like a hypocrite and was never told that some of his ideas were terrible. Thank you for the 5, Cryohazard. Let's fucking go.
And write posts about sexism in gaming, film, and just in general, that he was again staunchly against. And more than that, he considered himself a male feminist and sort of had a strange guilt over being a white man as well. That bit of strangeness aside, what's interesting about him being a male feminist is as often the stereotype, it seemed he might have been doing so and calling him such for ulterior motives. Something he often writes and depicts in his comics is men being brutally gross about women. There's even one such case where he drew this comic where he was sitting at a convention and would be disgusted by this other guy who was drawing porn and the like, also being there at the convention. But there's also, of course, the example of the one pervert in the Power Girl comic taking pictures, him really hating on Hideo Kojima because of the one character in the game that was scantily dressed, which gave us this iconic comic panel, etc., etc. And while his later career on Twitter and stuff, he was an advocate for women and was staunchly against all these things, it does seem like there was quite a bit of projection in all of this, since, as we know, he himself drew lots of fetish anime women and girls, for that matter. And while that might have been a long time ago, something that did stay consistent through his online career is his undying love and indeed fetish for lesbians. Oh yes, he was progressive and supported LGBT alright, or at least that's what he would say to people, so long as he would get to draw lots of naked L's in that acronym and feel better about it. Something I haven't shown up until now is Dobson's comic Alex is a Pirate, which on the surface,
what?
In that acronym and feel better about it. Something I
Hench lesbians protect me. What the fuck? What? Bro, come on.
Haven't shown up until now is Dobson's comic Alex is a Pirate, which on the surface seems like a little comedy comic about a group of pirates, but read just even a little bit of it and it soon becomes clear two common themes come up pretty often. One, that the two female leads, Alex and Atia, end up naked and are kissing/making out, and the fact that they're lesbians is brought up fairly often, if not constantly, with it kind of feeling like there's just always another excuse for one of these characters ending up naked, which is funny, because that's something I remember him criticizing certain anime for, with the panty shots and stuff, and yet here he is taking it quite a step further, with this being a full-on, what you call an ecchi anime or comic. comic at this point. Another common trope is that the male lead, Sam, is constantly being humiliated, and for lack of a better term, being put in his place as their bitch boy. And since he seems to have a thing for Alex, kind of being cucked by the other lesbian character. Are you starting to see a strange picture being painted at this point? Add that with all the things Dobson has said about lesbians and the like, and it becomes very clear that Dobson is less progressive and more so simply has a lesbian fetish. A clear sign of a porn-addled brain in my books. And while I never see people bring this part up, I think there is a bit of a humiliation fetish throughout this comic as well, as I can't help but feel Sam always being a bitch boy and being humiliated and put in his place by these two strong lesbian characters is also a bit part of the fetish as well. Oh, also there's this perverted gnome on the ship as well that usually serves as another excuse to get the characters naked. Did I also mention that Sam, the boy character, is 16? Did I also mention the fact that Atea, in her character bio, specifically says that she wants to have a romantic relationship with Alex, with or without her consent?
Oh, what? Sorry, what? Okay, that's a thing that you made and chose to create. What the fuck? Okay, sure.
Huh? Knowing all this, as well as just his general past, makes much of his progressive politics that he was constantly, and I do mean constantly talking about, begin to ring a little bit hollow at best, to downright just weird and creepy at worst. Not to mention, as much as he seemed to tweet about fighting for women, every single time, without fail, when he would write stuff on Twitter and got into an argument, which he got into them often, if the person he was arguing with just so happened to be a woman, he would always be far more hostile and the argument would be far more pervasive with them, almost as if he's actually, secretly, has a bit of an issue with women in general, perhaps once again feeling victimized by them in some way. He was also weirdly insensitive at times, like in the case of Zelda Williams, who wrote a tweet where she was grieving about her father who passed away 1 year ago from that day. Her father being Robin Williams, by the way, the actor who at the time people thought he is. And to which Dobson replied to her with this image. Calm thine hits. Oh, you really can't make this shit up. What's even funnier is that this managed to not only create another moment for his trolls to share around, but he managed to piss off a bunch of people who had never heard of his Care Bears ass till now, something he ranted about on Twitter. Mind you, he also just seems to be really bad at picking up the vibe people are throwing down in general. And when he sees a woman online being sad, he seems to want to assume the role of a savior coming in and helping them, usually through trying to make them laugh or cheer them up, which makes you think he thought the Thor picture was somehow going to be read as funny, which to be fair, it kind of is, just not in the way he intended it to be, with this conversation being another example of this. Quote, I'm having an awful day. You'll be okay. You're a very strong individual. I won't be okay. I'm getting worse. You could look at it at your leisure and use whatever you felt might help. Whatever. To which he posts some pictures of like some cute dogs. I'm not sure if this is his dog or just a cute dog in general, but yeah. Eventually with time, even the new fans he cultivated for a bit on Twitter with his progressive Care Bear persona melted away as he once again pissed off his own fan base and only created more negative attention and eyes on himself. On that note, people started to really take note of how predictable Dobson has been through the years, going from fetish artist to Nintendo fanboy champion to the so you're a cartoonist comic writer to a progressive politics Care Bear on Twitter. A clear Lolcow cycle had emerged as someone ended up drawing out here. Quote, the Dobson cycle. Number 1. Infiltrate. Find a new impressionable young audience and cater to their consumerist desires. Number 2. Indoctrinate. Preach to this fanbase about your political obsessions, telling everyone who disagrees with you that they are just beneath you. Number 3. Galvanize. Filter out everybody but your most fringe antisocial fans. 4. Self-aggrandize. Convince yourself that this small polarized misfit audience is normal and desirable. 5. Monetize. Expect this audience to subsidize your privileged lifestyle when they can't even manage their own lives. 6. Fail miserably. 7. Obfuscate. Blame your critics for this predictable outcome. 8. Damage control. Tell everyone informing you why you really failed that they're wrong somehow. 9. Self-destruct. Realize almost nobody is convinced by your scapegoating. And finally, 10. Strategic retreat. Punish your ungrateful audience by depriving them of your efforts, also called running away. They can't make fun of your comics if you don't make any, and such is the Andrew Dobson cycle. Rinse and repeat. On that note about the monetization, Dobson did at one point create a Patreon and actually had this little video he made for the thing, which I'll show you now because it actually has a little bit of animation.
I have enjoyed this learning session stream. Oh fuck. I always feel bad when I watch other people's video essays because like I'm bad at reacting to them, but this one's been fascinating just because oh fuck, I love Dobson lore. I love Dobson lore. Do you know what? Dylan the Night Owl, you may have omitted like Ken Ashcorp writing the Dobson song, but I think it's a pretty fucking solid video.
Hello, I'm Andrew Dobson, and welcome to my Patreon. Over the past 10 years, I've worked on a lot of different projects, from my own independent works to collaborating with talented YouTube personalities. Perfect score. Want to try and beat it? Unfortunately, I've gradually had to move away from making comics for myself, and that's where this Patreon and you come in. Patreon is a simple and cheap way to help make that dream a reality once more. Think of it as a tip jar. By pledging a little bit of money each month, you can help me get back into making comics and art for everybody to enjoy. You can pledge as much or as little as you want, and trust me, even $1 would be helping out a lot. While the goal is to keep my artwork online for free so anyone can view it, the more money you pledge, the more rewards you'll get. From original artwork each month to book discounts to in-depth looks at my comic making process. You can even help influence which series I spend more time working on just by pledging. Art is a very time-consuming process, and overall, I just want to have the freedom to keep making comics for everyone. So thank you in advance for helping make this dream a reality. I hope you continue to enjoy the works that I create for all of you.
Oh my god. Wait.
And while it never had a ton of people on it, I think it was
$100
getting
a
around
month?
$150 or so at best, though I could be wrong on that. He too managed to kind of piss all that away by simply being lazy and not delivering on much of any of his promises. And once again, as more people started to see the real Andrew Dobson, as he couldn't help but make dumb mistake after mistake, this too ended up failing and left him in the same stagnant rut he always seems to find himself within. I could go on and on, honestly, but I think you've gotten the point by now, which means there's only one more thing to discuss: the final act and fall of Andrew Dobson. So, at some point, Dobson wrote on Twitter how he was considering deleting his DeviantArt account since he had stopped using it pretty much altogether. And yet, despite this, the page was still actively getting trolled. Funny thing is, if he wasn't using it anyway, I'm not sure why he would care at all if people were still trolling it. But regardless, he would end up deleting his DeviantArt account, noting how he suddenly has a strong desire to leave the internet for good, or at least delete all his accounts that he currently has. There was a rather long DeviantArt journal that he made before he ended up deleting the account for good. We won't read it all verbatim, but the basic gist of it is that he's been thinking about deleting his DeviantArt for a while, and apparently the straw that broke the camel's back was in one of his more recent journals, where he basically had people complaining that he wasn't making enough on his Patreon, as in he wasn't living up to the expectations people had for the money that they were giving him. This gave him anxiety, angered him, and he felt like it was too much to ask. And so he felt like all his haters and the people that were even supporting him just for the sake of, I guess, in his mind, putting pressure upon him were truly fucked up. He also noted how he felt like he had moved past the website in general, and was sure to note how he wasn't quitting art, but he would be simply posting it to other places instead. And he would then write this final goodbye before deleting the account for good, which I'll go ahead and read this part in full. Quote, "The long goodbye."
Is it Grizzly Bear's birthday? Dude, happy birthday! How you fucking doing? Good morning. Welcome to one of my lazy streams. I hope you're well.
I've been toying with leaving the site for quite some time. I've been hesitant to do so because I know a lot of you really appreciate my work and do support me and my art. I have around 56,000 watchers, and that's a lot of people I don't want to let down. I also know that it's the vocal minority that are the haters, but unfortunately their voices drown everything else out. DeviantArt, as a website, seemed to care little about fixing many of the issues that would make continued existence here bearable. And overall, I have grown weary of a lot of the toxic DeviantArt culture that has started to fester lately. On top of all that, I've been dealing with my own issues of anxiety, PTSD, and depression, which has not made living here on DeviantArt any easier. In the end, I think this will be the healthiest option for me, though I will undoubtedly depress a lot of my fans. There are some people who only follow me on DeviantArt, and it's unfortunate that I have to leave them behind to take care of myself. Thank you to everyone who has been kind to me here. I have made a lot of good friends on this site over the 11 years I've been active here. I hope still to someday meet some of you at conventions in the future too. I've had a lot of ups and downs in that time, and it most definitely has been a bit of a roller coaster ride, hasn't it? Thank you all for your support. Even if you've never spoken up before, I could still see you supporting my work through favorites and reblogs. Who knows? Maybe someday down the road, if DA decides
I'm drunk, Beckett, as you should be.
To change some of their policies and toxicity levels decrease, maybe I'll return. It's doubtful, but I do try to look on the positive side. Anyway, thank you to everyone for supporting me, for helping make So You're a Cartoonist into a thing, for enjoying my Alexi Pirate comics, and for just being awesome and amazing fans over the years. Goodbye, Andrew Dobson, aka Tom Preston. Unquote. Now, the thing is, you might think that this eventually led to him deleting all of his stuff, and this would all end rather anticlimactically, since if you go and look now, you won't find anything but Internet Archive pages for all of his stuff. So what happened? Did he actually just decide that he wanted to leave everything behind and gave in to those inner feelings of needing to leave? Well, no. Actually, there was still one more mistake, one more fuck-up, one more incident in Dobson's tale that would end up leaving us where we find ourselves today. That being Dobson's hatred for President Donald Trump. He hated Donald Trump, and more than that, he hated everyone who voted for him, and made that very clear on his Twitter timeline. He even changed his Twitter profile to black after Trump won the 2016 election, so you know he meant business. This would eventually lead into him writing death threats about Donald Trump, and then, when others warned him that this would not be a good idea and that he'd get his account suspended for it, he would end up doubling down, and would write even more death threats towards Donald Trump, and then made even more towards all those who supported him as well. Bro went full scorched earth with this, and as you imagine, it eventually did get his account banned, something he once again wrote about after the fact, noting how he kind of expected it would happen, but does not regret anything he did. Also, he compared himself to James Gunn, which I'm just gonna leave you with that. Yeah. Now, sometime shortly after this incident, Andrew Dobson would go radio silent, and in fact, everything of his, every account he had, every website and page he made, was deleted or purged completely. Now, there's a few theories for why this happened, the most obvious one being that Dobson had deleted his DeviantArt and what was once his main source of people knowing who he was to begin with, and then with him getting permanently banned on Twitter, and knowing full well his trolls would be there should he make another account to report him for ban evading, it left Dobson with little options left. On top of that, plus the world actively fighting against all the things he supposedly stood for, or at least played out the role of standing for. Not to mention all the infamy and everything he had accomplished, all destroyed by his own two hands. Maybe he had just decided to leave it all behind, walk away, because there was nothing left for him. However, there could be another reason he vanished, as many have taken notice of Andrew Dobson's other family members online.
Okay, Is this what? Okay, is this what caused his brother? Because Andrew Dobson's brother was a government worker, and apparently Dobson got him fired. Like, the shit Dobson was doing online was like ended his career, or like stopped him getting a promotion or something. Is this what fucking caused it? I didn't know this.
In particular, one of his brothers, who seemed to have suddenly lost his job right around the exact same time Dobson had made his exit from the
Also, Beckett, for the record, the Transformers discussion wasn't my fault this time. We were just sitting here, and I was minding my own business. Listen, Mally, you're my e-wife. You're allowed to do whatever you want. You know that. It's fine. We share custody of chat. It's all good.
Internet, leading some to believe that these two incidents are related, and that Dobson's brother was perhaps screwed out of his government job, or when he was trying or going to get, because when there was a background check, they found out that his brother, Andrew, had made death threats against the then President of the United States. And since Andrew still lives with his parents, at almost 40 years old, some believe that he was forced into deleting his stuff and getting offline for the sake of the family, and him not fucking over his brother's future, or...
I'm sorry, he still lives with his parents at nearly 40 years old? Oh, God, that is... Yeah, I'd end it.
Other job prospects, or anyone else in the family like that again, for that matter. It should be noted that this is not actually 100% confirmed, to my knowledge, as I've tried to see the smoking gun on this, and it really just does seem to be theories and people putting pieces together, but there's not that final smoking gun confirmation as of yet. But needless to say, the timing is definitely quite fishy, and at the very least, both of these answers could sort of run at the same time. Either way, though, the result was still all the same. Dobson had left the internet for good, after years of non-stop posting, fighting, evolving, and yet staying the exact same all at once. Patty N, Tom Preston, Andrew Dobson was no more. Something I felt I should note is about a couple weeks ago, a new account claiming to be Andrew Dobson came onto the social media website Blue Sky. And if you've never heard of that social media website, it's basically like a Twitter alternative, which is to say that it looks like Twitter, but basically the only thing that's ever talked about on there is how much better it is than Twitter. And while some, including myself, did wonder if this person claiming to be Dobson was indeed gonna be Dobson's grand return online, with the account advertising a date when it would start posting art on there again. It ultimately, sadly, didn't go anywhere, and was deleted shortly thereafter. Most likely because YouTuber Magic Mush, who also made a pretty damn good video on Dobson over a year ago, had called a lot of attention to it on his Twitter account. And then eventually Kiwi Farms looks into the account, alongside the likes of the So You're Andrew Dobson Tumblr page host, which, by the way, shout out to both Kiwi Farms and that Tumblr page for providing a lot of great historical information and clips and pictures of Andrew Dobson stuff throughout this video. But anyway, with pretty much everyone eventually coming to the conclusion that this seemed like it was a hoax, a trolling event of some sort, and then the account was probably deleted thereafter. I guess we'll never know for sure if it was or wasn't Dobson trying to come back online to have the full brunt of the internet jump on him again, or if it was just simply a trolling attempt that sort of got too big too fast, though many seem to side with the latter being the case. It does, funnily enough, showcase that Andrew Dobson, after all these years of being gone, and basically being just that guy that people sometimes say, oh yeah, remember the weird Care Bear guy who didn't like anime and drew the Power Girl comic, still, ironically, demands the attention of many. I guess that's something you can never take away from him. He is truly a train wreck that is hard to look away from. But as funny as it would have been to have this video end on his sudden return, I think this is probably the ultimate ending to his tale. Andrew Dobson is one of the most famous Lolcows ever to grace the internet for a reason, because at the core of it all, every single issue he has ever faced was entirely his own fault. It was his own pride, his own laziness, his own lust and degeneracy, his own need for attention to prove his intellect above all others. It was his own actions and words that led him time and time again into making a fool of himself. Though there might have been those that egged him on, if he had ignored them in the first place instead of actively making content about them, they would have lost interest and moved on. But Andrew is...
Choose Man, Bear, or Dobson? Oh, fuck.
Just too spiteful to let anything go. Hell, the last few years of his time online, before he left for good around 2018, felt like something he was continuing to persist off of purely out of spite for everyone who he believed had wronged him, which might have started as a few select people, but with time, turned into the whole damn world, as even those who did support him and tried to help him, in the end, he saw them only as another enemy that he must outwit. Andrew Dobson is a cautionary tale for all those who create art and show vulnerability on the internet, a showcase of actions that should be actively avoided, lest you become spiteful, self-aggrandizing, degenerate, lazy, phony, argumentative, laughingstock, and victim of your own design, lest you have a legacy of failure and filth, lest you become like Andrew Dobson, the perpetual victim.
That was great. That was good. If you don't follow, like, I don't follow Dylan. I think this is pretty good. I can't remember which which member sent this to me. It was Zoid. Fucking good recommendation. Listen, I rarely do video essay reactions because I find video essays very hard to react to. I'm not very good at it. But that was really fucking great. That was really great. I enjoyed that. I got to have breakfast. We got to have a little chill out. You guys got a much longer extra stream of nearly 7 hours. 7 hours on a Saturday night into a Sunday morning. I can fight off a human more likely than a bear, let alone a fucking polar bear. You're not our dad, Beckett. You can't make me do anything. That is true. That is true. Honestly, Laya dodged a bullet by me getting into Transformers after our friendship ended. I would have tormented that old man. True. Polar bear, you're cooked. Polar bear is... Yeah, you're cooked. You are cooked. This has been fun. Does anyone have any final thoughts before I don't know where the fuck I'm going to send you? I don't even know who is live. Who is live? Aiden's live.
Wait, I don't even know.
Okay, I'm going to send you to Aiden. That's it. That's the only option. Okay. Any choice. Rain, I have to play a TTRPG in 10. So first sticker. Go on. Go on. I didn't put up another goal. So here's your last sticker for the night, chat. Good job. Yeah. Oh, fuck. What am I doing? Well, if I send you over to fucking Chud, you're gonna be fucked. Oh, I could send you to Gilded's premiere. I'll send you to Gilded's premiere. Not really. Gilded has a video on Toastify out. Wait, hold on. Hold on. When is the premiere? Is it doing now? Is it actually live now? Is this a live premiere? It's upcoming. Premiere's in 9 hours. Okay, well, I'm not sending you there then. I'll send you to Aiden. It's whatever. Redirect. Okay, next. This has been fun. It's 8 p.m. your time. Yeah, it's 8 p.m. my time. It's currently 10:30 in the morning though, and I need some sleep. So, this has been fun. I enjoyed this. This was a chilled stream. You got to talk about hair with Mally. Listen, I'm glad. Listen, this is very much a chilled stream. Okay, it's a very low topic stream, just taking the piss and jumping around stuff. So I will be back later this week at some point, depending on what's happening. I don't think I'm streaming on Sunday. I am probably gonna be playing video games with a friend and chilling out. And now I'm gonna sleep, which for those of you who are still around, I advise that you do the same thing. But thank you for hanging out, and I will see you in the next one.